Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads. And after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The amber liquid in the glass on my desk trembled. It was an imperceptible movement, a tiny seismic event confined to the circumference of the tumbler's base. No truck rumbled past my third-floor window overlooking the rain-slicked neon of the city. No train shook its bones deep underground. The silence in the office was a physical presence, thick and heavy as velvet. Then the glass shivered again, a single concentric ripple disturbing the bourbon's calm surface. I watched it, my own breath held, until the phone shattered the quiet, its bell or jangling nerve. I let it ring 3 times. On the 4th, I picked up the heavy receiver. I didn't speak. I just listened to the hollow static of an open line, and beneath it, the frantic percussion of a single human heart trying to beat its way out of a cage of ribs. A voice, frayed and whisper-thin, finally came through. "Are you Duane?" "That depends on who's asking. I need to not be found. Can you do that?" "That's the opposite of my job description, lady. My name is Aubrey. I think someone is going to kill me, and I have something they want. I need you to meet me, now." She gave me an address down by the wharves, a place where the fog clung to the rotting piers like a shroud. I told her I'd be there in 20 minutes. I placed the receiver back in its cradle with a soft, definitive click. The bourbon in the glass was still now, a dead sea in a crystal world. I should have left it there. I should have poured it down the drain and gone home. But the tremor had been a signal, a warning from the universe that the equilibrium was broken. And I was a man who, for better or worse, always answered the call of a broken thing. The wharf was a skeleton of its former self, bleached and crumbling on the jaundiced glow of a single distant security light. The air was a cold broth of brine, diesel, and the sweet decaying smell of fish and forgotten things. I parked my car a block away and walked, my footsteps muffled by the damp planks. The fog was so thick it felt like walking through wet cotton, swallowing sound and distorting perspective. She emerged from the gloom not as a whole person, but in pieces. First, a pale hand gripping a rusted iron bollard. Then the frightened, wide-set eyes of a forest creature caught in a trap. Finally, Oliver, a girl wrapped in a man's oversized coat, her hair a dark tangle, her body vibrating with a terror so pure it was almost a scent. "You're Duane," she said. Not a question this time. "I am. You want to tell me who's trying to kill you, Aubrey?" She shook her head, a quick, bird-like motion. "It's not that simple. It's about what I have. A key." She fumbled in her coat pocket and pressed a small, cold object into my palm. It was a simple, old-fashioned brass key, unremarkable except for the number 317 etched into its bow. "It's for a locker at the King Street bus terminal. There's a bag inside. They think I have it. They'll do anything to get it back." "Who are they?" Before she could answer, a car door slammed in the distance, the sound flat and menacing in the fog. Aubrey flinched, her entire body contracting. Her eyes darted past me, into the swirling gray. "They're here." Her whisper was a ghost of itself. I pushed her behind a stack of mildewed cargo nets. "Stay down. Don't make a sound." 2 figures materialized from the fog. They moved with the heavy, deliberate grace of men who were accustomed to violence. They weren't police. They wore cheap, dark suits that did little to conceal the bulges under their arms. Their faces were blank slates, professional and disinterested. "We know you're here, Aubrey," one of them called out, his voice a low rumble. "Come out nice and easy. The man just wants to talk." I stepped out from behind the nets, my hands held loosely at my sides. "The lady's with me. She's not interested in talking." "Nice." The two men exchanged a look that was almost bored. The one who had spoken, the larger of the two, offered a thin, humorless smile. "This doesn't concern you, friend. Walk away." "I've never been good at walking away," I said. What happened next was a blur of efficient, brutal motion. The big man lunged, his partner circling wide. I sidestepped the lunge and drove my fist into the man's kidney. He grunted but didn't slow, his arms wrapping around me in a bear hug that squeezed the air from my lungs. The second man moved in, a blackjack appearing in his hand as if by magic. I brought my knee up hard, and the big man wheezed, his grip loosening for a fraction of a second. It was enough. I twisted free, driving an elbow into the second man's throat. He gagged and stumbled back. The big man came at me again, his face a mask of cold fury. This time I didn't try to box him. I picked up a short length of pipe from the ground and brought it down on the side of his head with a wet, sickening thud. He dropped to the planks and did not move. The other man, clutching his throat, vanished back into the fog. I stood there, breathing hard, the cold pipe still in my hand. The fog had absorbed the violence, leaving only the aftermath. The coppery taste of blood in my mouth, the ache in my ribs, and the heavy, still form at my feet. I turned to where I'd left Aubrey. She was gone. The space behind the nets was empty, the only evidence of her a single, faint footprint in a patch of damp silt, and the key, still cold and heavy, clenched in my fist. The King Street bus terminal was a temple of transience, smelling of disinfectant and despair. The locker bank was a wall of battered green metal. Locker 317 was in the back corner. The key turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. Inside was a simple black leather satchel, not large, but weighty. I didn't open it there. I took it back to my office, the weight of it a secret against my side. In the yellow glow of my desk lamp, I unzipped the bag. It wasn't filled with money or drugs. It was filled with files, photographs, documents, and a small black ledger. The photographs were surveillance shots, grainy and taken from a distance. They showed a man, a well-dressed, distinguished man in his late 50s, in a variety of compromising situations. Meetings with known gangsters in shadowy restaurants, handshakes with city officials whose faces were plastered on campaign posters, and in more intimate photos of the man with a woman who was not his wife. The woman was stunning, a platinum blonde with a smile that could launch ships and sink careers. Her eyes, even in the poor quality print, held a chilling calculation. The documents were land deeds, corporate filings, pages of financial transfers with amounts that made my head spin. It was a blueprint for the systematic corruption of the city's waterfront, for the takeover of unions, for the funneling of public money into private bloody hands. The ledger was the key. It was a record of payments, of favors, of names. And at the top of the food chain, referenced again and again by a single initial, was BB. This was bigger than a scared girl. This was a cancer. And Aubrey had stolen the biopsy report. I spent the next 2 days chasing ghosts. The man in the photos was Brett Colson, a philanthropist, a pillar of the community, a man who shook the mayor's hand at charity galas. The woman was Jo, a name that floated through the city's underworld like a beautiful, poisonous rumor. She was a fixture at high-stakes poker games, an escort for the powerful, a confidant, a femme fatale in the oldest sense of the word. She was the thread that connected Brett's clean, public world to the dirty, violent one I'd encountered on the wharf. I found her at a jazz club called the Velvet Note, a place where the smoke was blue and the music was a low, mournful cry. She was seated at a corner table, a glass of champagne in her hand, watching the saxophonist as if he were playing for her alone. She was even more striking in person, a masterpiece of composed elegance. She didn't look surprised to see me. "Mr. Duane," she said, her voice a low, smoky alto that matched the room. "I was wondering when you'd show up. Sit down, have a drink. You look like you could use one." I sat. "You know who I am. I make it my business to know the players on the board, especially the new, disruptive ones." She took a slow sip of champagne, her eyes never leaving mine. They were the color of a winter sky, clear and utterly without warmth. "You have something that belongs to a friend of mine. Your friend sends very persuasive messengers." She gave a delicate shrug. "Brett's a man who is used to getting what he wants. He's built an empire on it. That little satchel, it's a loose thread. And if you pull it, the whole beautiful, ugly tapestry he's woven starts to unravel. And where do you fit in, Joe? Are you the weaver or just the pretty pattern on the edge?" Her smile was a razor blade dipped in honey. "I'm a survivor, Mr. Duane. In this city, that's the only role that matters. Brett offers protection. In return, I offer discretion and access." "Access to what?" "To the men who think they run this town. They all have secrets. I collect them. It's my insurance policy." I leaned forward, the table cold against my forearms. "Where's the girl, Joe?" "Aubrey." For the first time, a flicker of something genuine crossed her face. Not concern, but a sharp, predatory interest. Aubrey was a mistake. A pretty, fragile little bird who flew too close to the sun. She was Brett's personal assistant. She saw things she shouldn't have. She got scared. And she stole the one thing that could burn it all down. Brett wants her found. I want her found. But for different reasons. And what are your reasons? Let's just say that Aubrey, in her panic, took something of mine, too. Something very personal. I want it back." She finished her champagne and placed the glass down with a definitive click. "We can help each other, Duane. Brett's men will tear this city apart to find that satchel and silence that girl. They'll kill you, they'll kill her, and they'll kill anyone who gets in their way. I can give you Aubrey. You give me the satchel and the little memento of mine she took. We all walk away." It was a deal with the devil, offered by one of his most beautiful angels. I knew she was playing me. I knew her survival instinct would have her betray me the second it was convenient. But she was also the only map I had in a city that had suddenly become a labyrinth. I met her the next night in a rented room in a quiet residential neighborhood. She said she had a location, a safe house, where one of Brett's lieutenants was stashing Aubrey. It felt wrong. The street was too quiet. The house too dark. It was a picture of suburban peace, a stage set. Jo stood beside me in the shadows, her perfume a foreign, expensive flower in the common air. "She's in the basement," Jo whispered. "There's a side entrance. I'll create a distraction out front." I should have known. I should have felt the trap closing. But I was focused on the girl, on the fragile bird caught in this gale of greed and power. I moved to the side of the house, finding the basement door unlocked. As I pushed it open, I heard Joe's voice ring out, clear and sharp in the night. "He's here. He's going around the side." Then the world exploded. The door frame splintered beside my head as a bullet tore through it. I threw myself down the basement steps, landing hard on a concrete floor. The door slammed shut above me and I heard the bolts slide home. I was in a pitch-black cellar, and I was not alone. I could hear ragged breathing from the corner. I fumbled for my lighter, the flint sparking, the small flame pushing back the darkness. Aubrey was huddled against the wall, her arms wrapped around her knees. She was shaking, her face a mask of dirt and tears. But it was her eyes that held me. They weren't just scared anymore. They were shattered. "Kay told me you'd come," she whispered, her voice raw. "Yeah, said you were the only one who could." "Who? Aubrey. Who told you?" "Brett." The name was a sob. It was all a lie. The key. The men on the wharf. It was a test. For you. He wanted to see if you were good enough, if you were the right man for the job. The pieces, the jagged, ill-fitting pieces, began to slam together in my mind. The too easy fight on the wharf, the conveniently placed pipe, Joe's timely appearance, the satchel, a treasure trove of evidence left for me to find. I wasn't investigating a crime. I was being auditioned for one. "What job?" I asked, though the cold dread in my stomach already knew the answer. The basement door flew open. Light from the kitchen above flooded down, silhouetting a figure. It wasn't one of the cheap-suited gangsters. It was Brett Colson. He was dressed in a tailored cashmere coat, his silver hair perfectly in place. He looked like a father coming to check on his children. In his hand, he held a pistol, pointed casually at the floor. "The job, Mr. Duane, is the one you've already proven so adept at," Brett said, his voice calm, reasonable. "You're a man of action, a man of principle, even if it's a twisted one. You eliminate problems. The men on the wharf were a problem. They were becoming greedy, unreliable. You solved that for me. And now, I have a much bigger problem." He gestured with the gun towards Aubrey. She was my problem, a sentimental indulgence. She knew too much, and her conscience, unlike Joe's, was a liability. I needed her to disappear, but I needed it to be clean, untraceable to me. You were the perfect instrument. A disgraced cop, a lone wolf, known for his violent solutions. Who would question it when you were found with her body after a desperate struggle? A tragic end to a sordid little affair. Dashen Panishaw. Joe appeared behind him on the stairs, her face a perfect, unreadable mask. She looked at me, then at Aubrey, her expression devoid of any feeling. She had sold us both out. Her survival was all that mattered. "And the satchel?" I asked, buying time, my eyes scanning the dark cellar for anything, a weapon, an escape. "A prop?" Brett shrugged. "A convincing story needs convincing evidence. Most of it is real, of course, but it's a copy. The originals are safe. It was the bait to hook a big, dangerous fish." You... He raised the pistol, aiming it now at Aubrey. "This is the final scene, Duane. You try to save her. You fail. You both die. A simple, tragic ending. I saw it then, on the floor near my foot. A crowbar, old and flecked with rust. It was inches away. Brett's eyes were on Aubrey, on the final, pathetic act of his play. He didn't see me move. I dove for the crowbar, my fingers closing around the cold, pitted iron. As I came up, I swung it in a wide, desperate arc out. It wasn't aimed at Brett. It was aimed at the ancient, glass-faced fuse box on the wall beside him. The crowbar connected with a shower of sparks and a sound like shattering ice. The lights in the house died instantly, plunging us into absolute blackness. A gunshot roared, deafening in the confined space. The bullet whined past my ear and buried itself in the wall. I heard Joe scream, a short, sharp sound of surprise. Then, another shot, and another, wild and panicked. I crawled through the darkness, my hand finding Aubrey's arm. I pulled her to her feet, shoving her towards the faint rectangle of the open doorway at the top of the stairs. We stumbled up into the kitchen. In the gloom, I could see two shapes. Brett was on the floor, writhing, a dark stain spreading across his pristine coat. Jo stood over him, the pistol smoking in her hand. She had shot her protector, her golden goose. It was the ultimate act of survival. She looked at me, her eyes wide in the dim light filtering through the window. For a moment, we were just two animals in a trap, understanding each other perfectly. Then she turned and fled out the front door, vanishing into the night, taking her secrets and her betrayal with her. I didn't chase her. I got Aubrey out of that house and into my car. We drove without speaking, the city lights blurring past the windows. I took her to the only place I thought might be safe. A forgotten motel on the edge of the county. I left her there, curled on the bed, finally asleep, her breathing even for the first time since I'd met her. The official story was a masterpiece of obfuscation. Brett Coulson, respected businessman, was the victim of a botched robbery. His alleged ties to organized crime were a shocking, posthumous revelation. Jo was never found. The satchel of evidence I'd left in a safety deposit box found its way to a reporter with a death wish and a byline. The city convulsed. Scandals erupted. Heads rolled. It was the explosive, destructive finale Brett had orchestrated, but he wasn't there to see his empire fall. I stood in my office weeks later, the city slowly stitching itself back together. The case was closed. The loose ends were tied up or cut off. The bourbon in my glass was still. The phone was silent. It was over. But it wasn't. On the floor, partly tucked under the worn edge of my rug, was a single women's leather glove. It was black, elegant, and expensive. It was not Aubrey's. It was the kind of glove a woman like Jo would wear. It must have fallen from her pocket in the struggle, in the dark of that basement. I picked it up. It was soft, supple, and there, on the pale silk lining of the cuff, was a small, dark, rust-colored stain, a perfect dried fingerprint of blood. I held it in my hand, this lingering, unanswered question. Was it Brett's blood? Or was it from someone else? From another story? Another betrayal? The glove held its secret, a silent testament to all the things I would never know. A cold, soft weight in my palm, long after I turned out the light. The glove sat on my desk for a week. I didn't touch it again. It was a relic, a tombstone for a story that was supposed to be over. Every time the phone rang, I half expected to hear that smoky alto, offering another deal, another layer of lies. But the silence held. Aubrey was gone. I'd given her enough money to get a start somewhere else, under a new name. She'd taken it without meeting my eyes, a ghost grateful to be set free. She was one less loose end. But the glove was another. And Jo was out there, a permanent loose end, a shard of glass left in the city's flesh. I thought about burning the glove. I thought about tossing it in the river. Instead, I put it in a manila envelope and slid it into the back of my filing cabinet, behind old insurance cases and divorce surveillance reports. It was a problem for another day. The problem walked in on a Thursday, wrapped in a different kind of suit. This one was expensive, dark wool, and it belonged to a man named Sterling. He had the calm, immovable presence of a bank vault and eyes that had seen every trick and were unimpressed by all of them. He was a fixer, the kind who worked for the people who emerged after the storm, the ones who bought up the pieces. "Mr. Duane," he said, his voice a low, even hum. He didn't offer to shake hands. He placed a single crisp business card on my desk. It was blank except for a phone number embossed in black. There's a consensus that the recent upheaval was messy. Unnecessarily so. I leaned back in my chair. Upheaval is usually messy. It can be managed, contained. The new management prefers a quieter approach. They believe you have an item that belonged to a former associate, a woman of variable loyalties. So they knew about Joe, and they knew, or suspected, she'd left something behind. I don't know what you're talking about, I said. Sterling allowed a thin smile to touch his lips. It was not a pleasant sight. The woman is a liability. She possesses knowledge, and she has a flair for the dramatic. The item, we believe, is personal to her. She will try to retrieve it. When she does, we would like to know. He tapped the business card with a perfectly manicured finger. This is a simple request, a gesture of goodwill from you to the new order of things. It ensures your continued quiet existence. He turned and left, his footsteps silent on the worn floorboards. The card sat on my desk, a tiny black hole sucking at the light in the room. They weren't asking. They were telling me to be the bait in a trap for Joe. They knew I had the glove. I looked at the filing cabinet. The glove was no longer just a question. It was a magnet. It was drawing Joe back to me, and it was drawing the new, quiet, dangerous men who had taken Brett's place. I could wait for one of them to find me, or I could try to find her first. The first option was a slow death. The second was a gamble, but the house always has the edge. I picked up the card, held it over the ashtray, and set it on fire. The flame was small and quick, leaving behind a curl of black ash. The decision was made. I wasn't going to wait. I was going to find Joe before they did. I had to know whose blood was on that glove. The answer, I figured, wasn't in the city's underworld, but in its past. I started with the glove itself. It was custom-made from a small exclusive shop called Levine's that had gone out of business 2 years ago. Their client records were long gone, but old habits die hard. I spent a day tracking down the former head seamstress, a sharp-eyed woman in her 70s named Eleanor, who now repaired sails down at the marina. She held the glove with a kind of reverence, her fingers tracing the stitching. We only made a dozen pairs of this specific model, she said. The siren. Ms. Levain's idea, a joke, she said, for women who led men to their ruin. She looked at me over her glasses. I remember this one. The client was very specific about the silk lining. She wanted it a specific shade of ivory, not white. Ivory. Did she have a name? I asked, though I already knew. Not that she gave, Eleanor said. Paid in cash, but she had a presence and a temper. She came back once, furious. A tiny flaw in the stitching on the thumb of the left one. Demanded the whole pair be remade. She handed the glove back to me. I remember because she had a fresh cut on her right palm, wrapped in a monogrammed handkerchief. The monogram was a V. A V. The blood on the glove wasn't Brett's. It was older. It was hers. And the handkerchief belonged to someone whose name started with V. It was a thread, frayed and thin, but it was all I had. The city's power structure had been scrambled after Brett's fall. New faces were jockeying for position. I started digging through the rubble looking for a V. I found him in the form of Silas Vance, a reclusive real estate magnate who had suddenly become very vocal in city politics. He was a ghost compared to Brett's public persona, but his financial tendrils were everywhere, especially in the newly available waterfront properties. He was one of the new management Sterling had alluded to, and he had a known weakness for beautiful, dangerous women. I staked out his building, a sleek tower of steel and glass that looked down on the city. For 3 days, nothing. Then, on the 4th evening, a long black car pulled up to a private entrance. The door opened, and a woman got out. It was Joe. She was thinner, her hair dyed a dark chestnut brown. but the way she moved was unmistakable. She was dressed for business, sleek and severe. She didn't look around. She walked inside like she owned the place. She was working for Vance. Or with him. The blood on her glove, from a cut wrapped in his handkerchief, suggested a close, physical relationship. It changed the math. She hadn't just fled after shooting Brett. She had a new patron, a more powerful one. She had landed on her feet. This changed my play. Walking in and confronting her was suicide. Vance's security would be tighter than a drum. I needed to get a message to her, alone. I remembered Eleanor's story. The flaw in the stitching. The left glove. I went back to my office and took the glove from the envelope. I found the spot on the thumb where the seam was a fraction of a millimeter off. Using a razor blade, I made a single, almost invisible cut, mimicking the original flaw she had complained about. Then I placed the glove in a plain white box with a single word written on a piece of paper inside. The word was Levine's. I had a kid from the neighborhood, a fast-talking bicycle messenger named Leo, deliver the package to the front desk of Vance's tower, addressed to the lady with the ivory lining. I told him if anyone asked, he was to say a tall, sad-looking man had paid him in cash. It was a risk, but a calculated one. It was a message only she would understand. It said I had her secret. I knew her new identity, and I knew her history. It was an invitation. The response came that night. A single text message from a burner number. An address. A warehouse in the industrial district, far from Vance's polished world. It was neutral ground. I went early, scouting the perimeter. The place was derelict, silent, except for the wind whistling through broken windows. I found a vantage point on a catwalk overlooking the main floor. I waited. An hour past the designated time, a figure emerged from the shadows below. It was Jo. She stood alone in a pool of murky light, her hands shoved into the pockets of a long coat. "I'm here, Duane," she called out, her voice echoing in the vast space. "You went to a lot of trouble. I assume you want to talk." I stayed in the shadows. "I want to know why," I said. "Why set me up? Why shoot Brett?" She looked up, trying to pinpoint my location. "Brett's plan was stupid, melodramatic. Getting you to kill Aubrey in a staged fight? It was a house of cards. I saw a better opportunity. With Brett gone and the evidence leaked, a power vacuum opened. Silas Vance was ready to step in. He just needed a push. I gave him that push. I delivered Brett's empire to him on a silver platter. And what did you get? The same thing I always get. A seat at the table. Protection. Only now the table is bigger and the protection is stronger." She took a step forward. "The glove, Duane. It's a souvenir. It doesn't mean anything." "The blood on it says otherwise," I said. "Your blood. On Vance's handkerchief. He hurt you. The relationship isn't as equal as you'd like people to think." Her composure cracked for a second, a flicker of raw anger in her eyes. "You have no idea what you're talking about. I know that a man like Vance sees people as assets. And when an asset becomes damaged or difficult, I let the sentence hang in the cold air. You think you can protect me from him?" She laughed, a hollow sound. "You're a relic, Duane. A bulldog chasing cars. You have no idea what you're up against." "I'm not offering protection," I said. "I'm offering a trade. The glove for the truth. The whole truth. About Aubrey, about the test, about why you really led me to that house." She was silent for a long time, studying the darkness where my voice had come from. "The truth is a currency that devalues quickly," she said finally. "But fine. You want the truth? Brett was right about one thing. You were the right man for the job. But the job wasn't killing Aubrey. The job was being a disruptive force. A wrecking ball. I needed someone to smash Brett's carefully constructed world to pieces so Vance could sweep up the remains. You were perfect. Impulsive, moralistic, and violent. I just had to point you in the right direction. No, Uganda. So it was all you, I said. From the beginning. From the moment I whispered Aubrey's name in the right ear, knowing she'd run to the first broken-down knight errant she could find. She shrugged. It was nothing personal. It was business. And there it was. The final, ugly picture. I'd been a pawn in a war between two ruthless women, Joe and the city itself. My principles, my actions, all just moves in a game I didn't know I was playing. I'm leaving the glove here, I said, placing it on the catwalk railing. We're done. I turned to go, the sound of my footsteps loud in the silence. Duane, she called out, her voice softer now. A word of advice. Leave the city. The new management doesn't like loose ends. And you, my dear, are the loosest end of all. I didn't look back. I walked out of the warehouse and into the night. I had my truth. It was bitter and it changed nothing. The game was still going on. The players had just changed, and I was still on the board, whether I liked it or not. I got into my car and drove, with no destination in mind, just the endless, glowing grid of the city. A maze with no exit. The rain started as I drove, a fine mist that blurred the neon signs, and turned the pavement into a river of reflected light. Her words echoed in the silence of the car. A loose end. That's all I was. That's all I had ever been in their grand design. I had wanted the truth, and she had given it to me. A poison pill wrapped in cool, logical reasoning. It didn't make me feel better. It just made me feel tired. I couldn't go back to my office. Sterling or one of his men would be waiting. My apartment felt just as exposed. I found myself driving to the edge of the city, to the forgotten motel where I'd left Aubrey. It was a ghost of a place, a row of doors facing a cracked parking lot. I pulled in and killed the engine, sitting in the dark, watching the curtain of her old room. It was empty now, of course. Just a hollowed-out shell. A flicker of movement in my rearview mirror. A car, dark and unmarked, slowed as it passed the motel's entrance, then sped up and disappeared. Coincidence, maybe. Or maybe not. Loose ends get trimmed. I started the car again and pulled out, taking a series of random turns, my eyes glued to the mirrors. No one followed. That was almost worse. The threat was no longer a specific car. It was the entire city. It was the system. I ended up at a 24-hour diner on a barren stretch of road, a place fueled by coffee and desperation. I took a booth in the back. The vinyl seat cracked and sticky. The coffee tasted like burnt tires. I stared into the murky liquid, playing it all back. Joe's plan had been brilliant in its cruelty. She had used my own nature against me. My need to fix things, to protect, to punch back. I was her blunt instrument. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Flo, refilled my cup without asking. Row night? She mumbled. You could say that. They're all rough, she said and shuffled away. I thought about Aubrey, a ghost with a new name. I thought about Joe, sitting in Silas Vance's glass tower, playing a new, more dangerous game. And I thought about myself, sitting in a diner at 3 a.m. with nowhere to go. The case was closed, but the story wasn't over. It had just changed genres. It was no longer a mystery. It was a survival story. The bell above the door jingled. I didn't look up. Then a shape slid into the booth across from me. It was Leo, the bicycle messenger. His face was pale, his usual swagger gone. He had a split lip and a fresh bruise blooming on his cheekbone. They found me, Mr. Duane, he said, his voice trembling. 2 guys. Big guys. They asked about the package. The one I delivered to the tower. Neo. My blood went cold. What did you tell them? What you said to say. The tall, sad-looking man. They didn't like that. They said to give you a message. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with fear. They said the offer is withdrawn. The new management doesn't make offers twice. He looked over his shoulder, toward the door. I gotta go. I can't be seen with you. He started to slide out of the booth. Leo, I said. I pulled a wad of cash from my pocket and pushed it across the table. Get out of the city for a while. Lay low. He snatched the money and was gone, vanishing back into the night. I sat there, the coffee cooling in front of me. The offer was withdrawn. They weren't going to use me as bait anymore. They were just going to remove me. Joe was right. I was the loosest end of all. I left cash on the table and walked out. The rain had hardened into a cold, steady downpour. I stood under the diner's awning, watching the water sheet across the empty road. I could run. I could do what Aubrey did, disappear into the great, anonymous nowhere. But I was too old, too tired, and too angry. This city was my home. It was a corrupt, broken, and ugly place. But it was mine. They had taken my peace. They had taken my purpose. I wouldn't let them take my home, too. I got in my car and drove, not away from the city, but deeper into its heart. I wasn't a pawn anymore. I wasn't a wrecking ball. I was something else now, something they hadn't accounted for. I was a loose end with a memory, and a grudge, and nothing left to lose. The game was still on, but I was changing the rules. The first thing I needed was a weapon, not the kind you fire, but the kind that makes a different sort of bang. I needed leverage. I drove to the only place I had left, a storage locker I kept under a fake name, paid for in cash. It held old case files, a change of clothes, and a sealed box of things from my time on the force. Things I was supposed to have destroyed. Inside the box, beneath a stack of faded commendations, was a small, black address book. It was from before everything went digital, a relic from a grittier time. It contained numbers for people who didn't exist on paper, people who traded in information and favors. One of those numbers belonged to a man who called himself Finch. He was a data broker, a ghost in the machine, and if anyone could find a crack in Silas Vance's polished armor, it was him. I used a payphone outside a laundromat, the receiver slick with grime. Finch answered on the first ring, his voice a dry, electronic whisper. He didn't ask who it was. He just listened. I need everything on Silas Vance, I said. Not the public record. The private ledger. The debts. The indiscretions, especially the ones involving a woman known as Joe. There was a long silence, broken only by the faint sound of typing. Vance is a fortress, Finch finally said. His digital footprint is scrubbed cleaner than a surgical theater. It will be expensive. I'm good for it, I lied. I had no idea how I would pay him. 24 hours, he said, and the line went dead. The next day was a lesson in stillness. I moved from one anonymous location to another, a ghost in my own city. The public library, a forgotten corner of the bus station, a different, grimmier diner. I watched the world go by, expecting Sterling or one of his immaculate suits to step out of the crowd at any moment. They didn't. They were patient. They knew I had nowhere to run. Finch's call came exactly 24 hours later from a different payphone. His voice was tinged with something I'd never heard from him before, a flicker of excitement. "You've struck oil, my friend," he said. "Vance is clean as expected. But his son, Julian, is not. The boy has a taste for high-stakes poker and a habit of losing to the wrong people. He's into a syndicate based out of the old docks for $500,000. Vance has been quietly covering his debts for years. It was a thread, a thin one, but it was something. A man like Vance prized control above all else. A son who was a liability, a constant drain, and a potential scandal would be a festering wound. But that's not the interesting part, Finch continued. The woman, Joe, she's been seen with Julian, frequently, in places they shouldn't be. It looks like she's his new confidante, his protector, maybe. Hiding in plain sight, right under the father's nose. The pieces shifted, clicking into a new, more dangerous configuration. Jo wasn't just Vance's lieutenant. She was playing her own game within his game. She had attached herself to the sun, the air, the weakness. She was building her own power base, securing her future. And Vance, for all his control, either didn't know or was allowing it. I doubted it was the latter. Where can I find Julian? I asked. He has a regular game, Finch said. Tonight, at a private club called the Aviary, above a jazz bar on 7th. It's a nest of vipers. You won't get in. I don't need to get in, I said. I just need to wait outside. I spent the rest of the afternoon preparing. I retrieved an old, untraceable pistol from the storage locker. I didn't want to use it, but its weight in my shoulder holster was a cold comfort. As night fell, I parked across the street from the Aviary, watching the well-dressed clientele flutter in and out. I waited for hours, the jazz music a faint, mournful sound from below. Just after 2 a.m, he emerged. Julian Vance was a younger, softer version of his father, with the same sharp eyes but none of the gravity. He was laughing, slapping another man on the back, clearly riding a winning high. And beside him, her arm linked through his, was Jo. She was smiling, playing the part of the dazzling escort, but her eyes were constantly moving, scanning the street. They were a perfect, poisonous couple. They got into a waiting town car. I followed at a distance, my headlights off. They didn't go to one of Vance's properties. They went to a modest brownstone in a quiet, residential neighborhood. A love nest, a secret. I watched from the shadows as they went inside, a light flicking on in a second-floor window. This was it. This was the crack. Jo had made her move, aligning herself with the future. But in doing so, she had created a vulnerability for both of them. Silas Vance would not tolerate this betrayal. He would see it as the highest form of treachery. I stood there in the cold, watching the light in the window. I had the weapon now. The question was, who did I aim it at? I could go to Sterling, reveal the affair, and watch Vance's organization tear itself apart from the inside. Or I could go to Jo, show her that I knew her new game, and see what she would offer me to keep her secret. The light in the window went out, leaving the house in darkness. I turned and walked back to my car. The game had changed again. I was no longer just a loose end. I was the one holding the scissors. The engine turned over with a tired grumble. I drove away from the brownstone. The image of that dark window seared into my mind. I had the leverage, but using it was like handling a live grenade. Exposing Jo would bring Vance's wrath down on her instantly, but it would also likely get Julian killed or exiled. The resulting power vacuum would be a bloodbath, and I'd be right in the middle of it. Going to Jo directly was just as risky. She was a cornered animal, and she was more dangerous than anyone I'd ever known. I needed a third option. I needed to make them come to me. I found another payphone, its light a dim yellow beacon in the pre-dawn gloom. I dialed the main number for Vance Tower, the one listed for his corporate offices. A crisp, automated voice answered. I didn't speak to a person. I left a message for Silas Vance's personal attention, my voice low and distorted by cupping my hand over the receiver. Your son's debts are with the syndicate at the old docks. His new friend is the one who led him there. The aviary knows all their secrets. I hung up. It was a shot in the dark, a seed of paranoia planted in fertile ground. I hadn't named Joe, but Vance was not a stupid man. He would connect the dots. He would have his people look into it. He would find the truth, or a version of it he could believe. I was counting on his ruthless, controlling nature to do the rest. I spent the next 36 hours in a state of suspended animation. I slept in my car, parked in different long-term parking garages, my pistol on the passenger seat. I watched the news on a small, portable TV, but there was nothing. No bodies found in brownstones. No corporate scandals. Just silence. It was the most terrifying sound of all. On the second evening, as I was picking up a greasy paper bag of food from a street vendor, a black sedan pulled smoothly to the curb beside me. The rear window slid down. Inside was Sterling. His face was a placid mask, but his eyes were like chips of flint. "Get in, Mr. Duane," he said. His voice left no room for argument. I hesitated, my hand drifting toward my coat. Two other men got out of the front seats, their postures relaxed, but their intentions clear. I was outnumbered and outgunned. I got in. The interior of the car was silent and smelled of leather and antiseptic. Sterling didn't speak as we drove. We didn't go to Vance Tower. We went to a private airfield on the edge of the city. A small, sleek jet waited on the tarmac, its engines whining softly. "This is not an invitation," Sterling said as the car stopped. It is a conclusion. Mr. Vance believes your continued presence in the city is inflammatory. You have a one-way ticket to a place where you can be forgotten. Exile. It was a cleaner solution than a bullet. More his style. "And if I refuse?" I asked. Sterling looked out the window at the jet. "Then the city will become very small for you. And very, very final. This is a gift, Duane. Your only gift. Take it." "My, Shaboon." I looked at the plane, a silver needle pointing toward an anonymous horizon. I could disappear. I could live. But it would mean that they had won. That Joe had won. That my city truly wasn't mine anymore. I thought of the blood on the glove, the fear in Leo's eyes, the hollowed-out motel room. I thought of the quiet, residential brownstone. I had set the pieces in motion. I needed to see how they fell. I opened the car door and stepped out into the cold wind of the airfield. I didn't look back at Sterling. I started walking, not toward the waiting jet, but back toward the distant, glowing skyline of the city. The sound of the car doors opening behind me was sharp and final. Sterling's voice called out, a note of genuine surprise in its usual flat tone. "Duane, this is your last chance." I kept walking, my footsteps crunching on the gravel. I heard the distinct, metallic click of a safety being disengaged. I was a loose end, and they were finally here to trim me. I didn't run. I just walked, waiting for the shot, hoping the noise would be loud enough to wake someone, somewhere. From the long, deep sleep this city was in, the shot never came. Instead, a different sound cut through the night, the roar of a high-performance engine. A low-slung sports car, cherry red and moving like a bullet, swerved onto the tarmac, its headlights blinding. It screeched to a halt between me and Sterling's men. The driver's door flew open. It was Julian Vance. His face was wild, his clothes disheveled. He held up a phone, the screen glowing. "It's over, Sterling," he shouted, his voice cracking. He knows everything." Sterling froze, his weapon half raised. He looked from Julian to me, his calculating mind reassessing the entire board in a split second. The phone in Julian's hand was a detonator, and it had just blown a hole in Silas Vance's world. I didn't wait to see the rest. I broke into a run, cutting across the dark field toward a chain-link fence. Behind me, I heard Sterling bark an order. but it was lost in the sound of the sports car's engine revving again. Julian was providing a distraction, whether he meant to or not. I scrambled over the fence, the metal cold and sharp in my hands, and dropped onto the other side. I was in an industrial yard, a labyrinth of shipping containers and dormant machinery. I moved quickly, using the shadows as cover, expecting pursuit. But none came. Sterling had bigger problems now. A civil war had just been declared. I found my way to a main road and started walking, the city's skyline my only guide. My car was lost to me, a sacrifice to the game. I was on foot, with no plan, but I was still in the city. I had survived the trim. Hours later, as a gray dawn bled into the sky, I found a newsstand. The headline of the morning edition was bold and simple. Vance heir, apparent in sudden overseas transfer. The article was a masterpiece of corporate spin, mentioning a new strategic venture in Europe and a long-term developmental role for Julian. There was no mention of poker debts or a woman named Joe, but I knew the truth. Julian wasn't being promoted. He was being erased, sent to a gilded cage far away from the levers of power. And Joe? Her fate was a blank space. Had she been exiled with him? Or had she been deemed a liability and dealt with more permanently? The article said nothing. I bought a coffee with my last few dollars and drank it on a park bench, watching the city wake up. The game was still on, but the players had been culled. Silas Vance had contained the infection, cutting out his own son to preserve his empire. He was still the king, but kings who spill royal blood to keep their throne often find the stain never comes out. I was still a loose end, but I was a different kind of loose end now. I wasn't just a man with a grudge. I was a man who had looked the king in the eye and hadn't blinked. I had seen the crack in the foundation, and I knew it went deep. Finch found me later that day, materializing beside me on a busy sidewalk. He handed me a folded slip of paper. "A retainer," he said quietly, "from a new client who appreciates your disruptive potential." I unfolded the paper. It was a bank slip with a substantial deposit. There was no name, just an account number. It could have been from a rival corporation, a political enemy, anyone who saw value in a man who had shaken the Vance empire and lived to tell the tale. I looked at Finch. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, then melted back into the crowd. I stood there, the paper in my hand, the city swirling around me. I had my truth, my anger, and now I had a new war chest. The game wasn't over. It had just gotten bigger, and for the first time, I wasn't a pawn. I was a player. I turned and walked into the heart of the city, ready to make my next move. The first thing I bought was a new coat, not for disguise, but for comfort. A thick, wool thing that could withstand the rain and the chill. The second thing was a clean, prepaid phone. The third was a room in a quiet boarding house, run by an old woman who asked no questions and demanded cash in advance. It was a place to think, to plan. The money from the anonymous donor was a tool, not a solution. It gave me time, but it didn't give me a target. I knew Vance was regrouping, shoring up his defenses after the purge of his own son. He would be more dangerous than ever, a wounded lion. Going after him directly was still suicide. But every empire has its infrastructure, its supply lines. Vance's power wasn't just fear, it was money. It was the flow of capital that greased the palms of politicians and paid for Sterling's impeccable suits. If I couldn't break the man, perhaps I could bankrupt the machine. I called Finch. He answered on the second ring. "I need a financial map," I said, dispensing with pleasantries. "Not the public shell companies, the private conduits, the ones that handle the dirty money. Men, Delay, Pandisio, Pastaya, Abdo." That's a deep dive, he replied, the sound of his keyboard already clicking in the background. That's swimming with sharks. I'm already in the water, I said. How long? A week, maybe 2. The cost will be significant. Use the retainer. I spent the next days in a state of quiet reconnaissance. I walked the streets around Vance Tower, not as a fugitive, but as a citizen. I noted delivery schedules, security patrols, the comings and goings of the junior executives who were the cogs in the machine. I was looking for a thread. Any thread I could pull. It was on the 3rd day that I saw her. Jo Donnelly. She was stepping out of a discreet town car 2 blocks from the tower. Her hair shorter and dyed a honey blonde. Her clothes more corporate, more severe. But it was her. She moved with the same fluid grace, the same awareness of every window and every shadow. She was back inside the fortress, but her position had clearly changed. She was no longer the public-facing lieutenant. She was something in the background, a hidden asset. Surviving Julian's fall meant she was more valuable, or more cunning, than I had even guessed. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second across the busy sidewalk. There was no recognition in her gaze, only a cool, professional assessment, before she turned and walked toward a side entrance of a nondescript office building. It was a message. I see you. I am not afraid of you. The game continues. Finch's package arrived a week later, not digitally, but physically. A slim, waterproof envelope left in my rented room while I was out. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a list of names and account numbers. At the bottom, written in Finch's precise hand, was a note. The primary laundry is the Corinthian Holding Company. The manager is a man named Alistair Finch. No relation. The coincidence of the name was almost funny. Alistair Finch was a respected, if reclusive, financier. He was the public face of a philanthropic foundation. He was also, according to Finch Research, the chief architect of the secret financial network that kept Vance's empire afloat. He was the brain. Sterling was the fist. This was the thread. Alistair Finch was a creature of habit and privacy. He lived in a penthouse with its own private elevator, dined at the same club every Thursday, and had a single, well-known vulnerability. He was a passionate collector of rare first edition books. The following Thursday, I was waiting outside his club, the Oak Room. The rain was back, a fine misting drizzle that glossed the cobblestones. I saw him arrive, a tall, gaunt man in his 60s, with a carefully trimmed beard, carrying a leather briefcase that was never far from his side. I fell into step beside him as he walked toward his waiting car. He glanced at me, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. "Mr. Finch," I said, my voice low. "I was wondering if you'd had a chance to examine the portfolio from the Corinthian group. The numbers in the Cayman ledger seem creative." He stopped dead, his face losing all its color. The briefcase trembled in his hand. He was a man who lived in a world of quiet numbers and discreet transfers. He was not used to having his business discussed on the street. "I don't know what you're talking about," he whispered, his eyes darting around in panic. "I think you do," I said. "And I think you'll find that I have a copy of that ledger. I'm not here to blackmail you. I'm here to make you an offer." His driver was starting to get out of the car. Alistair Finch held up a hand, stopping him. He looked at me, truly looked at me, and I saw the brilliant, terrified mind behind the eyes. He was the keeper of the secrets, and I had just proven his vault was not impenetrable. "What kind of offer?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "An offer for your retirement," I said. "A one-time transaction. You redirect a specific substantial sum from Vance's accounts into a new one I specify. Then you take your family and your book collection and you disappear. You do this, and the ledger disappears with you. You refuse, and I send it to the IRS, the FBI, and every financial regulator in the country. The rain beaded on his glasses. He was silent for a long time, weighing his life of quiet luxury against the wrath of Silas Vance. I had him. I could see it. He was a numbers man, and the numbers I was presenting were terrifyingly clear. "How much?" he finally asked. I told him. It was enough to hurt Vance, to make him bleed, but not enough to topple him. Not yet. It was a first move. "I'll need 48 hours, he said, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "You have 24, I replied. "I'd be in touch." I turned and walked away, leaving him standing in the rain. I had just recruited the enemy's treasurer. It was a dangerous, desperate play. But as I walked, I felt a grim sense of purpose. The war was no longer just about survival. It was about conquest. One brick at a time, I was going to tear his city down. Story 2. The first thing was the cold. It seeped up from the floorboards, a damp, persistent chill that clung to the air and settled deep in the bones. Detective Silas Deacon knelt, his long fingers splayed on the wide planked oak. The wood was dark, almost black with age and polish. But here, in a patch just before the grand fireplace, it was different. It was sticky. He pressed his fingertips down and felt the faint, clinging resistance. He lifted his hand, the tips of his fingers glistening faintly in the weak London light filtering through the tall, grimy windows. It was not just damp. It was a residue, a phantom viscosity that spoke of something spilled. Something that had been hastily, inadequately, wiped away. The room was a still life, of violated elegance. A high-backed leather chair was overturned. A crystal tumbler lay on its side near the hearth, its contents long since evaporated or soaked into the Persian rug, leaving only a ghostly, sugary ring. And in the center of it all, arranged with a terrible, deliberate care, was Jeremiah's Blackwood. He was posed in his own armchair, his head tilted back as if in repose, his hands folded neatly in his lap. But his throat was a ruin of crimson, a dark, ugly mouth that had stolen his last breath. The air was a cocktail of smells, the rich, earthy scent of old books and leather battling the coppery tang of blood, and the faint, cloying sweetness of port. This was the scene that met Dr. Leo Kingston as he stepped across the threshold, the uniformed constable holding the door for him. Kingston was a man built for quiet libraries and the predictable rhythms of a clinic, not for this. He had been a surgeon in the war, had seen things carved into men by shrapnel and fear, but this was a different kind of violence. It was intimate. It was theatrical. He felt the old familiar tightness in his chest, a phantom ache from a wound long healed, a reminder of a world where chaos was the only rule. Deacon did not look up. His attention was fixed on the floor, on the sticky patch. He was a man of angles and silence, his face a collection of sharp planes and shadows, his eyes the color of a winter sea. He moved through the world, not as a participant, but as an observer, a collector of minute, insignificant details that others overlooked. The London police, a flock of blue serge and polished buttons, moved around him with a respectful distance. They knew his reputation. He was not one of them, not really. He was a consultant, a mind for hire, a man who saw the world as a series of interconnected, logical equations. Even a mess like this, he believed, could be solved if one had the patience to identify all the variables. He finally rose, his knees cracking softly. He looked at Kingston. "Dr. Dyer. The residue. Smell it." "Yes." Kingston knelt, feeling the cold of the floor through the fine wool of his trousers. He leaned close to the sticky patch, inhaling. Beneath the overwhelming scent of blood and polish, there was something else. A floral note, bitter and sweet. "Lavender," he said. "And something else. Almonds?" Deacon gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod. Oil of bitter almond, hydrogen cyanide. Wiped up, but not well enough. He was poisoned before his throat was cut. He stated it not as a theory, but as a simple, observable fact. The killer wanted to be sure, or he wanted to stage a scene. The question is, which was the primary intent, and which was the afterthought? The investigation began not with witnesses or alibis, but with the room itself. Deacon moved through it like a slow tide, his gaze missing nothing. He noted the faint scuff mark on the baseboard near the door. The single long dark hair caught on the rough texture of the fireplace brick. The way one book on a high shelf was slightly out of alignment with its neighbors, its spine cleaner, as if it had been recently removed and replaced. The official report was a study in frustration. Jeremias Blackwood, a wealthy, reclusive collector of antiquities, had been found by his housekeeper. No forced entry. A man with no known enemies, his life a closed book. The police had suspects, of course. A disgruntled business partner, a rival collector. But their alibis were solid, their motives vague. They moved in the bright, noisy world of finance and auctions. This crime felt like it had crawled out of a much darker, quieter place. Deacon requested the victim's personal effects. In the pocket of the dressing gown Blackwood had been wearing, he found a small, folded square of paper. It was not a note. It was a map, hand-drawn in faded ink, detailing a section of coastline in Cornwall. A small, sheltered cove was marked with a delicate X. And tucked into the fold was a photograph, sepia-toned and brittle with age. It showed a young man and a young woman, their faces bright with a love so palpable it seemed to radiate from the paper. The man was Jeremias, decades younger. The woman was ethereally beautiful, her light eyes staring directly into the lens with a fearless joy. On the back, in a flowing script, were 2 words, "My Cheyenne." This was the first fracture in the clean surface of the case. The official narrative of a reclusive, solitary man shattered. Here was passion. Here was a history. Deacon and Kingston traveled to Cornwall. The journey was a shift from London's grimy grandeur to the raw, elemental power of the coast. The sky was a vast, bruised canvas of gray cloud, the wind a constant, keening lament. They found the cove on the map, a crescent of pale sand nestled between jagged black cliffs. It was deserted, save for the gulls wheeling overhead. The air smelled of salt and decay. In the nearby village, a place of whitewashed cottages and taciturn fishermen, the name Cheyenne elicited not recognition, but averted eyes and closed doors. It was in the village pub, a low-ceilinged room smelling of peat smoke and beer, that they found an old man, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, who was willing to talk. He remembered Jeremias Blackwood. He remembered the summer the city man came and turned the head of Cheyenne Lyle, the most beautiful girl for miles. He remembered the other man, too. Duane Crocker, Darting, the son of the largest landowner in the region, a brute of a man who had wanted Cheyenne for himself. The story the old man told was not a gentle romance. It was a story of violent passions and ancient vendettas. Duane, possessive and cruel, had confronted Jeremias. There had been a fight on the cliffs. Jeremias, the city sophisticate, was no match for Duane's raw fisherman's strength. He was beaten and left humiliated. The next day, Cheyenne was gone, vanished. Some said she had run away with Jeremias, ashamed of the violence. Others whispered that Duane, in a fit of rage, had done something terrible. Her body was never found. Jeremias had left Cornwall a broken man, returning only once, years later, to buy the old Crocker estate after Duane's family had lost their money. He lived there alone for a year, a ghost haunting the halls of his rival, before returning to London, taking his secrets with him. Back in the city, the pieces began to click into place with a slow, terrible inevitability. The killer was not a business rival. It was Jim, Cheyenne's younger brother. He had been a boy, when his sister disappeared. But he had never forgotten. He had watched his family crumble under the weight of their grief, had seen the smug triumph in Duane Crocker's eyes. He had dedicated his life to finding the truth. He had believed, as everyone did, that Jeremias had taken her away. He had come to London for revenge. Deacon laid it out for Kingston in the quiet of his study, the rain tracing lazy paths down the window panes. The clues were not cryptic symbols. They were echoes. The lavender and bitter almond. Cheyenne had always worn a perfume of lavender, and she had loved the taste of marzipan. The pose of the body, so peaceful. It was how Jim remembered finding his sister's empty bed the morning she vanished. The killer was not just murdering Jeremias Blackwood. He was reenacting a tragedy. He was burying his sister all over again. They found Jim in a small, sparse room in a boarding house near the docks. He was a quiet man, his eyes holding a deep, settled sorrow. He did not resist. He simply nodded when Deacon spoke Cheyenne's name. "I thought he took her," Jim said, his voice a dry rustle. "For 30 years I believed he stole her away and broke her heart. I thought he left her somewhere, discarded. I wanted him to feel what it was like to be erased." He looked at his hands, but I was wrong. He told them the rest. He had confronted Jeremias. He had forced the poison down his throat, the same way he imagined Jeremias had forced a lie onto his sister. But as the old man was dying, he had spoken. Not a confession, but a plea. He told Jim that he had loved Cheyenne, that he had come back to the cove to meet her that night, to take her away from Duane. But she never came. He had waited for hours, until the tide turned. He believed Duane had found out and killed her. He had bought the Crocker estate not out of triumph, but out of a desperate, hopeless need to find some trace of her, some clue Duane had left behind. He had lived his life in the shadow of that loss, a prisoner of the same mystery that had tormented Jim. Jim had cut the man's throat not out of rage, but out of a terrible, devastating pity. A mercy killing for a fellow ghost. The crime scene was not a taunt. It was a funeral rite. The trial was a swift, quiet affair. Jim was remanded to a psychiatric institution. The London police closed the case, satisfied. A madman, a tragic past, a neat conclusion. Weeks later, on a day when a thin, persistent rain washed the soot from the London streets, Deacon and Kingston stood once more on the cliffs of Cornwall. They had come back without really knowing why. The investigation was over. The mystery was solved. And yet, it felt unfinished. The cove was below them, the sea a churning, leaden gray. The wind had picked up, whipping the grass on the headland. It was a landscape of immense, indifferent power. Deacon stood silently, his coat collar turned up against the damp. Kingston watched him, this man of pure logic, and saw something unfamiliar in his eyes. A doubt. A fissure. "The map," Deacon said, his voice barely audible over the wind. "The one we found in his pocket. It was old. The paper, the ink. It was from the time he was with her." Kingston nodded. "A keepsake. But why was it in his pocket that night?" Deacon asked, not looking at Kingston, but at the horizon where the sky met the sea. Jim said he forced him to drink the poison. He said Jeremias was terrified, confused. He wouldn't have gone to his keepsake box, taken out an old map, and put it in his pocket during a home invasion. He had it on him already. He was looking at it. The implication hung in the air between them, cold and heavy as stone. They walked along the cliff edge, the ground soft and yielding under their feet. The rain began to fall harder, a steady, drenching downpour that blurred the world. Near the very edge, where the land fell away to the rocks and sea below, Kingston's foot caught on something half buried in the wet turf. He bent down, his fingers digging into the cold, black earth. He pulled it free. It was a locket, tarnished silver, caked in mud. He pried it open with his thumbnail. Inside was a tiny, water-stained photograph of a young Jeremias Blackwood, and on the opposite side, a lock of hair, still holding a faint, ghostly trace of gold. They stood there, two men in the pouring rain, holding the answer to a 30-year-old mystery. Jeremias had not been waiting for Cheyenne that night. He had been meeting her, and something had happened here, on this cliff, in the dark. An accident, a struggle, a choice. Their case was closed. Jim was in an asylum, punished for a crime of misunderstanding. Jeremias was in his grave, his secret kept. And Cheyenne was here, had been here all along, her story written not in clues or confessions, but in the silent, patient earth. Deacon took the locket from Kingston's hand. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he drew back his arm and threw it. It spun, a tiny silver flash against the gray, and then it was gone, swallowed by the vastness of the sea and the sky. They turned and walked back towards the road, leaving the cliff to the wind and the rain. The elements continued their slow, eternal work. The rain fell, erasing their footprints, smoothing the disturbed earth where the locket had been. The grass would grow back, thick and green. The sea would continue to pound the rocks below. In a week, a month, a year, there would be no trace left. No sign of the violence, the love, the loss. Just the land and the water, and the endless empty sky, holding its secrets close. The drive back to London was a silent one. The rhythmic swish of the windscreen wipers was the only sound between them for the first hour. Kingston stared out at the passing countryside, a blur of green and gray, but all he could see was the locket spinning into the abyss. The final, futile gesture. He understood it, and yet it felt like a violation of everything they were supposed to do. Deacon spoke first, his voice flat, drained of all inflection. The truth is a tool, Leo. It is not always a remedy. Is that what we just did? Kingston asked, his own voice rough with fatigue and disillusionment. We wielded a tool. We just buried the only piece of evidence that could have given that girl's family any peace. That could have cleared an innocent man's name. Jim is not innocent, Deacon stated, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. He murdered a man. He is where he needs to be. And what peace would it bring her family, to know their daughter was likely killed by the man she loved, or that she died by his hand through some tragic misadventure? It is a folk tale with two terrible endings. We have chosen the one that allows the living to sleep at night. Chosen? Kingston let out a short, bitter laugh. We didn't choose anything. We stumbled upon it and then you threw it into the sea. Deacon was quiet for a long moment. There are equations that once solved offer no useful answer. They only prove the universe is chaotic and unkind. My job is to restore order, not to prove the pointlessness of the endeavor. They did not speak of it again. The case was filed, the report signed. Life in London resumed its frantic pace. Kingston returned to his clinic, to the predictable ailments and the comforting certainty of anatomy and physiology. But the chill of the Cornwall cliffs had settled in him, deeper than the cold from Blackwood's floorboards. He found himself looking at his patients differently, wondering what secrets lay buried behind their fevers and aches. He started taking long, aimless walks through the city after his rounds, his feet carrying him through foggy parks and along the muddy banks of the Thames. He was looking for something, though he did not know what. A sign, a crack in the world's facade. One evening, a fortnight after their return, he found himself outside Deacon's building, a nondescript brownstone in a quiet, respectable neighborhood. He had not planned to go there. His feet had simply brought him. He climbed the steps and knocked. Deacon opened the door, his shirt sleeves rolled up, a book in his hand. He showed no surprise. He simply stepped aside and let Kingston in. The study was exactly as Kingston remembered it, a sanctuary of ordered knowledge. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their leather spines perfectly aligned. A large, uncluttered desk stood near the window. There was no dust, no disorder. Deacon did not offer him a drink. He simply waited. "I can't let it go," Kingston said, the words feeling inadequate. "It feels like we left a wound open. For Jim. For Cheyenne's memory." Deacon placed his book on the desk, marking his place with a single, slender finger. "We did not create the wound, Doctor. We merely observed it. To pick at it now would not heal it. It would only cause more infection." "And what if Jim finds out?" Kingston pressed. "What if, in that asylum, he somehow learns the truth? That the man he killed was as much a victim as his sister. That would be a cruelty beyond anything the law has done to him." Deacon's winter sea eyes held Kingston's. "He will not find out. The only other person who knew the full truth was Jeremias Blackwood, and he is dead. And now, the only physical evidence is gone. The secret is safe with us. That is the order we have restored." The finality in his tone was absolute. Kingston understood then that Deacon saw their actions not as a betrayal of justice, but as its highest, most pragmatic form. They had stopped the story from spiraling further into tragedy. They had contained the damage. Kingston left soon after, the quiet of the study feeling less like peace and more like a void. As he walked home through the lamplit streets, the city seemed different. The grand buildings were not monuments to order and civilization, but simply larger tombs, holding their own quiet, terrible histories. He knew Deacon was right in a cold, logical sense, but he also knew with a certainty that settled in his bones that he would never see the world in the same way again. The equations were indeed solved, but some answers were a weight you carried forever, a silent, shared knowledge that turned every room a little colder, every shadow a little deeper. He began to avoid Deacon, not out of anger, but from a profound and unsettling sense of self-preservation. He could not bear the man's calm, his unshakable conviction that they had done the right thing. Kingston felt the locket's weight in his pocket every day, though it was gone, a phantom presence reminding him of their complicity. His work suffered. He misdiagnosed a simple case of tonsillitis as something more sinister, sending a young woman into a panic until a colleague corrected him. He found his hand trembling as he wrote prescriptions. The clean, logical world of medicine had been contaminated by the moral ambiguity of that cliffside. He was no longer just a doctor. He was a man who had helped bury a truth. A month after his visit to Deacon's study, a letter arrived. It was not addressed in Deacon's precise hand, but in a looping feminine script. The paper was cheap, the postmark from a town in Cornwall. With a sinking heart, Kingston opened it. It was from Jim's mother, an old woman now. Her words were shaky but clear. She wrote that her son had been moved to a different ward, a quieter place where he seemed more at peace. He had told her during her last visit a strange thing. He said a man had come to see him, a quiet man with cold eyes. This man had not spoken of the crime or the trial. He had only told Jim a story about a man and a woman who loved each other very much, but were lost to each other through a simple, tragic mistake. He said that in this story, no one was to blame. It was just a sad thing that happened. The man had left Jim with a single question. If you could know the absolute truth, and it would only cause more pain, would you still want to hear it? Jim, his mother wrote, had thought for a long time. Then he had said no. He said he was tired of pain. He preferred the story. Kingston read the letter 3 times, standing in the hallway of his own home. The rain was falling outside, just as it had in Cornwall. Deacon had not let it go. He had gone to the asylum. He had offered a form of the truth, a sanitized version, a story that could bring a measure of peace without shattering the fragile remains of a family. He had, in his own ruthless way, administered a kind of medicine. Kingston folded the letter and placed it in the drawer of his desk. He did not know if he felt absolved or more deeply implicated, but the trembling in his hand had stopped. That afternoon, he returned to his clinic and saw his patients with a renewed focus. He could not fix the world's inherent chaos. He could not solve every equation, but he could, like Deacon, tend to his own small patch of order. And sometimes that meant knowing which truths to tell and which to let the sea swallow. He would never be like Deacon, but he had learned from him. The world was not a puzzle to be solved, but a patient to be treated, and some wounds were best left closed. The following spring, Kingston received a notice that Jim had passed away in his sleep. The official cause was listed as heart failure, but Kingston knew it was a quieter, slower thing. A life of sorrow had simply reached its natural conclusion. He felt a pang not of grief, but of a strange, hollow relief. Another thread snipped clean. He did not attend the funeral in Cornwall. He knew Deacon would not either, and he found he did not want to stand on that ground again. He sent a discreet donation to the village church in Cheyenne's name and tried to put the entire affair from his mind. It worked for a time. The seasons turned. He focused on his practice, on the straightforward work of healing. He even began to enjoy the simple rhythm of his days again. The clarity of a diagnosis, the satisfaction of a treatment well executed. Then, on a bright, crisp autumn day, a new patient was shown into his consulting room. She was an elderly woman, elegantly dressed, with sharp, intelligent eyes and a posture that spoke of a formidable will. She gave her name as Mrs. Crocker. Kingston felt the air leave the room. He managed to keep his composure, his professional mask firmly in place. "How can I help you, Mrs. Crocker?" he asked, his voice steady. She suffered, she explained, from a persistent ache in her joints, worsened by the damp. As he examined her, making the usual notes, she watched him with an unnerving directness. "You are the doctor who was involved in that business with the Blackwood man," she stated. It was not a question. "I was consulted, yes," Kingston said carefully. "My late husband was Duane Crocker," she said, her gaze unwavering. "A difficult man. A cruel man in many ways, but not a murderer." Kingston said nothing. He simply waited. "Duane never believed she ran away with that city fellow," she continued, her voice dry as old leaves. "He was too proud. He thought she had thrown him over, and his pride couldn't bear it. He spent years drunk on that rage. But the night she vanished, he was with me. We were not married then, but we had an understanding. He was at my family's home, arguing with my father about our future. He had a temper, but he was not a fool. He knew how..." She paused, letting the silence stretch. He thought Jeremiah's Blackwood had killed her, or that she had fallen. The cliffs are treacherous, but he knew he was innocent, and he died believing Jeremiah's had gotten away with it. Kingston finished his examination, prescribing a mild tonic and recommending warmth and rest. His hands were perfectly steady. As he showed her out, she turned at the door. "That old story is done now," she said. "Let the dead keep their secrets. They are the only ones who truly own them." After she left, Kingston stood for a long time at his window, watching the people in the street below going about their lives, blissfully unaware of the ghosts that walked among them. He thought of Deacon's equation, of the useless answer. He thought of Jim, choosing the kinder story. He thought of Mrs. Crocker, guarding her husband's memory from a crime he did not commit. They had all, in their own ways, chosen a truth to live with. Deacon had chosen order. Jim had chosen peace. Mrs. Crocker had chosen loyalty. And he, Kingston, had chosen to carry the burden of knowing that the absolute truth was a lonely, shapeless thing, and that sometimes the most humane act was to let it be. He picked up his pen and began his notes on Mrs. Crocker's case. His script neat and orderly, a small, deliberate act in a world of beautiful, necessary lies. The ache in Mrs. Crocker's joints faded with the treatment, but she returned to Kingston's clinic twice more, each time with a different minor complaint. He understood she was not there for his medical expertise. She was a woman unburdening herself in pieces, and he was the only one who could listen. On her final visit, she spoke of Cheyenne, not as a ghost or a mystery, but as a girl. She was willful, the old woman said, a faint, almost fond smile touching her lips. She loved wildflowers and hated sewing. She thought my Duane was strong and exciting, but she was too young to see the storm in him. Jeremiah's Blackwood offered her poetry in London. It wasn't a choice for a girl like her. It was an escape. She never mentioned the locket or the cliff. She never spoke of an accident or a crime. She simply painted a portrait of a young woman caught between two worlds, and then she stopped coming. Kingston knew the story was truly over. The last living person who cared had made her peace. He never saw Deacon again. Their paths, so violently intertwined for that brief period, diverged completely. He heard rumors, of course. That Deacon had taken on a new, even more obscure case for the Home Office. That he had retired to a cottage in Scotland. That he had simply vanished. Kingston did not seek him out. Their partnership had been a collision, not a foundation. Years later, Kingston himself retired. He moved to a small, quiet village in the Cotswolds, far from the sea and the memory of gray, churning water. He took up gardening, finding a deep, simple satisfaction in the turn of the soil and the predictable cycle of growth. One afternoon, while tidying a flower bed, his trowel struck something hard and metallic. He dug around it carefully, his old fingers working the earth. It was a tin box, rusted and fragile. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, was a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon. They were love letters, written by a previous owner of the cottage to a sweetheart who had died in the Great War. Kingston sat on a weathered bench and read them all. They were full of a hope and a pain that was both immense and utterly ordinary. He retied the ribbon and placed the bundle back in the box. He did not rebury it. He placed it on the mantelpiece in his sitting room, a small, quiet monument to a secret that was not his, a story that had reached its end long before he arrived. He thought of the locket, spinning into the sea. He thought of Deacon's cold, pragmatic mercy. He thought of Jim's choice for a gentler fiction. He had spent so long carrying the weight of that buried truth, believing it was a stain on his soul. But now, in the calm of his garden, he saw it differently. It was not a weight he had to carry, but a lesson he had been given. The world was not a puzzle to be solved, but a story to be endured. And the greatest wisdom lay in knowing which pages to turn, and which to leave gently, irrevocably closed. The evening light was soft on the hills as he went inside. The cottage was quiet, filled only with the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. He made a pot of tea and took it to his chair by the window, looking out at the garden he had cultivated. Each plant, each flower, was a known quantity. Their needs were simple. Their responses to care were predictable. It was a world away from the complexities of human hearts. He realized then that he had, without ever meaning to, built his own version of Deacon's study. A place of order, of quiet understanding. He did not have books on criminology or codes, but he had his roses and his lavender, his neatly trimmed hedges. He tended to them not to control the wildness of the world, but to create a small space where beauty could reliably flourish. It was a different kind of answer to the same chaotic equation. The next day he walked into the village and posted a letter to the local historical society, offering the tin box of letters for their archives. He included a brief note detailing where and when he had found them, but no speculation on the people involved. It was not his story to tell, but it was also not his to keep buried. Let someone else decide its value. His part was done. He walked home slowly, the sun warm on his back. The phantom weight of the locket was gone. He had not noticed its absence until that moment. The past was not a shackle, but a landscape he had traveled through. He had reached the other side. He was just an old man in a garden, and for the first time in a very long while, that was enough. The sky above was clear and endless, holding its secrets, and he was content to let them be. The following week, a representative from the Historical Society, a young woman with bright, earnest eyes, came to collect the box. She thanked him profusely, her voice full of the excitement of discovery. She spoke of preserving local history, of giving voice to those who could no longer speak for themselves. Kingston merely nodded, offering a quiet smile. He did not mention Cornwall, or lockets, or the taste of salt spray. He simply handed her the box, and watched as she carried it away. A piece of one story leaving to make room for another. He thought that would be the end of it. But a season later, the same young woman returned, this time with a typed transcript of the letters. She explained that they were indeed a poignant record, and the Society was considering a small publication. She asked if he had any further thoughts, any family connection he wished to note. Kingston shook his head. "No," he said, his voice calm and certain. "They were strangers to me. I was just the caretaker for a little while." She seemed almost disappointed by his lack of a personal stake, but she accepted his answer and left. He placed the transcript in a drawer, unread. He had already learned the letter's most important lesson, that love and loss are universal, and that every secret, in the end, longs for a gentle keeper. He went back to his roses, to the simple, present tense work of his hands, and found a peace that was not about forgetting, but about finally, fully letting go. The roses bloomed with a particular fierceness that summer, their scent thick and heavy in the evening air. He would sit on his bench and watch the bees move from blossom to blossom, a quiet, purposeful industry that asked no questions and offered no apologies. He found a deep kinship with them. They took what they needed and left the rest, untroubled by the history of the flower. One morning, a plain, cream-colored envelope arrived with the post. There was no return address, but the handwriting was unmistakable. It was Deacon's precise, vertical script. Kingston felt a stillness settle over him, a calm that surprised him. He opened it without haste. Inside was a single sheet of paper. There was no greeting, no signature. It contained only a quote, the source unattributed. "The final mystery is oneself. When one has weighed the sun in the balance, and measured the steps of the moon, and mapped the seven heavens star by star, there still remains oneself. Who can calculate the orbit of his own soul?" Kingston read it once, then again. He felt no urge to analyze it, to decode it for a hidden message from Deacon. He knew there was none. It was not a challenge or a summons. It was, he understood, a final, graceful closure, an acknowledgement that they had both, in their own ways, reached the same unanswerable question, and had chosen to live with it in silence. He folded the paper and placed it inside the transcript of the love letters, a secret between secrets. Then he put on his gardening gloves and went back outside. The sun was warm, the earth was damp from the morning's rain, and there was weeding to be done. He knelt, the familiar ache in his knees a comfortable present thing. He worked until his back protested, until the small, ordered world of his garden was tidy once more. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The following spring, a new family moved into the cottage next door. They were a young, boisterous lot, with children who laughed and shouted in the garden. The noise was a shock to his quiet routine, but he found he did not mind. He would watch them from his window, the mother chasing a toddler, the father teaching an older boy to ride a bicycle. They were living in their own story, a bright, noisy, ongoing tale. One afternoon, the little girl from next door, no more than 5, wandered through a gap in the hedge and stood staring at his rose bushes. She pointed a chubby finger at a particularly vibrant bloom. "That one's sad," she announced. Kingston, who was pruning the nearby shrub, paused. "Why is it sad?" "Because it's all by itself," she said, with the absolute conviction of a child. "It needs a friend." He looked at the rose. It was a solitary specimen of a deep crimson variety, separated from the others by a patch of lawn. He had never considered its loneliness. To him, it was simply a plant in its designated space. Later that week, he went to the nursery and bought a young, creamy white rosebush. He planted it beside the crimson one. The girl was right. They looked better together. It was a small, irrational act, a gesture that served no logical purpose and followed no horticultural principle. It was simply a response to a perceived need, a quiet correction to a story he had not known was being told. He realized then that Deacon had been wrong about one thing. The equation was never truly solved. It was constantly being rewritten, with new variables introduced every day. A child's observation, a neighbor's kindness, the simple pairing of 2 flowers. The goal was not to find a single definitive answer, but to learn how to live gracefully with the endless, beautiful revision. He touched the soft petal of the white rose, and for the first time in decades, he felt not the weight of the past, but the gentle, insistent pressure of the present, asking only that he pay attention. The man from the Historical Society arrived on a Tuesday, his car kicking up a faint cloud of dust on the lane. He was older this time, not the eager young woman, but a gentleman with a kind, weathered face and a passion for local genealogy. He had brought a copy of the published pamphlet featuring the letters. He hoped Dr. Kingston wouldn't mind, but they had managed to identify the couple. The young man had indeed died at Passchendaele. The woman had never married. She lived in this cottage until her death in 1952, the man said, sipping the tea Kingston had offered. "It seems you've been tending her garden all this time." Kingston looked out at the roses, the paired crimson and white blooms. He felt a strange, profound connection, not a haunting, but a continuity. He had been tending a story he hadn't known was his to tend. After the man left, Kingston did not feel the quiet finality he had expected. Instead, he felt a gentle stirring. The past was not a closed book, but a library, and he had only been reading 1 volume. He began taking longer walks, not for exercise, but for observation. He noticed the way the light fell through the oak tree at the edge of the village green at precisely 4 o'clock. He learned the names of the shopkeepers. He started a conversation with the father next door about the best fertilizer for the hydrangeas. He was no longer just the caretaker of a garden, or a retired doctor, or a man who carried a secret. He was a thread being woven back into the tapestry of the living. The absolute truth of what had happened on that Cornish cliff would always be a part of him, a dark stone in his pocket. But it was no longer the only thing he carried. He also carried the scent of roses, the sound of a child's laughter, and the quiet certainty that some stories are not meant to be solved, but shared. And he was finally ready to share his. He began, not with the weight of the locket or the chill of Deacon's logic, but with the garden. He invited the young family over for tea, and while the children chased a ball on the lawn, he told the father about the woman who had planted the first rose bush, the one who had loved a soldier. It was a small story, a local story, but it was a start. The father listened, his eyes thoughtful, and later brought over a cutting from his own grandmother's prized climber. An exchange had begun. The seasons turned, and Kingston found his voice again, not the clipped, professional tone of the consulting room, but the slower, richer cadence of a man sharing his life. He spoke of his medical career, of the strange and wonderful cases, carefully editing out the one that had changed everything. He found that by not speaking of Blackwood and the cliff, he was not denying it, but was simply making space for other tales to breathe. One evening, sitting with his neighbor on the bench overlooking their joined gardens, the man spoke of his own father, a man of few words and a hidden sorrow from the war. "We never knew what it was," the neighbor said, his gaze distant. He took it with him. Kingston nodded, the dark stone in his pocket feeling familiar, and for the first time, not entirely solitary. "Some burdens are like that," he said softly. "They are not for us to understand, only to acknowledge." It was not a confession, but it was a communion. He had spent so long seeing himself as separate, defined by a secret knowledge. Now he saw that everyone carried their own version of the locket, their own silent, spinning truth. His was no heavier, no darker than any other. It was just his. The realization was a profound relief. He was not the keeper of a terrible truth, but simply a man among men, a story among stories. And in the quiet, interconnected hum of the village, in the shared silence between two neighbors, he found an answer more satisfying than any equation could provide. It was the answer of a shared life, of a garden that was no longer just his, but a part of a larger, living whole. The winter was mild, and Kingston found he did not dread the short days as he once had. He spent the cold afternoons in the village library, helping to sort through a donation of old local maps. His careful, methodical nature was appreciated there. One day, he found a map of the county from the 1920s, and his finger traced the route he had taken from the train station to his cottage on the day he moved in. It felt like tracing the lines of his own hand. He belonged to this place now. It had absorbed him as gently as he had absorbed its quiet history. On his way home, he bought a notebook. It was a simple, unlined thing, its cover the color of a stormy sky. That evening, he did not write about cases or equations or the nature of truth. He wrote about the soil in his garden, its composition and its quirks. He wrote about the pair of robins that returned each year to the same nest in the eaves. He wrote about the way the crimson and white roses had grown together, their branches intertwining so that it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. He was not writing for anyone to find. He was simply bearing witness to the small, steadfast world he had helped to nurture. It was his story now, and he was no longer afraid to hold it. The notebook filled, one season after another. His handwriting, once a precise and hurried script, slowed and softened, becoming as much a part of the record as the words themselves. He wrote of the first frost etching the lavender, of the stubborn return of the daffodils, of the children next door growing taller, their voices deepening and their games becoming more complex. He was not just observing time, he was charting his own peaceful passage through it. One bright morning in early autumn, he felt a familiar stillness in the air, the same crisp quality that had hung over the Cornish coast on the day he met the old woman. He sat on his bench, the notebook open on his lap, and let the memory come. He did not push it away or dissect it. He simply let it sit beside him, a visitor from a distant land. He thought of Cheyenne, not as a case file, but as the willful girl who loved wildflowers. He thought of Deacon, a solitary star in a cold, logical sky. He thought of Jim, choosing a kinder fiction for his family. He saw now that his own story was a tapestry woven from all of them. The dark threads of the cliff and the locket were essential. They gave the brighter colors their depth and meaning. Without that weight, he might never have sought the gentle anchor of this garden, the quiet company of his neighbors, the simple act of putting pen to paper. A leaf, tinged with gold, drifted down and settled on the open page. He smiled, closed the book, and went inside to make his tea. The cottage was no longer just a retreat. It was a home, filled with the quiet evidence of a life lived fully, with all its questions and its hard-won peace. He had spent a lifetime seeking answers, and in the end had found that the greatest answer was to stop asking and simply to be. The kettle whistled, a cheerful sound in the quiet room, and he went to answer it. The whistle of the kettle was a sound he had come to love, a small domestic promise. As he poured the water, he noticed his reflection in the dark surface of the kitchen window. An old man, yes, but his eyes held a calmness that had been absent for decades. They were the eyes of someone who was no longer at war with the world or with himself. He took his tea to the sitting room. The mantelpiece was no longer bare. Along with a few favorite stones from the garden and a photograph of his parents, there now sat a small, framed, pressed flower, a single, perfect bloom from the white rose. It was his own monument, not to a secret, but to a choice. The choice to plant something new. Later, he would walk to the post office. Later, he would check on the new clematis he was training up the garden wall. Later, the children would be home from school, and their laughter would spill over the hedge. But for now, he simply sat, the steam from his cup rising in a gentle plume, and watched the light move across the floorboards. He had spent so many years listening for echoes from the past. Now, he listened to the silence of the present and found it was not silent at all, but full of a quiet, humming life. It was the sound of a story, his story, continuing on its own gentle, unremarkable, and entirely sufficient course. The clematis took hold with a surprising vigor, its tendrils clinging to the old stone wall as if they had been waiting for it. He watched its progress each day, a small, daily miracle of growth. The neighbor's father, the one with the hidden sorrow, passed away that winter. Kingston attended the funeral, a quiet figure in the back of the village church. He did not offer platitudes, only a firm, steady hand on the son's shoulder. The gesture was understood. After the service, the son handed him a small, burlap-wrapped bundle. From his garden, the man said, his voice thick. He always admired your roses, said you had the touch. At home, Kingston unwrapped the bundle. Inside were several divisions from a hardy, old-fashioned lavender bush. He knew immediately where to plant them, along the sun-drenched path to his front door. The work was slow, his knees complaining as he dug into the cold earth, but it felt right. It was an act of reciprocity, a thread passed from one generation to the next, from one man's quiet grief to another's hard-won peace. That night, he opened the storm-colored notebook to a fresh page. He did not write about the funeral, or the lavender, or even the past. He wrote about the forecast for the coming week, the promise of rain, and the particular shade of gray the clouds had been that afternoon. It was enough. The story was no longer something to be unearthed or solved. It was in the planting, the tending, the simple act of noticing the weather. He closed the book, the sound of the cover a soft final note in the quiet room. Outside, the first drops of rain began to fall, tapping gently against the window, blessing the new roots in the dark, forgiving earth. The lavender thrived. By midsummer, a soft, gray-green haze covered the new bed, and the air by his front door was thick with its clean, sharp scent. People walking past would often slow their steps, inhaling deeply. The neighbors' children liked to run their hands through the bushes, releasing the fragrance and then smelling their palms with exaggerated delight. He never shooed them away. The man from the Historical Society became an occasional visitor, bringing with him fragments of other people's lives, a diary from a village schoolteacher, a bundle of recipes from the old manor house. Kingston would listen, sipping his tea, offering a quiet comment now and then. He felt like a steward of stories, a role that suited him far better than that of a solitary secret keeper. One afternoon, he found himself telling the society man about the lavender, about the neighbor's father. It was a small anecdote, but the man listened with rapt attention. That's it, you see. the man said, his eyes alight. "That's the real history. Not just the dates and the battles, but the lavender passed from one garden to another. It's all connected." Kingston nodded. He thought of the locket, spinning through the dark water. It was a part of the connection, too. A single dark point in a vast and intricate web. But it was no longer the center. The center was here, in this room, in the garden, in the ongoing exchange of small, kind things. He walked the man to the gate, and they stood for a moment, watching the bees work the lavender. There were no more questions to be asked, no more mysteries to be solved. There was only this: the sun on his face, the hum of the bees, and the quiet, enduring fact of a life still being lived. The following year, a different sort of quiet settled over the cottage. The children next door were older, their games less boisterous, their voices now often heard in serious discussion over homework at the garden table. Kingston found he missed the chaotic noise, but this new phase had its own charm. He enjoyed the occasional wave, the respectful nod. He was part of the landscape to them, as permanent and familiar as the oak tree on the green. His own movements had become slower, more deliberate. The gardening was now a series of small, manageable tasks, often performed from a folding stool he kept by the shed. He no longer fought the limitations of his body, but worked with them, finding a new rhythm in the shortened afternoons. One day, while deadheading the roses, a thorn caught his glove and a sharp pain shot through his thumb. He looked at the tiny bead of blood, a vivid red against his skin, and felt a sudden, startling clarity. He was still here. The blood was proof. The pain was proof. It was a simple animal fact, and it filled him with a profound sense of gratitude. That evening, he did not write in his notebook. Instead, he took out a fresh sheet of paper and began a letter. It was not to anyone in particular, not a confession or a memoir. It was simply an account of a day. The quality of the light, the scent of the lavender after a brief shower, the sting of the rose thorn. He folded it, sealed it in an envelope, and wrote his own name and address on the front. He placed it in the drawer of his desk, a message to a future self, or to no one at all. It was enough that the day had been noticed, that it had been recorded. The story, he understood, was not in the grand revelations, but in the accumulation of countless quiet days like this one, and he was content to let it accumulate, one peaceful moment at a time. Story 3. The silence in the house on Caraway Street was a physical presence, a thick, velvety weight that pressed against the windows and filled the rooms like a gas. It was not a peaceful quiet, not the gentle hush of a sleeping city, but a distorted and unnatural stillness, the kind that follows a great noise or great violence, a void that yearns to be filled again with the echoes of what has just occurred. In that dense quiet, every tiny sound became a violation. The faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen was a scream. The slow, deliberate tick of the grandfather clock in the hall, a series of small, percussive detonations. Alicia Vance stood at the threshold of the drawing room, her hand resting on the cool, painted wood of the doorframe. She did not need to step inside to know the shape of the tragedy within. The silence had already told her. It had seeped under the door and coiled around her ankles the moment she had turned her key in the lock, a cold serpent of dread. The air carried the faint, coppery scent of old pennies, a smell she knew from the slaughterhouses, where she had once, in a life that felt centuries removed, negotiated for scraps to boil into soup. She took a step, then another, her low-heeled shoes sinking into the deep Persian rug. The room was dark, the heavy velvet drapes drawn against the afternoon sun, but a single sliver of light cut across the floor, illuminating a scene of pristine order and one stark incongruity. Her daughter, Kristen, lay on the divan as if arranged for a portrait. Her pale yellow dress was smoothed neatly around her, her hands folded over her stomach. Her hair, the color of spun wheat, fanned out against the silk cushion. Only her face betrayed the composition, a mask of waxy stillness, the lips slightly parted, the eyes open and fixed on the intricate plasterwork of the ceiling. There was no visible wound, no messy evidence of struggle, just the terrible, perfect repose of a doll whose internal clockwork had run down. Alicia did not scream. She did not rush to the body. She simply stood there, the distorted silence closing in around her. And in that moment, the last 30 years of her life did not flash before her eyes, but rather condensed into a single bitter truth that she had been running from since the day her husband left. It was a truth about sacrifice, and about the venom that can grow in the heart of a child you have fed with your own. It began in the sour breath of the Great Depression, in a cramped tenement that smelled of boiled cabbage and despair. Braden Vance was a man built of wishes and weak timber, his ambition sanded down by failure, until all that remained was a desperate need to escape the weight of his own life. He left one Tuesday morning with a single suitcase and a mumbled excuse about a job prospect in Chicago. He did not kiss his daughters goodbye. Alicia watched from the window as he turned the corner and vanished, not with a sense of loss, but with a cold, clear fury that felt like a new kind of fuel. She had 2 daughters. Cassandra, 7, with a watchful, calculating gaze that already seemed to understand the world's brutal economy, and Kristen, just 3, a fragile bird who clutched at her mother's skirts. She reinvented herself from the ashes of his departure. Alicia's Resurrections, she called her business. A small, audacious shop, where she took the tattered finery of fallen society matrons, and with clever hands and a ruthless eye for line and form, brought it back to life. She worked until her fingers bled, until the strain blurred her vision. She learned the language of bankers and the threats of loan sharks. She saw the looks from other women, a mixture of pity and scorn for a woman who dared to stand on her own. She absorbed it all, transmuting every slight and every sleepless night into capital, into security. Hugo came into her life like a sudden warm rain after a long drought. He was a fabric merchant, a widower with a sad smile and a warehouse full of damaged but beautiful goods he sold to her at a fraction of their worth. He was her first lover since Braden, a gentle, hesitant man who saw the steel in her soul and did not flinch from it. He became her partner, her confidant, the quiet center in the storm of her ambition. He would sit in the back room of the shop, a glass of whiskey in his hand, and watch her work. "You are building a fortress, Alicia," he once said, his voice soft. "Just be sure you know what you are keeping in and what you are keeping out." The fortress was for her girls. Cassandra, the eldest, was the most beautiful and most dangerous of her creations. She grew into a woman of sharp angles and sharper instincts. Her mother's ambition reflected back at her, but warped, devoid of the memory of hunger. She accepted the fine clothes, the private tutors, the promise of a future untainted by poverty, not as gifts, but as her due. She wore her mother's sacrifices like cheap jewelry, something to be admired but ultimately discarded when a better piece came along. Her gratitude was a phantom limb, a thing Alicia knew should be there, but could never quite grasp. But Kristen was different. She was the softness Alicia had feared she'd bred out of herself. A dreamy, gentle girl who painted watercolors and loved the poetry of Keats. She saw the world through a lens of kindness that her mother and sister found both baffling and irritating. She was the living, breathing reminder of the innocence Alicia had bartered away, and for that, Alicia loved her with a ferocity that was almost painful, and Cassandra resented her with a quiet, simmering heat. The silent war began in the small spaces of their expanding lives. A cutting remark from Cassandra about Alicia's tradesman's manners at a dinner party, a deliberately misplaced invoice that nearly cost Alicia a crucial client. A whispered conversation overheard where Cassandra told a friend that her mother was clever in a common sort of way. Each was a small, precise incision, designed not to kill, but to remind Alicia of her place. A place Cassandra believed was beneath her own. The climax of their cold conflict came on the eve of Kristen's 18th birthday. Alicia had decided to sign over a portion of the business, the most profitable and stable part, to Kristen. It was to be her security, a bulwark against the world's cruelties. "She is not like us," Alicia told Hugo, her voice tight. "She needs the protection." "And Cassandra?" Hugo had asked, his eyes full of a weary understanding. "Cassandra has my ambition. She will make her own way. Kristen only has my love." She told Cassandra her decision in the new drawing room of the Caraway Street house, a symbol of their hard-won prosperity. The silence that followed was a colder, more potent version of the one that would later fill the room. Cassandra did not rage. She simply stood, her body rigid, her beautiful face a mask of ice. "You would give the fruits of your labor to the one who did none of the picking," she said, her voice low and precise. "You have always favored her. You see your own weakness in her and you cherish it. You are a sentimental fool, Mother. And sentiment is a luxury that bankrupts women like us." She left the room, and the chasm between them became absolute, a fissure in the very foundation of the house. Then came the party. Kristen's birthday. The house was filled with laughter and music, the clinking of glasses, the perfumed haze of success. Alicia, flushed with a rare and uncomplicated pride, moved through the crowd. She saw Kristen, radiant in a new gown, dancing with a young man from the university. She saw Hugo, talking amiably with a group of bankers. And she saw Cassandra, standing alone near the French doors, a glass of champagne in her hand, watching her sister with an expression that was not envy, but something far more chilling. A cool, clinical assessment. Later, much later, after the guests had departed and the house had settled into its nighttime rhythms, Alicia went in search of Kristen. She found the drawing room dark, the party's debris cleared away, and then she saw her, Kristen on the divan. The distorted silence. The end of the world. The investigation was a slow, grinding wheel. The police, polite but ultimately uninterested in the domestic dramas of the wealthy, found no signs of forced entry, no weapon, no motive that could be neatly typed onto a form. It was ruled a tragic, unexplained death, perhaps a sudden aneurysm, a failure of her fragile heart. The case was closed, but Alicia's investigation was just beginning. She moved through the following weeks like a ghost in her own home. The business, her great creation, now felt like a hollow shell. Hugo tried to comfort her, but his touch felt distant, his words meaningless. She began to sift through the remnants of that night, searching for a truth the police were too blind or too lazy to see. She found it in the smallest of details, a whisper in the silence. A single, long blonde hair, too pale to be Kristen's, caught in the intricate filigree of a silver hairpin that had been nestled in Kristen's upswept hair. A hairpin Alicia had last seen holding back the sophisticated chignon of her eldest daughter. And then she remembered the argument, not the words, but the aftermath. She had gone to the kitchen for a glass of water, her hands trembling with anger after her confrontation with Cassandra. From the pantry, she had heard the soft, furtive click of the drawing room door opening and closing. She had thought nothing of it at the time, a guest retrieving a forgotten wrap. Now the memory echoed with a new and terrible significance. She confronted Cassandra in the same drawing room, the divan now an accusatory presence. The afternoon light was thin and gray. "You were in here," Alicia said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "After we argued. You came in here." Cassandra was arranging a vase of white lilies, her movements calm and efficient. "I don't recall." "Your hairpin was in Kristen's hair." A flicker of something, annoyance, not guilt, crossed Cassandra's face. She admired it. "I told her she could borrow it for the evening." "Is that a crime, Mother?" "The police found nothing. They said it was her heart. Then it was her heart, Cassandra said, turning to face her. Her eyes were the same cool, assessing eyes from the party. She was always the weak one. It was only a matter of time. The words hung in the air, as tangible and poisonous as the silence that had greeted Alicia on the Day of the Dead. There was no confession, no dramatic breakdown. Only the quiet, unshakable certainty that her daughter was a monster, and that she, Alicia, had created her. She had built a fortress to keep the world out, and in doing so, she had locked a predator inside with the one thing she truly loved. She went to Hugo that night, in the small apartment above his warehouse. The air smelled of dust and old cotton. She told him everything, the hairpin, the memory of the door, the chilling exchange. Hugo listened, his face grave. He poured 2 fingers of whiskey but did not drink. Alicia, he said, his voice heavy. What would you have? There is no proof. Only a mother's terrible certainty. I have to know, she whispered, the words tearing from a raw place inside her. I have to hear it from her. And if you do, he asked, his eyes holding hers, what then? You cannot go to the police. You cannot undo what is done. You would only be destroying what is left of your life, your business, your name, your last remaining daughter. She's not my daughter, Alicia said, the words cold and final. Hugo was silent for a long time. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. The night of the party, he began, his voice dropping to a near whisper, as if the walls themselves were listening. After you and Cassandra argued, I saw her. She was upset. She came to me, asked for a glass of water. I was in the pantry getting more ice. I saw her go into the drawing room. She was only in there for a moment. And when she came out, she was smoothing down her dress, and she was smiling. The world stopped. The hum of the city outside faded into nothing. Alicia stared at him. At this man she had trusted, had loved, had built a life with. He had known all along. He had held this piece of the puzzle in his hands and had said nothing, allowing the silence to solidify into an official, comfortable truth. Why? The word was a breath, a ghost of itself. Hugo would not meet her gaze. He looked into his glass, his shoulders slumped. What good would it have done to have 2 daughters lost? To see you broken completely? The business, our future? It would have all been for nothing. It was a tragedy, Alicia. A terrible, tragic accident. Perhaps they argued. Perhaps Cassandra said something cruel. And the shark... His voice trailed off, a weak and dying thing. I thought I was protecting you. I only meant to... His sentence remained unfinished, hanging in the dusty air between them. A confession that confessed nothing and everything all at once. He had chosen the fortress, the business, the semblance of a life, over the brutal, annihilating truth. He had been an accomplice to the silence. Alicia stood. She did not look at him again. She walked out of the apartment and down the stairs, each step a deliberate act of leaving. She walked through the darkening streets, back toward the house on Caraway Street, back to the distorted silence that was now her only companion. She knew she would never leave. She and Cassandra would remain there, 2 ghosts haunting the same halls, bound together by a crime that could never be proven, and a loss that could never be mourned. The final, unspoken truth of their war whispering forever in the spaces between the ticks of the grandfather clock. The walk home was not a journey through the city, but a descent into a new and deeper stratum of silence. The sounds of the street, the distant clang of a trolley, the murmur of late-night pedestrians, did not penetrate the shroud that had fallen over her. They were like noises from a dream, irrelevant and faint. Hugo's words echoed in the hollowed-out space where her heart had been, not as a shock, but as a final sickening confirmation of the world she had built. It was all a transaction. Love, loyalty, truth. They were all just currencies in an economy of survival, and she had taught her daughters the rules too well. She let herself into the house on Caraway Street. The air inside was stale, thick with the ghosts of the party and the heavier ghost of what followed. The grandfather clock in the hall ticked on, a metronome counting out a life sentence. She did not turn on the lights. She moved by memory and by the faint gray moonlight that filtered through the tall windows. Cassandra was in the drawing room. She was sitting in a high-backed chair, not reading, not sewing. Simply sitting in the dark, a pale silhouette against the dark velvet. She did not startle as Alicia entered. It was as if she had been waiting. Alicia stood before her, the divan a dark shape between them. She did not speak. She simply let her presence be the question. After a long moment, Cassandra's voice cut through the dark, cool and smooth as polished marble. "You've seen Hugo." It was not a question. "He saw you," Alicia said. Her own voice was a dry rustle, stripped of all its former force. "He saw you go in. He saw you come out." Cassandra shifted slightly. The moonlight caught the line of her jaw. And what did he see? A daughter checking on her sister. A moment of familial concern. A faint, cruel smile was audible in her tone. He saw what he wanted to see. What was most convenient for him to see. He is a small man, Mother. You never should have allied yourself with small men. They lack the constitution for difficult truths. The admission was there, wrapped in contempt, but offered freely. There would be no dramatic scene, no tearful confession. This was the settlement of their accounts. "Why?" Alicia asked. The same, useless word she had offered Hugo. Cassandra let out a soft, breathy sound that was almost a laugh. "You really have to ask. You, who taught me that everything has a price? You gave her everything. The softness, the love, the security. You gave her the part of the business that was a sure thing. A comfortable annuity for a comfortable life. You gave me nothing but your ambition, which is just another word for hunger. You made her your treasure." She paused, and in the silence, Alicia could feel the cold focus of her gaze. "I simply balanced the books." Alicia felt the truth of it, cold and sharp as a surgeon's blade. She had not created a monster. She had created a mirror. Cassandra was the pure, unadulterated embodiment of her own will to survive, refined of all the messy human sentiment that had made Alicia love Kristen. She had not favored Kristen because she was weak. She had favored her because she was good, and in doing so she had proven to Cassandra that goodness was the ultimate currency, the final prize. So Cassandra had simply taken it off the board. "We will never speak of this again," Alicia said. It was not a command, but a statement of fact. There was no one else to tell. The law was blind. Hugo was complicit. The world outside was irrelevant. "Of course not," Cassandra replied, her voice dripping with a bored finality. "There is nothing to say." Alicia turned and left the room. She climbed the stairs to her bedroom, each step an effort of will. She did not undress. She sat on the edge of her bed, in the dark, and looked out the window at the sleeping city. The fortress was complete. The walls were impenetrable. She had kept the world out, and in the end, it was the world outside that was safe. Inside, she was the prisoner, and her jailer was the perfect, ruthless creature she had raised. The silence was no longer a weight pressing in from the outside. It had become a part of her, a core of absolute zero, around which the rest of her life would slowly, inevitably freeze solid. The clock in the hall struck the hour, its chimes falling like stones into the deep, dark well of the house. The next morning, the household routine resumed with a terrifying normalcy. The maid brought tea to the drawing room where Cassandra sat, cool and composed, reviewing household accounts. Alicia descended the stairs, dressed for the day, her face a carefully arranged mask of placid indifference. They did not look at each other. Words were exchanged about the weather, about a shipment of silk that was delayed, about the need to call for a chimney sweep. They were perfectly civil, two partners managing a shared enterprise. The charade was the most brutal fight they had ever waged. Hugo came to the shop 2 days later. He stood awkwardly by the counter, his hat in his hands, his eyes pleading. Alicia looked up from a ledger, her gaze as impersonal as if he were a stranger asking for directions. "Alicia, please," he began. "We must talk." "There is nothing to discuss," she said, her voice even and devoid of inflection. "The terms of our business arrangement remain unchanged. I will require the bolt of dove-gray velvet by Thursday." She looked back down at her ledger, a clear dismissal. He stood for a moment longer, a monument to his own regret, then turned and left. The bell on the door jingled merrily in his wake. She did not watch him go. Life became a series of performances. They attended the opera together, mother and daughter, a picture of elegant solidarity. They hosted a small dinner party for a few of Cassandra's new, ambitious acquaintances. Alicia played the part of the proud, slightly weary matriarch, basking in the reflected glow of her daughter's social poise. She watched Cassandra hold court, her wit sharp, her beauty dazzling, and she felt a cold dread that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with a profound aesthetic appreciation of a masterpiece of destruction. One evening, nearly a year after Kristen's death, Cassandra announced her engagement to a young man from a politically powerful family, a man whose name opened doors Alicia had never even known existed. He was charming, vacuous, and utterly enthralled by Cassandra's calculated brilliance. He saw the formidable mother and the successful business as assets, a compelling narrative of self-made strength. "He will be president one day, I think," Cassandra said offhandedly as they reviewed the wedding plans. She was not boasting. She was stating a fact, a future she had already mapped out and intended to possess. Alicia simply nodded. She had long since run out of reactions. She funded the lavish wedding, a spectacle that was the talk of the season. She stood beside Cassandra at the ceremony, a smile etched onto her face. She watched her daughter become a new person, with a new name and a new, more powerful fortress to inhabit. After the wedding, the house on Caraway Street was truly silent. Alicia was alone with the ticking clock and the divan. She continued to run the business, for it was the only mechanism left to her, the only thing that still moved. One afternoon, she was going through a trunk of old fabrics in the back of the shop, her hands moving by rote, when her fingers brushed against something soft and familiar. She pulled it out. It was a small, faded sampler, a clumsy attempt at embroidery Kristen had made as a child. It depicted a crooked house under a smiling sun, the words, "Home Sweet Home," stitched in wobbly letters beneath. Alicia stared at it, and for the first time since the silence had descended, a sound escaped her. It was not a sob, but a dry, ragged crack, the sound of a stone breaking deep within her. She did not cry. She simply folded the sampler carefully, her movements slow and precise, and placed it back in the trunk. She closed the lid. The sound echoed in the empty room, a final, soft period at the end of a long and terrible sentence. Then she stood, smoothed her dress, and walked back out into the shop to meet the next customer. The customer was a young woman, her face bright with hope, asking about fabric for her wedding gown. Alicia's hands, which had once poured passion into such consultations, now moved with a detached efficiency. She showed the girl silks and laces, her voice a calm, monotonous stream of information. She saw the girl's dreams reflected in her eyes, and felt nothing but the vast, insulating distance between them. This was her life now, a series of transactions conducted from behind a pane of glass. Cassandra, now Mrs. Eleanor Vance, began her ascent with a ruthless grace that both horrified and impressed her mother. Her name appeared in the society pages. Her opinions on fashion and civic duty were quoted with reverence. She had not just married into power, she was assimilating it. Alicia learned of her daughter's life through the newspapers, the articles arriving like dispatches from a foreign front. She never visited the grand new house on the hill, and Cassandra never invited her. Their business was concluded. Years bled into one another, marked only by the changing inventory of the shop and the gradual silvering of Alicia's hair. The business, once her consuming passion, was now a well-oiled machine that required little of her spirit. She managed it with a cool competence that mirrored her daughter's, a final, unwelcome inheritance. One afternoon, a letter arrived on thick, expensive stationery. It was an invitation not to a social event, but to the unveiling of a new public library wing, a project championed and largely funded by Mrs. Eleanor Vance. The note was formal, impersonal. It was also a command. Alicia went. She dressed in a simple, dark suit, a ghost at the feast. The ceremony was held in a gleaming marble hall. Cassandra, Eleanor, stood at the podium, radiant and authoritative. She spoke of civic duty, of the importance of legacy, of building institutions that would endure. Her voice, once cool and assessing, now carried the weight of genuine influence. She did not look at her mother in the crowd. When she finished, there was a thunderous applause. As the crowd milled about, Alicia stood near the back, preparing to slip away unseen. Then a small, well-dressed boy, no more than 5, darted through the forest of adult legs and bumped squarely into her. He looked up, startled. He had Kristen's eyes, a soft, warm blue, a genetic echo that struck Alicia with the force of a physical blow. A nanny hurried over, flustered, apologizing to the esteemed guest. But the boy just stared at Alicia, his head tilted. "You look sad," he said, his voice clear and unafraid. Before Alicia could form a response, a hand fell on the boy's shoulder. Cassandra was there, her smile polished and public. "Charles, you mustn't bother people," she said, her voice a gentle chide that did not reach her eyes. She looked at Alicia, and for a fleeting second, the mask of the society matron slipped, and the cool, clinical assessor was there, taking the measure of her mother's aging face, her solitary life. There was no triumph in that look, no hatred. There was only the simple, unalterable fact of their shared history, a locked room to which they both held the key, but which neither would ever open again. "Mother," Cassandra said, the word a hollow formality. "I'm glad you could come." Alicia merely nodded. She looked once more at the boy, at his innocent, curious eyes, and then she turned and walked away, leaving the noise and the light behind her. She walked back to the silent house on Caraway Street, to the ticking clock and the dust and the memory of a crooked, embroidered house under a smiling sun. The fortress was quiet. The war was over, and she had lost everything but the silence, which was now her only true companion. The silence in the house had long since ceased to be an absence of sound, and had become a physical presence, a fine dust that settled on every surface and filled her lungs with every breath. She moved through the rooms like a curator in a museum dedicated to a life that had never truly been hers. The business was sold, quietly, efficiently. The proceeds transferred to an account she never touched. It was a final, mechanical act of severance. One Tuesday, the mail brought a thick, glossy magazine. It must have been a subscription from a former business associate, a relic of a forgotten order. On the cover was a photograph of Cassandra, Eleanor, standing beside her husband, who was now a senator. They were flanked by their children, the boy, Charles, now a young man, and a younger girl. The headline proclaimed, "The Vances, a legacy of service and family." Alicia did not open it. She placed it in the fireplace and watched the glossy paper curl and blacken, the flames consuming the smiling, perfect faces. Her own health began a slow, quiet decline. It was not an illness with a name, but a gradual relinquishment. The doctor came, a kind, worried man, and spoke of fatigue, of a need for rest and care. She thanked him and did not schedule a follow-up. She stopped going out altogether. The world beyond the windows of Caraway Street became a muted painting, its sounds and movements no more real to her than a play performed on a distant stage. The end, when it came, was on a Thursday. The morning was gray and still. She was in the drawing room, seated in the same high-backed chair where Cassandra had waited for her that final night. She felt a peculiar lightness, a sensation of layers being gently peeled away. The ticking of the clock, which had been the drumbeat of her isolation, began to soften, its rhythm slowing, stretching. In the growing quiet, a memory surfaced, not of Kristen's death, nor of Cassandra's betrayal, but of a summer afternoon years before any of it. The girls were small, perhaps 6 and 8. They were in the garden behind the house, chasing fireflies as the twilight deepened. Kristen, clumsy and laughing, tumbled onto the grass. Cassandra had stopped, had turned back, and for a fleeting moment, before duty or calculation could set in, she had offered her sister a hand, her face in the half-light, unguarded and simply kind. It was a moment so small, so insignificant, it had been buried under the weight of everything that followed. Alicia held that image in her mind as the light in the room began to fade at the edges. The silence was finally complete, a perfect, unbroken sphere. There was no fear, no regret, only a profound and weary acceptance. The last thing she was aware of was not the room, nor the memory, but the simple, startling absence of the clock's tick. The sound had stopped, and in the vast, quiet expanse that remained, there was, at last, nothing more to lose. The house on Caraway Street was discovered 3 days later by the milkman, who noticed the bottles piling up on the step. The police found her in the chair, her posture still regal, her face a placid mask that gave no hint of its final thoughts. The official cause of death was listed as heart failure, a neat and clinical term for a silence that had simply become too vast to contain. The funeral was a small, perfunctory affair, arranged by a lawyer with funds from the estate. A handful of former business associates attended, their presence a muted tribute to a woman they had once respected, then quietly forgot. They spoke in hushed tones of her sharp mind, her impeccable taste, the tragedy of her later years. No one mentioned her daughters. It was as if they had never existed. Cassandra, now Eleanor Vance, did not come. She was in the Capitol, attending a vital committee hearing. A lavish, somber wreath of white lilies arrived at the funeral home, the card bearing only her married name. It was a gesture of perfect, impersonal propriety. Her absence was a louder statement than any presence could have been. The accounts were closed. The balance was final. In the weeks that followed, the contents of the house were sold or donated. The grand furniture, the leftover fabrics, the ticking grandfather clock, all of it was dispersed into the world, carrying no stories with it. The house itself was purchased by a young couple from out of town who were charmed by its bones and unaware of its history. They painted the walls in bright, cheerful colors and filled the rooms with the noise of their children and their own uncomplicated dreams. One afternoon, as the wife was cleaning out a forgotten cupboard in the attic, her hand brushed against a small, soft bundle tucked deep into a corner. She pulled it out and unfolded it. It was a child's sampler, embroidered with a crooked house and a smiling sun. The stitching was clumsy. The colors faded. She smiled, a little sadly, at the simple sentiment. She almost threw it away, but something in its forlorn hope stayed her hand. She took it downstairs and tucked it into a frame, hanging it in a sunny spot in the kitchen, where it looked quaint and old-fashioned. A harmless relic of a past that no longer had any power to speak. The young couple's life in the house was a vibrant counterpoint to the quiet that had preceded them. Laughter echoed in the halls, where only the tick of a clock had lived for so long. The sampler in the kitchen became just another object, a decorative touch the wife would sometimes glance at while preparing meals, feeling a faint, unplaceable melancholy before turning back to the demands of her own living family. Miles away, in a sun-drenched office overlooking the city, Eleanor Vance read the brief, factual obituary in the financial timesheet her assistant had left on her desk. A single, neat paragraph detailing the death of Alicia Vance, a respected businesswoman. She read it once, her expression not flickering. Then she folded the sheet precisely and dropped it into the shredder beside her desk. The mechanism whirred, chewing the paper into thin, unreadable ribbons. She did not pause. She picked up the next file, a proposal for a new urban development project, and began to read, her focus absolute. The past was a ledger that had been balanced long ago. There was no profit in revisiting it. The future, vast and malleable, was the only thing that concerned her now. The city changed around the house on Caraway Street. The quiet street saw more traffic. The old lampposts were replaced with brighter, harsher lights. The young couple raised their children and grew old there themselves, eventually selling the house to a developer who saw not a home, but a parcel of land. The house was demolished. The garden, where two little girls had once chased fireflies, was paved over for a parking lot. The sampler, lost in the rush of the estate sale, found its way to a thrift shop, and then into the hands of another stranger, for whom it had held no memory, only a vague, aesthetic charm. Eleanor Vance's star continued its cold, brilliant ascent. Her husband did not become president, but he attained a significant judicial appointment, a position of quiet, enduring power that suited her purposes perfectly. Her children were groomed for their own roles in the world she was building, a dynasty founded on pragmatism. Charles, the boy with his ant's eyes, occasionally felt a strange, formless ache, a sense of a story missing from its first chapter, but he never asked. The air in his mother's house was not conducive to such questions. Decades later, an elderly Eleanor, her beauty honed to a sharp, elegant geometry by time, sat in her private study. A biographer, a respectful young man writing a history of the city's influential families, had been granted an audience. He asked about her mother, about the origins of the family's formidable will. Eleanor considered the question, her gaze resting on a painting of a stormy sea that hung on the far wall. "My mother was a woman of her time," she said, her voice still clear, though thinner now, like fine ice. She understood the importance of structure, of building something that lasts. She offered nothing more. Her answer a polished stone, smooth and impenetrable. The biographer, sensing a door he was not meant to open, moved on to safer topics. After he left, Eleanor sat for a long while in the silent room. The silence was different from the one in the house on Caraway Street. It was the silence of control, of a world held perfectly at bay. She had won. She had built her fortress, and it had endured. And in the deep, quiet core of her, where the child Cassandra had once lived, there was only the faint, constant, and utterly familiar chill of absolute zero. The biographer's manuscript, when it was published, contained a single sanitized paragraph about Alicia Vance, describing her as a pioneering businesswoman and a devoted mother. Eleanor's staff ensured a copy was placed in her personal library, where it sat unread. Her work was done. Her legacy was secure. One spring, a great-granddaughter was born. During a rare family gathering, the infant was placed in Eleanor's arms. The child stirred, opening eyes of a startling warm blue, the same shade as Kristen's, the same as Charles had been, a jolt, sharp and unwelcome, passed through Eleanor, a sensation so foreign she almost did not recognize it. It was the ghost of a feeling long since extinguished. She handed the baby back to its mother with a steady hand and a polite, distant smile. That night, in the immense silence of her bedroom, she stood by the window looking out over the manicured grounds. For a single, vertiginous moment, the meticulously constructed walls of her life seemed to thin, to become transparent. She saw not the present, but the past. The cramped, vibrant workroom on Caraway Street, the smell of dye and ambition, the weight of a different, simpler future that had once seemed possible. The image was vivid, suffocating. Then, with a practiced, internal shift, she dismissed it. It was a trick of the light, a symptom of fatigue. She turned from the window, the moment already filed away, a solitary, irrelevant data point in the grand scheme of her existence. The fortress held. It would always hold. The great-granddaughter, named Clara, grew. She was a quiet, observant child, drawn to old things. On a visit to her great-grandmother's estate, she wandered into the private library, a room so vast and seldom used it felt like a tomb for books. Her small fingers trailed over leather-bound spines until they stopped on a thin, unassuming volume tucked away in a corner. It was not the biographer's book, but an older one, a ledger from a business long defunct. It had been placed there by a dutiful secretary decades prior, part of a collection of effects deemed historically insignificant but too connected to the family to discard. Clara pulled it out and opened it. The pages were filled with columns of numbers in a sharp, elegant hand, but tucked into the back was a single folded piece of paper, brittle with age. She carefully unfolded it. It was a child's drawing, rendered in faded crayon, of two stick figures holding hands under a lopsided sun. On the bottom, in a child's unpracticed script, were the words, "My family," and two names, Cassandra and Kristen. She took the drawing to her mother, who glanced at it with mild curiosity. "That must be from great-grandmother Eleanor's childhood," she said. "How quaint." She made to throw it away, but Clara clutched it tightly, a strange, protective feeling welling up in her small chest. She kept it, hiding it in a box of her own treasures, a secret relic of a story she would never know. Eleanor Vance died as she had lived, with impeccable control. Her passing was front-page news, her legacy celebrated in lengthy articles that chronicled her public works and her influence. The family, now sprawling and powerful, gathered for a funeral that was a masterclass in pomp and circumstance. It was a state occasion, a final performance. Clara, now a young woman, attended with her parents. As the eulogies droned on, echoing in the cavernous cathedral, her mind drifted. She thought of the faded drawing, of the two names linked together in a simplicity that felt unimaginable in the cold marble world her great-grandmother had inhabited. She looked at the faces of her relatives around her, all polished and proper, and felt a profound sense of disconnection. They were pillars of an institution. The children in the drawing were ghosts. After the service, as the family gathered for a private reception in the Vance mansion, Clara slipped away. She wandered the hushed, opulent halls until she found herself outside the door to the private study. It was unlocked. The room was exactly as Eleanor had left it, a monument to order and power. Clara's eyes fell on the painting of the stormy sea. She remembered a story, a fragment her mother had once mentioned, about a sister who had died young, a sister named Kristen. Standing there, in the heart of the fortress her great-grandmother had built, Clara did not feel the weight of legacy or the chill of power. She felt only a deep, abiding sadness for the two little girls in the drawing, and for the crooked, embroidered house that had been lost to time and silence. She understood then that some stories are not passed down but buried, and that the most enduring legacies are not always the ones made of stone and influence, but the quiet, tenacious ones that survive as a faint ache in the blood. A question without an answer that is passed, unknowingly, from one generation to the next. She left the study, closing the door softly on the preserved chill. The reception was a murmur of polished voices and clinking glass in the grand foyer. Her mother found her, a look of mild reproof on her face. "There you are. People are asking for you." Clara allowed herself to be led back into the fold, the moment of clarity already receding under the weight of familial expectation. Years later, long after the estate was divided, and the Vance name continued its trajectory under new, equally ambitious leadership, Clara found herself packing for a move. Her own life had taken a different path, away from the centers of power and toward the quiet study of historical textiles. In an old box, tucked beneath a stack of university notes, she rediscovered the childish drawing. The paper was more brittle now, the crayon even more faded. She smoothed it out on her desk, the two names a faint echo. On an impulse, she began to research. It was not difficult to find the public records. Alicia Vance, businesswoman daughter. Kristen Vance, deceased. Cassandra Vance, who became Eleanor. But the spaces between the facts were vast and dark. She found a reference to the house on Caraway Street, long since gone, and to the business, Vance Textiles, which had been dissolved decades ago. Her work eventually took her to the city for a conference. One afternoon, she broke from her schedule and took a taxi to the address she had memorized. She knew it would be different, but the sight of the featureless parking lot, the hum of cars where a garden might have been, was still a small shock. She stood on the asphalt, the sun warm on her shoulders, and tried to imagine the outline of a house, the ghost of a porch, the shadow of a window. A man was locking up a nearby shop. He saw her standing there, looking lost. "Can I help you, miss?" he asked. "I was just, looking for a house that used to be here," she said. "Oh, that's been gone for 30 years, maybe more," he said, shaking his head. "Nothing but this lot now, paved over before my time." Clara thanked him and turned to leave. As she walked away, her shoes scuffed against a loose piece of asphalt near the curb. Something small and pale was half buried in the dirt beneath it. Without thinking, she bent and picked it up. It was a shard of porcelain, no bigger than her thumbnail, its edge worn smooth by time and weather. On its surface was a tiny, hand-painted fragment of a blue flower, the color almost exactly that of the sky in the child's drawing. It was nothing, a piece of a broken cup, discarded and forgotten. It could have come from anywhere, but as she closed her hand around it, feeling its cool, smooth surface against her palm, she felt a connection, not to the formidable great-grandmother of the history books, but to the other one, the one who had lived and lost and faded into silence. It was not an answer, and it was not a legacy. It was just a piece of a broken thing, a quiet testament to a life that had been lived and loved, and was now as gone as the house itself. She put the fragment in her pocket and walked on, carrying the small, weightless proof of a story that had ended long before she had begun. The taxi ride back to her hotel was quiet. The city flowed past the window, a river of steel and glass that held no memory of blue flowers or firefly-lit gardens. In her room, Clara placed the porcelain shard on the nightstand. It looked like what it was, a piece of rubbish. Yet its presence was a quiet anchor in the rushing present. That night she dreamed not of people, but of a room she had never seen, filled with the rich, dusty scent of fabric, and the sound, clear as a bell, of a woman humming a tune she did not recognize. The next morning, she packed the shard carefully in a fold of soft cloth. The conference ended, and she returned to her own life, to her studies of woven histories and faded patterns. The fragment found a home on a shelf in her small study, next to a spool of antique thread and a book on domestic needlework. She did not show it to anyone. It was not a subject for academic papers or family conversation. It was hers alone, a touchstone to a private, unverifiable past. She married, had a daughter of her own, and sometimes on quiet afternoons she would tell her stories. Not the grand narratives of the Vance dynasty, but smaller, softer tales she invented about sisters in gardens and hidden treasures. Her daughter would listen, her eyes wide, and Clara would feel the faint echo of that other story, the real one, beating like a second, quieter heart beneath her own. The porcelain shard remained on the shelf, a speck of blue in the sunlight, a silent witness to the fact that even the most carefully erased stories leave a trace, if only someone knows how to look, and someone else is willing to remember the feeling of a long-vanished summer twilight. The thread of that other story, the one she had pieced together from silence and a child's drawing, wove itself subtly into the fabric of her life. She named her daughter Iris, for the flower, and for the way its layers of color held depths upon depths. As Iris grew, she developed a fascination with her mother's shelf of curiosities, her small fingers always reaching for the blue porcelain shard. "Be careful with that one, it's old," Clara would say, a familiar ache, soft as worn velvet, touching her heart. When Iris was 10, she brought home a school project, a family tree. She had filled it with the names she knew from photos and stories, the judges and the benefactors, the pillars of the Vance legacy. She pointed to the blank space next to Eleanor's name. "Didn't she have a sister?" she asked. Clara felt the air in the room grow still. She looked at her daughter's earnest face, at the unformed curiosity in her eyes, and knew the polished family stories would not suffice. "Yes," she said, her voice quiet. Her name was Kristen. She did not offer the few stark facts she knew. Instead, she went to her desk and took out the folded drawing. She smoothed it on the table before Iris. She drew this. Iris studied the two stick figures, her brow furrowed in concentration. "They were little," she whispered, as if this was the most profound discovery. She traced the faded crayon sun with her fingertip. "What happened to her?" "She died when she was young," Clara said, the words feeling both heavy and insufficient. Iris was silent for a long moment, looking from the drawing to the porcelain shard on the shelf. "It's sad," she concluded, not with drama, but with a simple, childlike gravity. "They were just little. That was all." The project was completed, the blank space filled with the name Kristen Vance, and the drawing was returned to its box. But something had shifted. The story was no longer Clara's alone. It was now a tiny, fragile seed planted in the next generation, not as a burden or a secret, but as a quiet truth. It would not change the world, or alter the course of the Vance dynasty. It would not rebuild the house on Caraway Street, but it meant that somewhere in the world, two people now knew the names Cassandra and Kristen, and remembered that before there was a fortress, there had been a home. And in that small domestic act of remembrance, the silence that Eleanor Vance had so meticulously cultivated was finally and completely broken. The following spring, Clara took Iris to the city. It was not for a conference, but for a purpose she had held privately for years. She did not take her to the parking lot. Instead, she found the small historical museum that housed the city's archival photographs. They spent an afternoon in the hushed, cool room, turning the pages of heavy binders. And then they found it. A black and white photograph, slightly blurred, of Caraway Street. It was taken from a distance, but there was the house. Its porch clearly visible, its small front garden, a dark smudge of foliage. Iris pressed her finger gently to the plastic sleeve covering the image. "That's it," she whispered. Clara nodded, her throat tight. "That's it." There were no people in the shot, no faces to put to the names. But it was real. It had existed. They left the museum hand in hand, the sun warm on their faces. The ghost of a house, now a shared, tangible memory between them. The past was not a ledger to be balanced, Clara thought. It was a story to be tended, a fragile, persistent blue flower pushing its way through the cracks in the pavement. Story 4. The wind came down from the hills first, a dry, whispering breath that combed through the tall, golden grasses on the ridge. It slipped through the seams of the modern glass house, a low, mournful note that was the only sound Canon Varela heard as he stood in the vast, empty living room. It was a sound that seemed to carry away all others, leaving behind a vacuum. A silence so profound it felt like a physical presence. He had been calling her name for an hour. Cassandra, darn. The name echoed now only in the chambers of his own skull. The wind had swept through and taken that, too. He walked to the wall of glass that looked out over the canyon. The sky was a hard, brilliant blue, but down in the shadows of the oak trees, the light was cold and blue. He saw a single leaf, a brittle copper thing, caught in the swimming pool filter. It spun in a lazy, trapped circle. That was the first clue, though he did not know it yet. It was the only thing out of place. Cassandra would never have allowed it. She kept a house that was a testament to order, a beautiful, sterile museum where even the dust dared not settle. The police arrived with the fading of the light, their cars silent but for the crunch of tires on the gravel drive. 2 detectives, a man and a woman. The man was older, his face a road map of long nights and bad coffee, name of Holloway. The woman, Reyes, had eyes that missed nothing, scanning the room like a camera lens, calibrating the expensive furniture against the cheap panic in Cannon's voice. He told them everything, his words tumbling out in a nervous, disjointed rhythm. She was there when he left for his morning run. He ran for an hour, maybe a little more. When he returned, the house was empty. Her phone was on the kitchen counter, a sleek, black obelisk. Her car, a silver sedan, was in the garage. Her purse was in its usual spot, slung over to the back of a dining chair. Nothing was missing. Nothing was disturbed. Except for her. Holloway asked the question gently, but it landed like a hammer. And how were things between you and your wife, Mr. Varela? Fine, Cannon said. They were fine. He heard the weakness in his own voice, the pathetic, pleading tone. He was a man who had always felt slightly too small for his own life, a man who had won a prize he could never quite believe was his. Cassandra was the sun around which his world orbited, brilliant and burning. To be suspected of harming her was a blasphemy he could not articulate. The story broke at dawn. Cassandra Varela. Society wife vanishes. The media descended like flies to honey, their satellite trucks lining the quiet cul-de-sac, their lenses pointed at the beautiful empty house. They fed on the image Cannon presented. A man bewildered, sweating under the lights, his answers a little too slow, his grief a little too tidy. They found a former colleague who mentioned Cannon's temper, a vague rumor from a forgotten office party. They found a neighbor who recalled hearing raised voices one night, though they could not say when. The narrative began to curdle, to sour from tragedy into suspicion. Camden and Eleanor, Cassandra's parents, arrived from their estate in Montecito. They were elegance personified, a pair of silver-haired sculptures carved from old money and colder resolve. They held a press conference on the immaculate lawn of a hotel, their postures rigid with a grief that seemed more for the disruption of their family's narrative than for the loss of their daughter. "We just want our daughter back," Camden said, his voice a low, cultured tremor. "We pray she is safe." And then the carefully placed dagger, delivered by Eleanor with a tearful, fragile smile. "We know Cannon is doing everything he can. He loved her so." It was not an affirmation. It was a question, hanging in the air for the world to hear. The public heard it. The online forums lit up. They dissected Cannon's every televised plea, his body language, the way he blinked too often. They decided he was guilty. A husband is always the first suspect. He's not crying right. Look at his eyes. He did it. The only sanctuary was his sister, Abigail. She came to the house after the police had left and the cameras had pulled back for the night. She brought groceries he would not eat, and a fierce, protective loyalty that was the only solid thing in his crumbling world. She cleaned the kitchen, her movements sharp and angry. "They're monsters," she whispered, scrubbing a counter that was already spotless. "All of them. They don't know you. But do I?" The thought came to him unbidden, a sly, poisonous vine curling up from the dark soil of his memory. Did he know Cassandra? He had married a woman of luminous smiles and devastating silences. A woman who could build you up with a word and dismantle you with a glance. Their marriage was a beautiful, locked room, and he was never sure if he was the cherished occupant or the prisoner. Detective Reyes found the credit card statement. A secret account, opened in Cannon's name, with a series of charges for a motel on the other side of the city. Charges from the afternoons Cassandra was supposed to be at her charity board meetings. Cannon stared at the paper, his blood turning to ice. "I didn't," he stammered. "I've never seen this. This isn't mine." Holloway's voice was flat, disbelieving. "Your name, Mr. Varela. Your social security number. Are you saying someone stole your identity to rent cheap motel rooms?" It was her. The realization was a cold, sickening plunge. Cassandra had access to everything. She managed their finances, their schedules, their lives. She had built this piece of evidence, this trapdoor beneath his feet. But why? The media feasted on the motel. The narrative of the cheating husband, the secret double life, was too delicious to resist. The pressure from the police intensified. They obtained a warrant to dig up the backyard. They found nothing but damp earth and worms, but the image of men in uniforms shoveling dirt on the evening news was a verdict in itself. Cannon sat in the interrogation room, the air thick and stale. Holloway laid out photographs. Cassandra laughing on a sailboat. Cassandra receiving an award. Cassandra gone. "We know it was a difficult marriage, Mr. Varela," Reyes said, her voice soft, almost sympathetic. "We know she had expectations. Maybe you couldn't live up to them. Maybe you argued. Things got out of hand." It was always out of my hands, Cannon thought, but he did not say it. He felt the walls of the room closing in, the story solidifying around him like cement. He was the villain in this tale. He had been cast in the role long before she disappeared. It was Abigail, relentless, who found the first crack. She went through the trash, the recycling, the digital detritus of their lives. She found a record of a deleted cloud storage account. She used a password Cannon remembered Cassandra mentioning once, a name from a novel she loved. The account held a single file. A video. They watched it on Abigail's laptop, huddled in Cannon's childhood bedroom at her apartment. The sounds of the city, a distant hum outside. The video was shaky, taken on a phone. It showed Cassandra. She was in a small, plain room, the motel room from the credit card statements. But she was not with a lover. She was alone. She was setting up the camera on the dresser, her face calm, purposeful. She sat on the edge of the bed, looked directly into the lens, and began to speak. Her voice was clear, devoid of the melodic warmth she used in public. It was a flat, analytical instrument. "Cannon, if you are seeing this, the plan has worked. They suspect you. Everyone suspects you." She spoke not of love or hate, but of design. She described their marriage as a study, an experiment in perception. "You were the perfect subject. So eager to please. so transparent in your insecurities. I built a perfect life, and I made you the custodian of it. And now, I am removing myself. I am the variable that vanishes." She explained it all, her words flowing in a slow, deliberate melody of manipulation. The secret credit card, the staged arguments overheard by neighbors, the careful cultivation of her own public image as a paragon, making her disappearance all the more damning for him. She had spent years laying the groundwork, weaving a web so subtle he never felt the threads until they were pulling tight around his neck. "I am not running from you, Canon. I am setting you free, in a way. Or perhaps I am finally proving what I always knew, that you are exactly what they say you are. Weak, predictable. A man defined by the absence of his wife. There is no body. There will be no trial. There will only be the doubt. It will follow you forever. That is my masterpiece." The video ended. The screen went black. Cannon felt nothing at first. A great, hollowed-out silence. Then, a terrible, awe-filled chill. She had not just left him. She had framed him for a murder that never happened, trapping him in a story from which there was no escape. Her absence was a more powerful weapon than her presence had ever been. He took the video to the police. Holloway and Reyes watched it in stunned silence. The case, which had been a roaring fire, was doused in an instant. There was no crime. There was only a cruel, brilliant work of psychological art. The media, cheated of a killer, lost interest almost overnight. The story of the manipulated husband was not as satisfying as the story of the murdering husband. The cameras left. The world moved on. Cassandra's parents, their faces etched with a new, profound shame, retreated into their gilded world without a word. The official file was marked closed. Unresolved. Months later, Cannon sold the glass house. He moved into a small, plain apartment. He got a new job. Life, in its mundane, relentless way, resumed. He went to the grocery store. He paid his bills. He had dinners with Abigail. On the surface, it was a quiet, normal life. The world saw a man who had been through a terrible ordeal and was now bravely moving on. But sometimes, late at night, he would wake from a dream drenched in sweat, the echo of her name on his lips. He would walk to the window and look out at the city lights, and he would feel it. Not her presence, but the shape of her absence, a perfect, Cassandra-shaped hole in the universe. It was more real than anything she had ever been. He was a free man. He had been exonerated in the eyes of the law and the public, but he knew, with a certainty that was as deep and cold as bedrock, that he would never be innocent. She had written the story of his guilt so perfectly that even in her vanishing, she had ensured he would never stop reading it. The wind would blow, a dry whisper through the telephone wires, and he would stand there, listening, a man forever waiting for a verdict that had already been delivered in a court of one. He started seeing her in crowds. Not a ghost, not a hallucination, but a trick of the light, a certain tilt of a head or a flash of blonde hair that would stop his heart for a single, suspended second. He knew it wasn't her. She was gone, truly gone, to some other country, some other life where she was someone else entirely. But his nervous system, conditioned by years of her, refused to accept it. It was a final, lingering symptom of the sickness she had left behind. His new apartment had a view of a brick wall and a fire escape. He preferred it to the canyon. The confined space felt more honest. He kept a single photograph of himself and Abigail as children, their faces smeared with ice cream. It was the only personal item on display. The rest of his life was a series of neutral choices, beige walls, a simple wooden desk, a bed with a plain gray comforter. He was building a life that offered no handholds for a narrative, a story with no characters, no plot. He met a woman at work. Her name was Lena, and she was kind. She had a quiet laugh and asked him questions about his day that expected no grand answer. They went for coffee, then dinner. It was pleasant, normal. On their third date, as they walked through a park, she slipped her hand into his. Her skin was warm. His own hand felt like a dead thing, a cold, unresponsive claw. He forced himself to squeeze back, to manufacture a smile. He saw the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She was sensing the void, the Cassandra-shaped hole that he carried with him everywhere. He knew then, with a sad, final clarity, that he could not let this continue. He was a contaminated site, and any attempt to build something new on this ground would only end in collapse. He ended it with Lena as gently as he could, citing the predictable, acceptable reason of not being ready. She was hurt, but understanding. He felt a profound loneliness afterward, but it was a clean loneliness, uncomplicated by the fear of poisoning someone else. One Tuesday evening, he was cleaning out a drawer, a final act of exorcism for the last of the things he had brought from the glass house. He found a book, a collection of poetry she had loved. He had never understood it. He opened it, and a single, folded sheet of paper fell out. It was not her handwriting. It was a printout of an email sent to an address he did not recognize. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a single sentence. The composition is complete. The subject performs as anticipated. It was dated the day before she disappeared. He sat on the floor of his apartment, the paper trembling in his hand. He had thought the video was the final word, her grand soliloquy, but this was something else. This was a note to a collaborator, an audience. She had not done this alone. The meticulous planning, the digital forgery, the sheer architectural scale of the deception, it made a terrible new sense. She had a partner, someone who understood her work, who appreciated her masterpiece. He felt a cold, sharp thrill, a feeling so alien he barely recognized it. It was purpose. For the first time since her disappearance, the fog of passive despair lifted. He was no longer just the subject of her experiment. He was a reader who had found a hidden footnote, a clue meant to be found, or perhaps one that had been carelessly left behind. He did not go to the police. They had closed the book. This was a new volume, and it was for him alone. He got up, went to his simple wooden desk, and opened his laptop. The search began not for Cassandra, but for the architect of his ruin, the silent partner in the composition of his life. The wind outside his window seemed to change its tone, no longer a mournful whisper, but a low, steady hum of anticipation. The story was not over. It had simply been waiting for him to turn the page. The email address was a dead end, a ghost account created and abandoned in the same digital breath. But the clue was not in the destination. It was in the language. The composition is complete. The subject performs as anticipated. The words were clinical, detached. They spoke of a shared vocabulary, a mutual understanding of the project. Cannon spent his nights in the blue glow of his laptop, falling into a rabbit hole of academic journals, art criticism, and psychological papers. He was looking for a particular kind of mind, one that would see his life as a canvas and his suffering as a pigment. He found a reference, buried in an obscure online forum dedicated to conceptual art. It was a discussion of living sculptures and social fictions. One user, with the handle Anon Architect, commented on a post about disappearances, writing, "The most powerful art is not the object, but the void it leaves behind. The true masterpiece is the echo." The sentiment was too perfectly aligned. It was her, or it was him, the partner. Using the few technical skills he possessed and calling in a favor from an old, discreet friend in it, he managed to trace the erratic digital footprints of Anon Architect. The path led through proxy servers and encrypted networks. But the pattern of activity, the times of day, the specific linguistic tics, began to paint a picture. This was not a random collaborator. This was someone who knew them, who had been close enough to observe the minutiae of their marriage. The specific texture of Cannon's vulnerabilities, his suspicion, a cold, hard stone settled on Dr. Alistair Finch. Finch was their marriage counselor. He had been Cassandra's idea, of course. A sleek, empathetic man with a soothing voice and expensive glasses who had listened to their problems for 6 months. He had borne witness to Cannon's fumbling attempts to articulate his loneliness within the gilded cage of his marriage. He had heard Cassandra's elegant surgical deconstructions of his character. Finch had access. He had understanding. He was a student of human fracture. Cannon did not confront him. He began to observe. He learned Finch's routines, his favorite coffee shop, the gym he attended, the small modern house he owned on the edge of the city. Cannon would sit in his car, a block away, watching the neutral-colored door. He felt no rage, only a detached, analytical curiosity. He was learning the methodology of his own destruction. One rainy Thursday, he saw her. Not Cassandra, but a woman leaving Finch's house. She was tall, with a familiar way of holding her shoulders, a certain sharp elegance even under a plain raincoat. It was Eleanor, Cassandra's mother. She got into a discreet town car and was gone. The connection snapped into place with the force of a seismic shock. It wasn't just a partner, it was a family affair. The press conference, the carefully placed doubts, they weren't just the reactions of grieving parents. They were part of the composition. He understood now. Cassandra hadn't just wanted to punish him or to create her masterpiece. She had wanted to escape them too. The perfect daughter, the perfect wife, the perfect projection of their will. She had used Cannon as the catalyst for her own vanishing act, and she had used her parents and their trusted psychologist to cement the narrative, to ensure he was the perfect, permanent scapegoat. She had freed herself from all of them. Cannon started the car, the windshield wipers slapping back and forth like a metronome keeping time with his racing heart. He drove not to the police, but to the public library. He went to the periodical section and requested the society pages from the year before Cassandra disappeared. He found the photo he was looking for. A charity gala. Cassandra and Cannon, smiling. And in the background, standing near the bar, were Eleanor and Dr. Finch, their heads inclined toward each other in quiet, intimate conversation. The conspiracy was not hidden. It had been in plain sight all along, another layer of the art. A joke played on a world that only saw the surface. He made a copy of the photograph. He placed it in a plain envelope with a single sheet of paper. On the paper, he typed the same sentence he had found in the book. The composition is complete. The subject performs as anticipated. He mailed it to Finch's office. 2 days later, his phone rang. The number was blocked. He answered. There was a long silence on the other end, filled only by the sound of measured breathing. Then, a click. The connection died. It was not the end. It was an acknowledgement. The subject was no longer just performing. He was writing back. And somewhere, out in the world, Cassandra would be reading his response. The game, he realized, was the only thing left of her, and he had just learned how to play. The rain started again, a soft patter against his window that felt like applause from a distant, unseen audience. He felt a strange calm. The frantic searching was over. The waiting had been transformed. He was no longer the victim awaiting a verdict, but a player who had just moved his first significant piece. He began to live his life with a new, deliberate transparency. He went to work. He had coffee with Abigail, telling her nothing but letting her see a new steadiness in his eyes. He was a man with a secret purpose, and it armored him against the lingering ghosts. He started frequenting the same places he knew Finch went: the art house cinema, the specific grocery store that sold the imported olives Finch preferred. He made sure to be seen, a quiet, persistent figure in the periphery. He was no longer hiding. He was presenting himself for observation, a subject turning to face the scientist. It was at a small gallery opening, a show featuring stark, minimalist sculptures, that Finch finally approached him. Cannon was standing before a twisted piece of polished steel, seeing his own distorted reflection, when he felt a presence at his shoulder. It lacks the human element, don't you think? Finch's voice was the same, smooth and therapeutic, but there was a new tension wire running through it. Does it? Cannon didn't turn. I think it's all about the human element. The shape isn't in the metal. It's in the empty space it creates around itself. Finch was silent for a moment. Cannon could feel the man recalibrating. The script had changed. I received your mail. I know. It was provocative. Cannon finally turned to look at him. The doctor's face was carefully neutral, but his eyes were active, searching Cannon's for a crack, a tell, a sign of the predictable man he had been documented to be. It was a quote I admired. I thought you might appreciate it, given your shared interests. The word shared hung in the air between them. Finch's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. I think it's important for you to focus on your own healing, Cannon, to close that chapter. Some compositions are best left unperformed. Is that a professional opinion? Cannon asked, his voice flat. Or a note from the co-author? Finch took a small, sharp breath. The genteel mask slipped for a single glorious second, and Cannon saw the frantic calculator behind his eyes, assessing the new variable. He had not expected this. He had expected a broken man, a silent man, a man who accepted his role. He had not prepared for a reader who understood the text. I think we're done here, Finch said, his voice regaining its clinical composure, but it was brittle now. I don't, Cannon replied softly, turning back to the sculpture. I think we're just beginning. Please give my regards to Eleanor. Tell her I was asking after the family. He walked away, leaving Finch standing alone before the twisted steel. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He could feel the man's gaze on his back, a hot, anxious point of pressure. He had introduced a flaw into their perfect composition, a note of dissonance. He walked out into the cool night air, the city lights smearing on the wet pavement. He didn't know where Cassandra was, and he no longer cared to find her. His target was the world she had left behind, the supporting cast in her drama. He would dismantle it, piece by piece, until the echo of her masterpiece was the only thing that remained, and even that would be a story he had helped to rewrite. The subject was no longer performing. The subject was conducting. The next morning, a courier delivered a small flat package to his apartment. There was no return address. Inside, nestled in plain tissue paper, was a single white chess piece. A queen. It was cool and heavy in his hand, carved from a single piece of marble. No note was necessary. The message was clear. She knew. She had always known he would find his way to this point. The game was not between him and Finch. It was, and always had been, between him and her. Finch was merely a pawn, a tool she had used and likely discarded. He set the queen on his simple wooden desk. It was the only ornament in the room. It did not feel like a threat. It felt like an invitation. He spent the day at work in a state of heightened focus, the weight of the marble piece a constant presence in his mind. He was considering his next move when his phone buzzed. It was Abigail. Can you come over? Her voice was thin, strained. There's someone here, a woman. She says she needs to talk to you. His blood went cold. Don't let her in. What does she look like? Not her, Abigail said, a tremor of relief and new fear in her voice. It's an older woman. She's intense. She said to tell you it's about the composition. Eleanor. He drove to Abigail's apartment, his mind racing. He found his sister in her living room, pale and clutching a mug of tea. Eleanor sat perfectly poised on the edge of the sofa, her back straight, a sleek leather portfolio on her lap. She looked as though she were waiting for a board meeting to begin. "Canon," she said, her voice devoid of the maternal grief she had so publicly performed. "We need to talk, alone." Abigail looked at him, her eyes wide with a question. He gave a slight, reassuring nod, and she retreated to her bedroom. "You've been bothering Alistair," Eleanor began, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. "That was unwise." "Was it?" Canon remained standing, looking down at her. "I thought it was just continuing the conversation, the one you all started without me." Eleanor's lips tightened. "You have no idea what you are interfering with. This is not some petty marital spat. This is her life's work." "Her life's work," Canon repeated, the words tasting like ash. "And what is your role in it? Patron? Producer?" "I am her mother," she said, and for the first time a flicker of something raw showed in her eyes. "I am ensuring her legacy is not interrupted by complications. Complications like me." "Precisely." She opened the portfolio and slid a single photograph across the coffee table. It was a recent image, taken with a long lens. Cassandra, sitting at a cafe in what looked like a European city, her face tilted toward the sun, a faint, unreadable smile on her lips. She was alive. She was free. The sight of her, so tangible and yet infinitely distant, was a physical blow. "She is happy," Eleanor stated. "She is creating. She has moved beyond the initial piece. You were a foundational element, Canon. Necessary, but complete. Your continued participation is a corruption of the art." He picked up the photograph, his hand steady despite the storm inside him. "So, this is a bribe? A threat? You show me she's alive and well and tell me to go away, or what?" "Or the narrative changes," Eleanor said coolly. "The grieving husband, so shattered by his loss, becomes unhinged. He begins to harass his former in-laws, his therapist. He becomes a danger to himself. Perhaps he even confesses to a crime he didn't commit, just to give the story an ending. The world so loves a tragic end." He looked from the photograph of his vibrant, absent wife to the cold, determined face of her mother. He saw the whole, terrible architecture of it. Eleanor wasn't just a collaborator. She was the curator. She was preserving the masterpiece, and he was a loose thread that needed to be trimmed or woven back into the intended pattern. He placed the photograph back on the table. "Tell her I'm not finished," he said quietly. "The composition isn't complete. The subject has revised the script." He turned and walked out, leaving Eleanor sitting in the silence of Abigail's living room. He didn't look back. He knew he had just escalated the war, but for the first time, he felt he was fighting on the right battlefield. He wasn't trying to prove his innocence anymore. He was fighting for the right to tell his own story. The Marble Queen felt heavy in his pocket, a cold companion on the long drive home. The game was indeed afoot, and he finally knew the rules. He did not go home. He drove to the edge of the city, to a barren overlook above the river. The water was a dark, churning ribbon under a moonless sky. He took the Marble Queen from his pocket and held it in his palm, its weight both an anchor and a provocation. Eleanor's visit was not a setback. It was a gift. She had confirmed everything. The conspiracy was real, and it was fragile enough to be threatened by his quiet persistence. He saw now that his initial goal, finding the partner, exposing the truth, was naive. The truth was a fluid thing they had sculpted. To fight them on that ground was to lose. He needed a new strategy, one they could not anticipate because it was not born of their cold, artistic logic. It had to be born of his own. The next day, he went to the bank and rented a safety deposit box. Into it, he placed the printed email, his copy of the society page photograph, and a detailed handwritten account of everything that had happened since finding the note in the poetry book. He included his suspicions about Finch and Eleanor, his receipt from the courier for the package containing the Queen, and a description of Eleanor's threats. He sealed the account in an envelope and wrote a single name on it: Abigail. He gave the bank manager a letter of instruction that the box was to be opened by his sister in the event of his death or disappearance. It was a simple, practical act, but it felt more powerful than any confrontation. He had created a backdoor in their narrative. If they tried to silence him, the story would not end with their preferred tragic ending. It would pivot, and the spotlight would swing back onto them. He then did something he had not done in years. He called an old friend from college, a man named Leo, who worked as an investigative journalist. He did not tell Leo the whole story. He merely said he was dealing with a complicated family situation involving his missing wife, and asked, hypothetically, how one might go about verifying the recent travel of a private citizen abroad. Leo, intrigued, asked a few probing questions before giving him the name of a discreet, expensive firm. Cannon knew he could not afford such a service, and hiring them would leave a trail. But the conversation itself was the point. He was re-engaging with the world, building his own network, creating ripples. He was sure that Finch or Eleanor would eventually detect these ripples. Let them wonder how far his resources extended, who he was talking to. The uncertainty would eat at them. A week passed. The silence from the other side was absolute. No more packages, no more visits. The pressure of the quiet was immense, a vacuum waiting to be filled. He found himself standing for long minutes in front of the White Queen on his desk, not as a player contemplating a move, but as a man looking at an artifact from a lost civilization. It was a piece of her, a fossil of her mind. He realized he was no longer trying to win her game. He was trying to understand it, to see the beauty in its cruelty, because to understand it was to understand the woman he had loved, and in doing so, perhaps finally exorcise her. One evening, his phone lit up with a notification. It was a calendar alert, one he had forgotten he'd made years ago. It was the anniversary of their first date. He stared at the screen, the mundane digital reminder a stark contrast to the gothic drama of his life. For a moment, the old loneliness threatened to return, the clean loneliness becoming polluted with a memory of her laugh, the scent of her perfume. He deleted the alert. Then he picked up the Marble Queen, walked to his window, and opened it. The city hummed its indifferent song below. He held the piece over the void, his fingers tight around it. This was the expected move, the dramatic gesture of letting go, the final act of a man freeing himself from a ghost. He did not drop it. He brought it back inside and placed it firmly on the desk. Letting go was their narrative. Keeping it, studying it, using its weight to make himself stronger, that was his. The composition was not complete. He was still writing his part, and he had decided it would not be a tragedy, nor a revenge fantasy. It would be a story of endurance. And he was only just beginning to learn how to endure. The following morning, the silence broke. It was not a phone call or a package, but a news alert on his phone. The headline was brief and brutal. Prominent psychologist Alistair Finch found dead in apparent suicide. Cannon's breath caught. He read the article with a cold, clinical detachment. Finch had been found in his study. A note was mentioned, its contents undisclosed. The article spoke of the pressures of his work, his dedication to his patients. Cannon knew it was no suicide. It was a revision. Eleanor, or perhaps Cassandra herself, had deemed Finch a liability. He had cracked under Cannon's pressure, and he had been edited out of the composition. The clean, clinical nature of it was more terrifying than any overt threat. They were pruning the narrative with ruthless efficiency. He expected to feel fear, but a strange clarity settled over him instead. They had shown him their ultimate move. They were willing to kill to protect the story. This changed the calculus entirely. His safety deposit box was no longer just a precaution. It was his only lifeline. He went through his day with a heightened awareness of every sound, every passing glance. He was a character in a story where the authors were not afraid to use a permanent delete. That evening, he found himself standing outside Abigail's apartment building. He hadn't called. He just needed to see her, to anchor himself in something real. As he approached the entrance, a man in a dark suit fell into step beside him. "Mr. Cannon," the man said, his voice low and pleasant. "A moment of your time." Cannon stopped. "Who are you?" "The name is Miller. I represent certain interested parties." Miller smiled, a thin, professional expression. "We understand you've been under a great deal of stress. The tragic news about Dr. Finch. It must be very difficult." "Is that what we're calling it?" Cannon said, his voice steady. "We're calling it a reason for you to consider a change of scenery," Miller replied. He slid a long white envelope from his inside pocket. "Inside you will find a first-class ticket to Zurich, departing tomorrow, and documentation for a new account, a very generous one. It's a grant, you could say, for your continued silence and your immediate departure." Cannon took the envelope. It was heavy. "And if I refuse the grant?" Miller's smile did not waver. "Then the narrative becomes considerably less generous. The police will find a trail of evidence leading from Dr. Finch's concerns about your deteriorating mental state to a very compelling case against you. The grieving husband, distraught over his therapist's inability to bring his wife back, seeks a final, violent revenge. It's a story." So this was the choice: exile or a cage. He looked at the envelope in his hand, then at Miller's impassive face. They were still trying to write his ending. They were giving him two carefully crafted options, both of which served their art. He didn't open the envelope. He tore it in half, then in half again, letting the pieces flutter to the sidewalk at Miller's feet. "Tell them I'm flattered by the offer," Cannon said. "But I'm declining the grant. I prefer to be a patron of my own story." Miller's smile finally vanished, replaced by a look of cold assessment. He gave a curt nod. "I'll convey your decision." He turned and walked away, disappearing into the evening crowd. Cannon stood there, his heart hammering against his ribs. He had just burned the last bridge to a peaceful resolution. He looked up at the lights in Abigail's window. He couldn't go up. He would only be painting a target on her back. He turned and walked away, heading not home, but into the anonymous heart of the city. He was off the page they had written for him. He was in the margins now, and he would have to learn to live there. He walked for hours, the city's noise a blanket around him. He was not running, he was thinking. They had offered him exile or a frame. He had chosen a third path, one for which they had no contingency. They were architects of a grand public narrative. Their tools were psychology, money, and staged tragedy. His world had shrunk to the elemental. His tools were patience, observation, and the simple, unshakable fact of his own existence. He found a cheap, anonymous motel on the far side of the city and paid in cash. The room smelled of bleach and stale cigarettes. It was perfect. He sat on the edge of the thin mattress and took out his phone. He navigated to a cloud storage account he hadn't used in years. He began uploading the contents of the safety deposit box, scanning his handwritten pages with his phone's camera. The images were grainy but legible. He set the files to be automatically emailed to Leo, his journalist friend with a 72-hour delay. If he did not log in to cancel the command, the story would be sent. It was a second backdoor, a digital ghost that would speak if he were silenced. The next day, he did not go to work. He called in sick, his voice a convincing rasp of fatigue. He went to a public library instead, using a computer terminal to research Eleanor. He dug past the society page philanthropy and the board memberships. He looked for the foundation, the money. He found it buried in a labyrinth of shell companies and trusts, a financial sculpture as complex and deliberate as any piece of art. It was her masterpiece, the mechanism that funded her daughter's freedom. He spent the afternoon in a quiet corner of the reading room, a stack of books on economics and forensic accounting open on the table. He was not an expert, but he was a quick study. He was learning the grammar of their language. He understood now that Cassandra's disappearance was not an isolated act of betrayal. It was the central performance in a larger, ongoing production funded by her mother's wealth and protected by Finch's credibility. With Finch gone, a pillar had been removed. The structure was under stress. His phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. Just 2 words. Checkmate soon. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the library's air conditioning. It was her, Cassandra Doughton. She was watching, or someone was watching for her. The message was not a question, it was a taunt. She believed the endgame was near, and that she held the winning position. He did not reply. He deleted the message and powered off the phone. Let them watch a blank screen. He left the library as the sun was setting. He bought a simple prepaid phone from a convenience store, the kind of untraceable burner he had only seen in movies. It felt crude and powerful in his hand. He programmed in only one number, Abigail's new secret number, which he had made her get the day after Eleanor's visit. He walked back to his motel, the city lights beginning to glitter like broken glass. He was a ghost in the machine of their lives now, a glitch in their perfect composition. He had no grand plan, no masterstroke to unveil. His strategy was simply to persist, to be the inconvenient fact they could not erase, the dissonant note that refused to be resolved. He would make their art ugly. He would make it cost them. He unlocked the door to his room and stepped inside, the silence his only companion. The game was not over. It had simply moved to a darker, quieter board. The silence in the motel room was a physical presence, thick and watchful. Cannon sat in the single chair, the prepaid phone on the small table beside him. He had not turned on the lights, letting the city's neon glow paint shifting patterns on the walls. Checkmate soon, the words echoed in the quiet. They were meant to unnerve him, to make him feel like a pawn being herded toward a capture. But the message had the opposite effect. It confirmed his new strategy was working. He was causing enough friction to be noticed, to be taunted. He was a splinter in their finger, too deep to ignore. He thought of the financial records, the intricate web of companies. That was the foundation, not the art. The art was the performance, but the foundation was cold, hard money. Eleanor would protect that above all else. He needed to find a loose thread in that web, a transaction that didn't belong, a payment that could be traced back to a living, breathing Cassandra. The next morning, he returned to the library. He ignored the public terminals, knowing they could be monitored. Instead, he used the burner phone's data, a slow and tedious process, to access a secure, encrypted forum Leo had told him about years ago. He created a new anonymous identity and posted a carefully worded query. He described a theoretical problem, tracking the international expenses of a person who was legally deceased but financially active, focusing on small recurring payments for things like utilities, rent, or digital services. These were the mundane details of life, the things even a grand artist needed to survive. They were the digital footprints their art tried to erase. Within an hour, he had several private messages. Most were offers for expensive, illicit services. One, however, was different. It was a simple list of data broker sites and public records databases in various European countries, along with a warning. Look for the patterns, not the person. The money always talks. And she was showing him her location was beautiful. It was a final, cruel taunt. He looked at the image for a long time, then saved it. He didn't delete it. He would add it to his collection, another piece of evidence. The blue sea and the wooden table were clues. The game was indeed afoot, and for the first time, he felt he was closing in on the true queen. He walked to the edge of the city, to a pier where the water slapped against old wooden pylons. The air smelled of salt and diesel. He took out the burner phone and the printed record. He held them both in his hand, two different kinds of truth. One was a cold, legal fact. The other was a sun-drenched provocation. He needed to bridge the gap between them. C.A. Muse. The name was a joke, a signature. She had always said he was her muse. Now, she had made it legal, financial. She had institutionalized their private joke, turned it into a shell for her new life. The sheer arrogance of it was breathtaking. It was her way of saying he was still part of her art, even now, as a patron funding her freedom, or a ghost she was taunting. He couldn't go to the police. What would he say? That his legally dead wife was receiving bank fees? He had no proof she was alive, only a hunch and a photograph of a chess piece. Leo was his only outlet, but involving him further felt like handing him a lit fuse. This was his burden, his composition to unravel. He found a quiet bench overlooking the water and used the burner phone to call the only numbers stored in it. Abigail answered on the second ring, her voice a whisper of concern. "Thomas, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he said, and the simplicity of the lie was a comfort. "I need you to do something for me. It's going to sound strange." "Everything about this is strange," she replied, a thread of steel in her whisper. "I need you to go to a gallery, a modern art place. Look for anything by an artist named C.A. Muse, or any references to that name. Don't ask any questions. Just look." "New." There was a long pause. "C.A. Muse? Thomas, what is this?" "It's a thread, Abby. Just a thread. If you find something, don't touch it. Don't engage. Just call me and tell me what you saw." He gave her the names of a few galleries he remembered Cassandra admiring. After he hung up, he felt a pang of guilt. He was pulling his sister into the margins with him, but he had no other eyes he could trust. He sat on the bench until the sun dipped below the skyline, the printed record growing damp in his clenched hand. He was no longer just enduring. He was hunting. 2 days later, the burner phone rang. It was Abigail. Her voice was no longer a whisper. It was tight with controlled excitement. "I found it," she said. "Not in a gallery, in a small design shop. They had a line of ceramics, vases. Very simple, very expensive. The artist's name was on a small card. C.A. Muse. Cannon's heart, stalled. "Where? What shop?" She gave him the name and an address in a trendy, upscale neighborhood he knew well. It was a place Cassandra had loved. "There was a photo of the artist on the wall," Abigail continued. "It was blurry, taken from a distance. She had dark hair, pulled back. She was turned away from the camera, working at a wheel. Did it look like her? I don't know, Thomas. It could have been. It was just a shape, really. But the name, it's too much of a coincidence, right?" It was no coincidence. It was a move. She was inserting her new identity back into the world she had left, testing its strength, seeing if it would hold. She was planting a flag. He thanked Abigail and told her to stay away from the shop. He knew what he had to do next. He had to see it for himself. He had to stand in that shop and see the ghost she had become, the artist known as C.A. Muse. He had to look his wife in the eye, even if it was only through the cold, fired clay of a vase. He went to the shop the next morning when it opened. A bell chimed softly as he entered. The air was cool and smelled of clay and expensive perfume. The space was minimalist, with stark white walls and polished concrete floors. His eyes scanned the room, past the jewelry and the abstract paintings, and found them on a low backlit shelf. 3 vases. They were tall and slender, a pale, milky gray, their surfaces textured with fine, swirling lines like fingerprints. They were beautiful and utterly alien. He walked toward them, his footsteps echoing in the quiet space. A woman emerged from a back room, smiling a practiced gallery smile. "Can I help you?" she asked. Cannon pointed to the vases. "These, the artist. C.A. Muse, is she local?" The woman's smile became slightly fixed. "Oh, no. She's European. We're one of the only stockists in the country. Her work is very sought after." European dots, the blue sea in the photograph. "Do you have a catalog, a website for her?" "I'm afraid not. She's very private. We receive the pieces through her representative." The woman gestured vaguely. "It adds to the allure, don't you think?" He thought of the labyrinth of shell companies, the Liechtenstein LLC. The representative was likely a lawyer, a buffer of legal paperwork. He was looking at the art, but the artist was insulated by a dozen layers of corporate fiction. He reached out, his fingers hovering just above the cool, smooth surface of the central vase. He could feel the woman watching him, her professional smile beginning to fray at the edges. "It feels like a memory," he said, his voice low. The woman blinked. "I'm sorry?" "Nothing." He pulled his hand back. He had seen what he needed to see. The art was real. The identity was being carefully, publicly cultivated. C.A. Muse was being introduced to the world. This was no longer just about hiding. It was about being reborn. He bought the smallest of the 3 vases. The transaction felt surreal, handing over cash for a piece of his wife's new life. The woman wrapped it meticulously in tissue paper and placed it in a heavy, cream-colored bag. As he took it, he felt the weight of it, both physical and symbolic. He was now a customer, a collector of the ghost. He walked out of the shop, the bag swinging from his hand. He didn't go back to the motel. He went to the post office. He bought a sturdy cardboard box and packing materials. He addressed the box to Leo, using the old, secure address his friend used for sensitive documents. He included a note, written in a clear block print. "A gift from C.A. Muse. Trace the shipment. Find the source." He did not sign it. He paid for the most expensive international tracking available and sent it on its way. He was putting the ghost in the mail. Let Leo, with his resources and his nose for a story, follow the physical trail of the vase back to its origin. It was a risk, sending the only piece of tangible evidence he had, but it was a necessary one. He was dividing the labor. He would continue to pressure the narrative from the inside, while Leo traced its physical roots. He left the post office feeling lighter, the weight of the vase now transferred into the system. A seed of truth planted in the logistics network. He checked his phone. No new messages. The silence felt different now. It was no longer just a void. It was the quiet of a stage being reset. He had responded to her taunt, not with the words, but with an action. He had purchased a piece of her performance and sent it out into the world to be investigated. The game had changed again. He was no longer just a character or a ghost. He had become a critic. Story 5. The silence was the first thing he noticed. It was a specific kind of silence, the dense and expectant quiet of a place that should have been filled with sound. The old high school's art room, a cavern of scarred tables and north-facing windows, was always loud with the scrape of charcoal on newsprint, the soft thud of a kneaded eraser, the low murmur of teenagers discovering shape and shadow. But that evening, as Garrett pushed the heavy door open, the only sound was the faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, buzzing like trapped insects. The air was thick with the ghosts of turpentine and clay dust, but the life was gone. He stood for a moment in the doorway, his own breathing loud in his ears, feeling the absence not just of noise, but of a presence. It was the emptiness of a stage after the play has ended, when the audience has departed and the actors have vanished into the night. He had come back for a portfolio left behind by a promising, if forgetful, student. The drawings were still there, propped against his desk, but his focus was pulled to the far window. On the wide sill, a single long-stemmed white lily lay, its petals flawless and waxy in the dying light. It was an odd, almost ceremonial object for this room of practical mess. As he approached, he saw the small card tucked beneath the stem. It was blank. The gesture felt like a message in a code he did not possess, a whisper from a world that abutted his own orderly existence, but was governed by entirely different laws. Weeks passed, the memory of the lily fading into the background hum of his life. Then, on a night of relentless, misting rain, he saw her. He was driving the winding cliff road that led from the town of Seabrook back to his small cottage, the windshield wipers beating a sluggish rhythm against the downpour. The headlights of his old sedan cut a frail path through the gloom, and for a moment, he thought he saw a deer, a pale flash at the edge of the asphalt. He slowed, and the shape resolved into a woman. She stood in the rain, barefoot, her white dress plastered to her skin, her dark hair a slick helmet against her skull. She was not trying to flag him down. She was simply standing there, a statue of distress, her eyes wide and unseeing. Garrett pulled over, his heart hammering a sudden, frantic beat against his ribs. He opened the door, the sound of the rain intensifying. "Miss? Are you all right?" She flinched as if struck, her gaze snapping to his. Her eyes were the color of a stormy sea, and in them he saw a terror so profound it felt like a physical blow. "He can't find me," she whispered, her voice raw. "You mustn't tell him you saw me." "Who? Who can't find you?" She shook her head, a frantic, bird-like motion, and took a step back toward the dark line of the pines. "The house. He keeps me in the house." Then she turned and fled, her white form swallowed by the forest before he could form another word. Garrett stood in the rain, the cold seeping through his jacket. The woman's fear, a contagion in the air. He got back in his car, his hands trembling on the wheel, and drove home. He did not sleep. The image of the woman in white was burned onto the back of his eyelids. The next day, he made discreet inquiries. The great house on the cliffs, Blackwater Manor, was owned by the Thorne sisters, Eleanor and Isabel. Their family was old money, the kind that built towns and then receded from public view, their lives conducted behind high walls and tinted windows. The husband of the elder sister, Eleanor, was a man named Eric Vance, a financier from Boston who had married into the name and the fortune. Garrett knew of him only from society page photographs, a man with a smile that never reached his cold, calculating eyes. A few days later, under the pretense of proposing a community art program for the estate grounds, Garrett found himself at the iron gates of Blackwater Manor. The house was a hulking Victorian monstrosity of gables and turrets, its dark woods stained nearly black by salt and time. He was received in a sunroom that felt more like a gilded cage. Eleanor Thorne Vance was a woman of sharp angles and sharper intelligence, her posture perfect, her handshake firm and brief. Her sister, Isabel, sat by the window, a sketchbook in her lap. She was the opposite of Eleanor, all soft curves and wistful gazes, her fragility evident in the delicate way she held her pencil. And then there was Eric Vance, who entered the room with the quiet confidence of a man who owned everything in it, including, it seemed, the very air. It was when Isabel looked up to greet him that Garrett's breath caught in his throat. It was her, the woman from the rain, the stormy sea eyes, the same dark hair. But the terror was gone, replaced by a placid, almost dreamy calm. She showed no recognition. She smiled a gentle, distant smile, Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Garrett. The conversation was a minefield of polite nothings. Eric's voice was a smooth, low baritone that filled the room. His questions about the art program pointed, and slightly condescending. Eleanor was pragmatic, her gaze analytical. Isabel said little, her attention drifting back to her sketchbook. As Garrett was leaving, his confusion a whirlpool in his mind, a man descended the grand staircase. He was handsome in a way that was almost too perfect, with sun-streaked hair and an easy, charming smile. Eric introduced him as Adam, a business associate from Switzerland, staying at the manor while they finalized a new venture. Adam shook Garrett's hand, his grip firm, his eyes a startling, warm blue. But as their hands met, Garrett felt something pass between them, a flicker of understanding that was immediately shuttered. Adam's smile was a masterpiece of deception, not reaching those perceptive eyes. "A teacher," Adam had said, the word hanging in the air. How noble. The story began to unfold not as a straight line, but as a mosaic of fractured testimonies. Garrett, haunted and obsessed, started to piece it together. He spoke to a groundskeeper, an old man with a face like a relief map of hard years, who muttered about strange lights in the family mausoleum at night. He met a friend of Isabel's in a quiet cafe, a nervous woman who confided that Isabel had been different ever since her parents' death, that she suffered from spells of confusion, that Eric and this Adam character were always hovering, managing her, speaking for her. "It's for her own protection," the friend said, parroting a line she had clearly heard too many times. "She's so delicate." The official story was that Isabel Thorne was mentally unstable, prone to fugue states and hallucinations. The woman in white was a phantom of her own troubled mind. Eric Vance was the devoted, if stern, husband, protecting his wife and her considerable inheritance with the help of his friend Adam, who was also, it was quietly suggested, a specialist in treating such delicate conditions. Eleanor was the loyal sister, torn but trusting her husband's judgment. But Garrett saw the cracks in the facade. He saw the way Eric's hand would tighten on Isabel's arm, a possessive, controlling gesture disguised as support. He saw the way Adam's charming banter with Eleanor had a rehearsed, almost theatrical quality. And he saw in fleeting moments when Isabel thought no one was looking, the mask of placidity slip, revealing the raw, hunted animal he had seen on the rain-swept road. The narrative presented to the world was a careful, impersonal report. Eric Vance, securing the family fortune. Adam, the medical expert. Eleanor, the rational sister. Isabel, the unreliable narrator of her own life. It was a story designed to be believed because it was so clean, so logical. A fragile heiress, a protective family, a tragic, manageable illness. Garrett knew it was a lie. The woman in the rain was not confused. Her fear had been the most lucid thing he had ever witnessed. He began to understand the true plot. The marriage to Eric was a calculated takeover. Adam was not a doctor. He was a con man, a master of deception, therefore an accomplice in a long game of financial and psychological destruction. Isabel was their prisoner, her supposed madness, their most effective prison wall. The two sisters were not both threatened by the marriage. Only Isabel was. Eleanor was a pawn, perhaps a willing one, seduced by Adam's charm and blinded by her own desire for order and stability. The climax came on a night as wild as the one he had first found her. A storm lashed the cliffs, the wind screaming around Blackwater Manor like a banshee. Garrett, armed with nothing but his certainty, slipped onto the grounds. He found Isabel not in her room, but in the old conservatory, a glass-walled room now rattling with the force of the gale. She was standing by the windows, dressed once more in white, watching the lightning split the sky. "They're going to send me away," she said without turning, her voice eerily calm. "To a clinic in Switzerland. Adam has arranged everything. He says it's for the best." "It's a lie, Isabel," Garrett said, moving closer. "They're stealing from you, from your family." She turned then, and the terror was back in her eyes. "I know." The confession was a whisper, almost lost in the storm. "I've always known. But Eleanor, she believes him. She loves him." It was then that Eric and Adam entered the room. Eric's face was a mask of cold fury. Adam's was a study in disappointment, the charming friend betrayed. "Isabel, come away from there," Eric commanded, his voice cutting through the storm. "You're unwell. You're having another episode." "This ends tonight," Garrett said, stepping between them and Isabel. Adam smiled his treacherous smile. "And what will you do, teacher?" "This is a family matter. A medical matter. You are an outsider. A fantasist who became obsessed with a vulnerable woman. And not now." The confrontation was a whirlwind of accusations and denials, a psychological duel fought with words as sharp as knives. Garrett laid out his theory piece by piece. The calculated marriage, the manufactured illness, the planned sequestration in a foreign facility where she would quietly disappear. Eric scoffed, his contempt a physical force. But it was Eleanor who changed everything. She had followed them, standing in the doorway, her face a pale oval of dawning horror as she listened to Garrett, as she watched the desperate truth in her sister's eyes and saw the unshakable coldness in her husband's. "You told me it was a nervous condition," she said to Eric, her voice trembling. "You and Adam, you said she needed peace, isolation." "It's the truth, my dear," Eric said. But the lie was now visible, a stain spreading between them. In the end, it was not a physical fight, but a collapse of deception. Faced with Eleanor's shattered faith, Eric's carefully constructed narrative crumbled. He and Adam were exposed, not as murderers, but as something perhaps more insidious, architects of a soul-deep theft. The police were called, not for a crime of violence, but for conspiracy, fraud, and unlawful confinement. The evidence was circumstantial, a web of financial records and witness testimonies, but it was enough. The story made the papers for a week. The scandal of the Thorne sisters and the predatory husband. Garrett was hailed as a hero, a label that sat uneasily on his shoulders. He had not sought glory. He had only followed the thread of a silence and a woman in white. Weeks turned into months. Seabrook settled back into its quiet rhythms. He heard that Eleanor and Isabel had left Blackwater Manor, seeking a new life far from the cliffs and the memories. He tried to return to his own life, to the familiar sounds of the art room, the scent of charcoal and clay, but the experience had left a residue on his soul, a permanent chill. One autumn evening, he found himself driving the cliff road again. The air was clear and cold, the sky a deep, untroubled violet. He did not know why he was there, only that he was drawn back to the place where it had all begun. He pulled over at the exact spot where he had seen her. The asphalt was dry, the pines still and dark. He got out of the car and walked to the edge of the road, looking down towards the roar of the invisible ocean below. And there, nestled in the moss at the base of a gnarled pine, he saw it. A single, long-stemmed white lily, its petals flawless and waxy in the twilight. It was fresh. It had not been there an hour before. No card, no message, just the flower, a perfect, silent echo of the one left in his empty classroom, a ghost from a story he thought had been resolved. He stood there, the wind plucking at his coat, and felt the same dense, expectant silence from that first evening in the art room. The case was closed, the villains vanquished, the sisters safe. Yet the mystery was not solved. It had simply changed its shape. It was no longer about a crime, but about the haunting, the memory, the unsettling loop of a story that refused to end, leaving him alone in the quiet, with only the whisper of the pines and the chilling certainty that he was still being watched. He did not pick up the lily. To touch it would be to accept it as part of his world, to acknowledge the thread that still connected him to that other shadowed one. He left it there, a pale accusation against the dark earth, and drove home with a careful, measured slowness that did nothing to calm the frantic racing of his thoughts. The following days were a lesson in paranoia. He found himself checking the rearview mirror too often, scanning the faces in the grocery store, looking for a pair of perceptive blue eyes or a head of sun-streaked hair. But Eric Vance and Adam were in custody, awaiting trial. Their power was broken. Yet, the flower suggested a different truth, that their influence, or the influence of the world they represented, had roots that ran deeper than he had imagined. He considered telling someone. The police chief, a pragmatic man named Miller, had been grateful for Garrett's help in the Thorne case, but Garrett could already hear the patient, dismissive tone. A flower, son? After all that, it's probably just some kid playing a prank. Or an admirer. You're a local hero now. The explanation was so reasonable, so clean, and so utterly wrong. He knew it in his bones. His only lead was the first lily, the one from the art room. He went back, searching his memory for the exact placement, the type of card. He questioned his students, a clumsy, awkward inquiry that yielded nothing but confused shakes of their heads. The silence of the room seemed to mock him, the hum of the lights now sounding less like trapped insects and more like a distant monitoring frequency. It was a week later, while grading papers in a corner booth of the town's only diner, that he saw the man. He was sitting at the counter nursing a cup of coffee. He was older, with a weathered, intelligent face and hands that were long-fingered and steady. He wasn't looking at Garrett, but there was an alertness to his posture, a stillness that felt deliberate. He wore a simple dark coat, unremarkable in every way except for the faint, almost invisible pattern of embroidery around the cuffs, a motif of interlocking lines that reminded Garrett of Celtic knots. When the man stood to leave, he dropped his wallet. It was not a fumble, but a precise, fluid motion. He walked out without a backward glance. Garrett, his heart thudding once, a heavy, definitive beat, stood and picked it up. It was slim, made of worn brown leather. He could have called after the man, but he didn't. He sat back down and, under the cover of the table, opened it. There was no money, no credit cards, no identification, only a single folded piece of heavy cream-colored paper. He unfolded it. On it, in a precise, elegant script, were written just 2 words. She remembers. And tucked into the fold of the paper was a pressed dried petal from a white lily. Garrett sat frozen, the noise of the diner receding into a dull roar. This was not a threat. It was a confirmation. It was an invitation. The man had not been a ghost or a prankster. He was a messenger. And the message was that the story of Isabel Thorne was not over. That she, wherever she was also trapped in this same unsettling loop of memory and consequence. The case was closed, but the consequences were still unfolding. And Garrett, by his actions, had irrevocably placed himself in the middle of them. He carefully folded the paper, slipped it and the wallet into his pocket, and walked out of the diner into the pale afternoon sun, knowing with a cold and certain clarity that his quiet life as a teacher was, for now, completely and utterly over. The man was gone, of course. The street was empty save for a few blowing leaves. Garrett stood on the sidewalk, the wallet a leaden weight in his pocket. He felt exposed, as if the very air had eyes. She remembers. The words were a key, turning in a lock he hadn't known existed. It changed everything. Her placid recovery, her quiet departure from Seabrook, it had all been part of a new performance, a deeper, more desperate concealment. He drove not to his home, which suddenly felt like a fishbowl, but to the school. It was Saturday, and the building was deserted. He let himself into his classroom. the familiar space now feeling like the only sane ground left. He locked the door behind him and laid the wallet and its contents on a broad drafting table. Under the bright, utilitarian lights, the pressed petal looked like a fragile piece of parchment, its veins a delicate map of something lost. She remembers. But what? Everything? Or just fragments? The terror on the road, certainly. His face, probably. But did she remember the conspiracy in its entirety, the cold architecture of her betrayal? Or was her memory a wounded, unreliable thing, a half-told story even to herself? The message implied a connection, a shared secret between them that existed outside the official, closed narrative. It meant she was not safe, and she knew it. And she, or someone acting for her, had reached out to him. The man in the diner was a professional. The drop was too smooth, his demeanor too calm. He was not a friend of the family. He was something else. A private investigator. A bodyguard? The embroidery on his cuffs nagged at Garrett. It was a detail that felt intentional, a signature. He sketched it quickly on a piece of tracing paper, the interlocking lines forming a complex, endless pattern. It was a symbol, but of what? For days he carried the sketch with him, studying it in stolen moments. He searched online for similar patterns, for Celtic knots, for family crests, but found nothing that matched its specific, intricate design. It was a dead end, a silent glyph that offered no answers. The silence was broken a week later by a plain, typed letter delivered to his post office box. It contained a single sentence, centered on the page. "The mausoleum holds more than bones." It was signed with a small, printed version of the knot. Blackwater Manor was still and silent, a fortress of bad memories. The police had finished their work. The grounds were still private property, and Garrett had no legitimate reason to be there. But the message was a direct summons. The old groundskeeper had muttered about lights in the mausoleum. It was the one part of the estate he had never seen, the one thread left dangling. He went that night under a moonless sky that felt complicit. He parked his car a mile down the road and approached through the woods, the same path Isabel had taken that first night. The manor was a dark silhouette against the star-flecked sky, no lights in its windows. He moved around the edge of the property, through the overgrown gardens, until he found the family plot. It was a small walled cemetery on a bluff overlooking the sea, dominated by a stone mausoleum carved with the name Thorn. The iron door was slightly ajar. Taking a deep breath, he pushed it open. The air inside was cold and smelled of damp stone and old roses. A shaft of moonlight from a high window fell across the center of the space, illuminating a single, fresh white lily lying on the stone lid of a sarcophagus. And next to it, a small, leather-bound journal. He did not need to open it to know who it belonged to. He picked it up, his fingers tracing the soft leather. This was not a message. This was a confession, a record. Isabel had left him her story, the real one. As he slipped it into his inside pocket, he heard the soft crunch of a footstep on gravel outside. He froze, pressing himself against the cold wall, his breath held. The footsteps paused, then moved on, circling the mausoleum before fading back toward the manor. He waited for a full 5 minutes in the utter silence, the journal feeling like a live thing against his chest, before he dared to slip out and melt back into the waiting darkness of the pines. The hunt was over. The reading was about to begin. He did not run. He walked with a deliberate calm, each step measured and quiet, until the black shape of the mausoleum was swallowed by the trees behind him. Only then, deep in the cover of the pine forest, did he allow himself to stop and lean against a rough-barked trunk, his heart hammering against the journal's stiff cover. He drove home by a circuitous route, his eyes constantly scanning the mirrors, but the roads remained empty. In his small, silent house, he locked the door and drew the blinds. He poured a whiskey, his hand trembling only slightly. and placed the journal on the kitchen table under the stark glow of the overhead light. The leather was soft, worn at the edges. It felt heavy with secrets. He opened it. The first page was dated over a year ago. The handwriting was Isabel's, the same elegant script from the note in the wallet. But here it was less controlled, sometimes frantic, sometimes despairing. The early entries were mundane, filled with the details of her life at Blackwater, her outings with Eleanor, her charitable work. But then the tone shifted. Eric's name began to appear with a new frequency and a new chill. He was so attentive, so charming. Eleanor says I am a fool to hesitate. The entries became shorter, more cryptic. Adam has joined us for the summer. He and Eric are always talking, their conversations stopping when I enter the room. Garrett turned the pages, his whiskey forgotten. He was reading the slow, meticulous documentation of a trap being built around a human mind. I feel foggy today. The tea Adam makes for my nerves is so bitter. I told Eleanor I saw a woman in the garden, a figure in white. She looked so frightened. She said it was just the moonlight on the statue. His breath caught. So early. They'd begun gaslighting her even before the marriage, planting the seeds of the woman in white as a hallucination. The journal was her desperate attempt to hold on to reality, to prove to herself that she was not going mad. He read about the wedding, an entry filled with a bleak, detached horror. I am a ghost at my own feast. Eric's hand on mine feels like a manacle. And then, after the wedding, the entries grew more desperate. They are moving me to the East Wing. For my peace, they say. The doses are stronger now. I sleep so much, and when I wake, the world is soft and wrong. I tried to tell the doctor, but Adam was in the room, smiling, and the words wouldn't come out right. Garrett's knuckles were white on the glass. This was the evidence that could have shattered their case, the cold, clinical record of systematic poisoning and psychological abuse. But she had been too isolated, too medicated, to get it to anyone. Then came the entry from the night he found her. They are talking about Switzerland, a permanent clinic. This is the end. I have to get out. I have to find proof. I remember the road. I remember a car. The writing was a frantic scrawl. The next page was blank. He turned it, and there, on the final page, was a new entry. The ink was fresh, the handwriting steady and resolved. They think the danger has passed. They are wrong. Eric and Adam were the hands, but not the head. The money was always the means, not the end. There is a society, Garrett. They have been watching our family for generations. The woman in white is their messenger, their sign. She is real. She was a warning I failed to understand. They believe I possess something that belongs to them. A key. A truth. I do not know what it is, but they will never stop looking. I had to disappear to make them think I am broken, that the secret is lost. But I remember. And now, so do you. Be careful. They are in the silence. The journal ended. Garrett sat back, the room tilting around him. Eric and Adam were not masterminds. They were hired help, sophisticated thugs, in a much larger, older game. The White Lily wasn't just Isabel's symbol. It was theirs. A calling card. A mark. The case was not closed. It had simply widened into something vast and dark and deeply rooted. The quiet in his house was no longer peaceful. It was the same dense, expectant silence from the cliff road and the art room, and now he knew its name. It was the silence of the society, and he was now irrevocably inside it. He did not sleep. The words from the journal swarmed in the dark behind his eyes. A society. The woman in white is real. He had stumbled into a Gothic novel that had bled into his reality, and the rules he understood, police, evidence, justice, were suddenly quaint and useless. By dawn, he had a plan, or the ghost of one. He could not go to Miller. What would he say? A secret society is after a teacher because a traumatized heiress gave him her diary. He would be humored, then dismissed, and his every move from that point would be visible to the very silence he feared. He packed a bag with a few days' clothes, the journal, and the wallet. He called the school, leaving a message about a family emergency, his voice surprisingly steady. He was going to do the only thing that made sense. He was going to find Eleanor. The sisters had left Blackwater, but they hadn't vanished. Eleanor, as the elder and now the legal guardian of what remained of the Thorne fortune, would have left a trail. A lawyer, a bank, a property manager. It took him most of the day, using the school's library computer and a few carefully placed phone calls under the guise of alumni relations, to find it. They were in a small, affluent coastal town in Maine, living under their maiden name. It was a start. The drive north was a long, tense vigil. Every sedan that held too long in his mirror felt like a threat. Every rest stop was a calculation of risk. He arrived as evening was settling over the quiet, manicured streets of the town. The house was a modern glass and cedar structure perched on rocks overlooking the sea, a deliberate contrast to the oppressive stone of Blackwater. He parked a block away and walked, the salt air doing nothing to clear the tension from his shoulders. He rang the bell, half expecting to be turned away by a member of this mysterious society. Instead, the door was opened by Eleanor herself. She looked older. The gentle softness was gone from her face, replaced by a sharp, wary grief. She recognized him instantly, her eyes widening in shock that quickly hardened into something else. Fear. "Mr. Garrett," she said, her voice low. "You shouldn't be here." "No, I know," he said, "but I am." She reached out to me, Eleanor. He saw the flinch, a tiny, almost imperceptible recoil. She looked past him, scanning the street, then pulled the door open wider. "Get inside, quickly." The interior was bright and airy, but it felt like a stage set. There were no personal touches, no photographs. It was a hiding place, not a home. She led him to a sunroom overlooking the darkening ocean. "Where is she?" Garrett asked. "Safe," Eleanor said, crossing her arms. "Or as safe as she can be. You need to leave, Mr. Garrett. You have no idea what you're involved in." "I have her journal." He said it flatly. "I know about the society. I know they're still after her." The color drained from Eleanor's face. She sank into a wicker chair. She wasn't supposed to do that. It was the one thing she promised me, to let it go, to disappear. "She remembers," Garrett said. "And she knows I do too. That makes me involved whether I like it or not. Who are they, Eleanor? What do they want?" Eleanor looked at him for a long time, her gaze weighing his desperation. Finally, she spoke, her voice a hollow whisper. "They are called the custodians. They are collectors. Not of art or money, but of legacies, of bloodlines. They believe our family is the guardian of a particular truth, a discovery one of our ancestors made centuries ago. Something to do with perception, with the nature of reality itself. Isabel, for some reason, is the key." The words were insane, yet they settled into the spaces the journal had left open, making a terrible, coherent sense. "The woman in white?" "A test. A probe. If you see her and speak of her, they know you are receptive. They used Eric and Adam to isolate Isabel, to make her pliable, to see if the truth would surface in her fragility. When you intervened, you disrupted their experiment." "Well, so it's not over," Garrett said. "They're just using a different method now." "It's never over," Eleanor said, her eyes bleak. "They have infinite patience. They are in the silence, Garrett. In the spaces between things. They're the man who drops a wallet, They are the fresh flower on a grave. They are the quiet hum in a room you thought was empty. A floorboard creaked upstairs. Both of them froze. Eleanor's eyes shot to the ceiling, wide with a fresh, raw terror. She looked back at Garrett, and in her face, he saw the final devastating piece of the puzzle. They weren't hiding from the society. They were hiding with it. Isabel wasn't safe here. She was a prisoner again, this time by a different, more powerful warden. The footsteps began to descend the stairs, slow and measured. Eleanor stood up, her body blocking his view of the doorway. Her voice was a frantic, barely audible whisper. Run. He did not run. He stood perfectly still, his mind a blank white slate. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and paused in the hallway just outside the sunroom. He could see a long, distorted shadow stretching across the polished floorboards. Eleanor's plea hung in the air, a final, futile act of defiance. The man who stepped into the doorway was not the one from the diner. He was older, with silver hair and a face that was both kind and utterly immovable. He wore a simple dark sweater, and on his wrist was a watch with a leather strap embossed with that same, now familiar, interlocking knot. Eleanor, the man said, his voice calm and deep, like stones settling at the bottom of a well. You were instructed not to answer the door. His gaze then shifted to Garrett. There was no surprise in it, only a mild academic curiosity, as if Garrett were a specimen that had finally been properly mounted and labeled. Mr. Garrett, the man said, we wondered if you would find your way here. It saves us the trouble of a more formal invitation. Monsieur. Garrett found his voice, though it felt foreign in his throat. Where is Isabel? She is resting, the man said. Her recovery is our primary concern. The excitements of the past year were a significant strain. We are providing her with the stability she requires. She left me a journal, Garrett said, the words a challenge. A lapse, the man replied, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features as he glanced at Eleanor. A moment of sentimental weakness, which we have since addressed. The narrative she constructed is a fascinating one. A tapestry woven from genuine fear and pharmacological suggestion. But it is, ultimately, a fiction. The woman in white isn't fiction. The lily isn't fiction. The symbols, Mr. Garrett. Powerful ones. They are part of a language you do not speak. You are interpreting poetry as a technical manual. It is a common error. The man took a step into the room. He didn't seem threatening, only profoundly authoritative. A headmaster in his own private school. The truth is, we are Isabel's protectors. We have been for generations. The men you knew as Eric and Adam were interlopers, criminals who attempted to exploit our long-standing interest in the Thorne family for their own crude financial gain. We removed them. Garrett's mind reeled. It was a perfect, seamless counter-narrative. It explained everything, absolving the society of all blame, casting them as the true guardians. He looked at Eleanor. Her head was bowed, her shoulders slumped in defeat. She had tried to warn him, but she was as trapped as her sister. Why me? Garrett asked. Because you are an anomaly, the man said, his tone almost appreciative. You intervened. You saw the pattern where others saw only chaos. That kind of perception is rare. It is, in its own way, a key. We had to see what you would do with it, and you have led us to believe you are worth recruiting. The air left Garrett's lungs. This wasn't a confrontation. It was a job interview. The wallet, the journal, the trail to Maine, it had all been a test, and he had passed. I am not interested in your society, Garrett said. That is irrelevant. The man replied gently. You are already a part of it. You have seen the woman in white. You hold the symbols. You can either learn the language and find your purpose, or you can remain on the outside, forever misinterpreting the signs, a danger to yourself and to Isabel. The silence does not become any less silent by you plugging your ears. The silence does not become any less silent by you plugging your ears. He gestured toward the door. Come, let me show you that your fears are unfounded. Let me show you Isabel. She is at peace. It was a lie. He knew it was a lie with every fiber of his being. But the alternative was to walk away, to live the rest of his life in that terrifying silence, never knowing what had become of her. He had come this far because he needed to see it through. He had to see her. He nodded, a short, sharp gesture. The man smiled, a thin, bloodless expression. Excellent. My name is Alistair. Welcome, Garrett, to the next stage of your education. Alistair led him out of the sunroom and up the stairs. Eleanor did not follow. She remained in her chair, a statue of grief, staring out at the black, uncaring sea. The house was even quieter upstairs, the silence thick and padded. Alistair stopped before a door at the end of the hall. He produced a small, old-fashioned key and unlocked it. He pushed the door open and stood aside. The room was beautiful, a serene sanctuary of soft grays and blues. And there, sitting in a chair by the window, looking out at the same view as her sister, was Isabel. She wore a simple white dress. Her hair was clean and brushed. She looked healthy. She looked placid. She turned her head slowly as he entered, and her eyes met his. They were clear and blue and utterly, terrifyingly empty. There was no spark of recognition, no shared secret, no fear. There was nothing at all. It was the face of someone who had been meticulously, completely erased. You see, Alistair said softly from behind him. She is at peace. The memories that tormented her are gone. We have given her the gift of silence. Garrett stared into those vacant eyes, and he understood the true nature of the society. They didn't just collect legacies. They curated them. They pruned them. They erased the parts they didn't need. And he had just volunteered to become a part of their collection. He stood there for a long moment, trapped in the void of her gaze. The journal in his jacket pocket felt like a block of lead, its truths now rendered obsolete. The fierce, frightened woman who had scrawled those desperate words was gone, replaced by this beautiful, hollow shell. She requires rest now, Alistair said, his hand a firm guiding pressure on Garrett's arm, pulling him back from the doorway. The key turned in the lock with a soft, definitive click. The sound echoed in the silent hall, a sound more final than any slam of a door. Back downstairs, the sunroom was empty. Eleanor had vanished. The house felt even more like a carefully maintained illusion. What did you do to her? Garrett asked, his voice rough. We healed her, Alistair replied, moving to a sideboard and pouring 2 glasses of water from a crystal carafe. He offered one to Garrett, who ignored it. The process is intensive. It requires a complete recalibration of the psyche. The self is a story we tell, Mr. Garrett. We simply helped Isabel edit a tragic one into a peaceful one. You wiped her clean. We provided clarity. Alistair took a sip of water. You will be driven back to your car. Go home. Return to your life. In a few days, you will be contacted. You have proven your perceptiveness. Now we will see if you possess the discernment to apply it correctly. There was no choice. A different man, a man Garrett did not know but whose presence was implied by the sheer weight of the silence, appeared in the foyer. He was young, with a placid face and eyes as empty as Isabel's. He opened the front door and waited. The drive back to his car was wordless. The town, which had seemed merely quiet before, now felt comatose. Every window was a blind eye. When the car stopped, Garrett got out without a word. The sedan pulled away, its tires whispering on the asphalt, and was gone. He sat in his own car for a long time, the keys cold in his hand. Go home. Return to your life. The instructions were a mockery. He had no life to return to. It had been dismantled piece by piece, replaced with this new, horrifying architecture. He was a marked man, and the mark was invisible. He drove, not home, but aimlessly, his mind circling the image of Isabel's vacant eyes. The journal was a liability now. It was a map to a person who no longer existed. Keeping it was dangerous. Destroying it felt like a betrayal of the woman she had been. He found himself on a deserted stretch of coast, the moon painting a silver path on the black water. He took the journal and the wallet from his bag. He held them for a moment, the soft leather and worn paper the only tangible proof of the fight. Then, using his lighter, he set them on fire in a small rocky hollow. He watched the pages curl and blacken. The words, "The Lily," embroidered on the wallet, sizzled and vanished. It was not an end, but an initiation. He was erasing the past on their behalf, proving his compliance. He understood that now. This was the first test of his new education. When the last spark had died, he scattered the ashes into the sea. The wind caught them, a brief gray cloud against the night, and then they were gone. He turned and walked back to the car, a different kind of silence settling within him. It was no longer the terrified silence of the hunted, but the cold, deliberate silence of the hunter. They believed they had recruited him. They believed they had neutralized the threat. But as he got behind the wheel and started the engine, a single, clear thought solidified in the void they had created in him. They had made a mistake. They had shown him their prize, and in doing so, they had shown him their weakness. Isabel was still in there, somewhere beneath the silence, and he was going to find a way to bring her back. The road unspooled before him, a black ribbon under an indifferent sky. He did not drive south toward home. Home was a concept that had been dismantled. Instead, he pointed the car north, further up the coast, into the anonymous dark. He needed to think, to plan, away from the places they might expect him to be. Alistair had spoken of a process, a recalibration. It wasn't magic. It was a method, a system. And systems had flaws, required tools, left traces. They had used drugs at Blackwater, subtle psychological pressures. What they had done to Isabel here was more profound, more complete. It suggested a facility, a center of their operations, a place where this editing was performed. He found a motel that took cash, a bleak single-story structure with flickering neon. The room smelled of mildew and disinfectant. He lay on the stiff bed, staring at the water-stained ceiling, and let the pieces shift and turn. The custodians, collectors of legacies, they believed the Thorne family guarded a truth about reality itself. Isabel was the vessel. But a vessel for what? And why had they emptied her instead of simply filling her with their purpose? The answer, he suspected, was that she had resisted. The journal was proof of that. They had broken her instead. His thoughts returned to the white lily, their calling card, a mark of their attention. He had seen it first in the art room, then on the wallet, and now, he realized, it had been subtly woven into the pattern of the rug in Alistair's sunroom. It was their signature, a brand they placed on people and places they owned. He had to become a ghost. Garrett, the teacher, was gone. He had to move without a shadow, learn to see without being seen. He thought of the man who had driven him back to his car, the placid, empty-faced youth. That was their ideal, a silent, obedient tool. He would have to mimic that emptiness, that compliance, until he found a crack in their foundation. When the contact came, it was not a phone call. 3 days later, as he was buying coffee and a newspaper at a roadside gas station, a woman in a sleek, dark car pulled up beside his. The passenger window slid down silently. She was elegant, perhaps in her 40s, with sharp features and eyes that held a glint of cold amusement. "Mr. Garrett," she said. "A package for you." She handed him a simple, cream-colored envelope through the window. Then, without another word, the window slid up and the car pulled away, merging seamlessly back into the traffic. He stood there, the envelope feeling heavy in his hand. Back in his motel room, he opened it. Inside was a single key and a small rectangular card with an address printed in a clean, modern font. No names, no instructions. The address was for a storage facility in a city 2 hours away. He drove there immediately, the key a cold, hard presence in his pocket. The facility was large and impersonal. He found the corresponding unit, his heart hammering against his ribs. He slid the key into the lock and rolled up the door. The unit was not large. Inside, under the glare of the single bare bulb, was a new set of luggage, expensive and neutral. A new wardrobe hung in a garment bag, well-made but forgettable clothing in shades of gray and navy. On a small table sat a new laptop, a sleek, untraceable smartphone, and a wallet. He opened the wallet. It was filled with crisp new bills and identification. His photograph, but the name was David Green. The license was real, or real enough to pass any casual inspection. This was his new skin. They had not just recruited him, they had begun to remake him. They were providing him with a new identity, a new life from which to serve their purposes. The sheer efficiency of it was staggering. It meant they had resources far beyond anything he had imagined. He picked up the smartphone. The screen lit up without a password. There was only one contact saved. It was listed simply as C. As he stood there in the sterile, concrete box, surrounded by the props of his new life, he understood the next phase. He was to become David Green. He was to wait for instruction. He was to prove his worth by his obedience. He loaded the luggage into his car and drove away, leaving the old Garrett behind in the dust of the storage unit. He checked into a better hotel under his new name, the transaction smooth and unquestioned. In his room, he laid out the new clothes. He practiced the signature on the license. David Green. He let the name settle over him, a mask he would have to wear so perfectly that even he began to believe it. He was inside. He had their resources, their trust, however provisional. He was now a part of the silence, and from within it, he would learn its rhythms, its weaknesses. He would find the source of the process that had destroyed Isabel. And when he did, David Green would vanish, and Garrett would return, not as a teacher, but as a surgeon, cutting out the cancer of the society from the inside. The war was not over. It had just become infinitely more quiet. The phone from C rang 2 days later. The sound was a soft, digital chime in the sterile hotel room. David Green answered it on the second ring. "Hello?" A woman's voice, calm and impossibly smooth, came through the receiver. It was the same woman from the car. David Dutch. "Your orientation begins today. You will be attending a gallery opening at the Finchlanden Gallery this evening. 7 o'clock. A black tie is provided in the garment bag. You will go alone. You will mingle. You will observe a painting titled Oblivion's Shore by an artist named Carlson. Your only task is to understand it. A car will collect you at 6:45. The line went dead. Garrett, buried deep within David, felt a cold thrill. This was it. Not a test of strength, but of perception. He dressed carefully in the provided tuxedo. It fit perfectly. Another unsettling detail. The man in the mirror was a stranger, polished and anonymous. David Green, a man with no past, ready for an evening of culture. The car was a silent luxury sedan. The driver did not speak. The gallery was in the heart of the city, all gleaming glass and polished concrete. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of champagne and expensive perfume. The crowd was a murmur of well-dressed figures, their laughter a soft, meaningless percussion. He moved through them, a ghost in plain sight. He accepted a glass of champagne he did not drink and let the current of the crowd carry him. He found the painting easily. Oblivion's shore was a large, dark canvas. At first glance, it seemed to be a simple seascape at night. But the longer he looked, the more he saw. The brushstrokes in the water were not random. They formed subtle, interlocking patterns, knots. And there, almost lost in the black paint of the cliffside, was the faint, spectral suggestion of a figure in a white dress. One arm outstretched, holding a single, glowing white lily. His blood ran cold. It was all there. The silence, the woman, their symbol. Encoded in art for this specific audience. This was not an assignment. It was a lesson. He was being shown their language, their mythology, displayed openly in a world that would only see a moody landscape. A man sidled up next to him, also staring at the painting. He was older, with a carefully trimmed beard and eyes that held a knowing glint. "Striking, isn't it?" the man said, his voice a low, cultured baritone. "Carlson has a singular talent for capturing the sublime in the void." David Green turned to him, his face a mask of polite interest. "It's very powerful. The use of negative space is profound." "Precisely," the man said, smiling. He extended a hand. "Charles Whitlock, ... Garrett shook it. The name meant nothing, but the confidence, the sense of ownership in this space, marked him as one of them. "A custodian?" "The figure is almost an afterthought," David ventured, carefully. "Yet it feels like the entire point." Whitlock's smile widened. "You see it. Good. Most only see the storm. They miss the lighthouse, or in this case, the keeper of the light." He took a sip of his wine. "We have a small private viewing room in the back. A few of us are discussing Carlson's earlier period. I think you would find it enlightening. Would you care to join us?" This was the next step. An invitation into the inner circle. David Green nodded, a gesture of grateful curiosity. "I'd be honored." Whitlock led him through a discreet door behind a heavy curtain. The room beyond was smaller, warmer, lined with bookshelves and a few select older paintings. A handful of people stood in a loose circle. They all turned as he entered. Their gazes were not hostile, but assessing. He saw Alistair standing near the fireplace, who gave him a small, approving nod. Garrett felt the walls of his new identity solidify around him. He was in. He was accepted. David Green smiled, a careful, calibrated expression, and prepared to learn everything he could about the Keepers of the Light. He would study their art, learn their jokes, understand their power. He would become the perfect pupil. And he would remember the face of the woman in the painting, the Keeper, who was not a symbol of hope, but a prisoner in the void. His purpose, buried deep beneath the silence, remained. Find the lock, find the key, and set her free. Story 6. The wind came down from the hills first, a dry, whispering breath that stirred the dust on the unpaved road. It snaked through the canyon, rattling the brittle leaves of the scrub oak before finding the open window on the second floor. Inside, it lifted a single corner of a map pinned to a corkboard, a faint fluttering sound like a trapped moth. The map was of the city, marked with a dozen red pins, a cartography of desperation. The wind carried the scent of dry sage and distant rain, a clean smell that did nothing to cut the coppery tang of blood that had already soaked into the floorboards. Austin stood in the doorway of Gideon's office for a long time, not entering, just letting the scene imprint itself upon him. The room was a testament to a life lived on the periphery of other people's disasters. File cabinets yawned open, their contents spilling out like entrails. A bottle of cheap bourbon lay on its side on the desk, a dark amber puddle congealing on the wood. Gideon himself was slumped in his leather chair, his head thrown back as if in a final weary sigh. The bullet had entered just below his right eye, a small, dark, and surprisingly neat hole. The exit had taken most of the back of his skull with it, painting the wall behind him in a grotesque, Rorschach-like splash of crimson and gray. He was Austin's friend. More than that, he was a reminder of a time when the work had edges, a line they both pretended not to cross. Now that line was erased, smeared across the wall. Austin finally stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under his weight. He didn't touch anything. He just looked. He saw the faint scuff marks on the floor where a struggle might have taken place, or where a piece of furniture had been hastily moved. He saw the empty space on the desk where a photograph of Gideon's ex-wife used to sit. And he saw, tucked almost out of sight beneath the lip of the desk, a single, long, pale hair, fine as silk. The police arrived with their flashing lights and their loud, practical voices, shattering the intimate silence of the crime scene. A Detective Miller, a man with the tired eyes of someone who has seen too many rooms like this, asked the questions. When did you last speak to him? Did he have any enemies? Any big cases? Austin answered in monosyllables, his own gaze constantly drifting back to that empty space on the desk, to that single strand of hair. He didn't mention either. Some secrets you keep, even from the law. Some debts are paid in private. 2 days later, the woman found him. Her name was Deborah, she said, her voice a low, melodic tremor. She found him in his own office. A smaller, dingier version of Gideon's, smelling of old coffee and older regrets. She was all soft edges and wounded eyes, wrapped in a cream-colored coat that seemed too expensive for the neighborhood. She sat in the client's chair, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, and told him a story about fear. She said Gideon had been helping her. She said she was being followed by a man named Jay, a man with a reputation for solving problems with his fists. She said Gideon had been safeguarding something for her, something her late husband had left her, something of great value. Now Gideon was dead, and she was terrified. She was a beautiful liar. Austin could see the calculations behind her wide, pleading eyes, the slight hesitation before she answered a question, the way her story was just a little too neat, a little too tragic. But her fear was real. That was the hook. It seeped from her, a cold vapor that raised the hairs on his arms. She was afraid of Jay, yes, but she was also afraid of something else, something she wouldn't name. She offered him money, a thick envelope she placed on his desk with a hand that trembled just enough to be convincing. Find out who killed Gideon, she said, and find what he was keeping for me. A small object, a silver locket. Austin took the money. He took the case. He watched her leave, a slender figure swallowed by the grimy hallway, her perfume lingering in the air, a faint trace of jasmine and deceit. The hunt began in the city's underbelly. He started with Jay, finding him in a back room of a boxing gym that stank of sweat and liniment. Jay was a man of simple geometry, all hard angles and threatening lines. He didn't deny knowing Gideon. He just smiled a thin, cruel smile and said Gideon had sticky fingers. He was looking for something too, something a man named Darian was very eager to acquire. Jay's message was simple, delivered with a tap of his knuckles on Austin's chest. Stay out of the way, or end up like your friend. The threat hung in the air, metallic and sharp. Darian was a different kind of animal. He lived in a penthouse that floated above the city, a world of white carpets and silent, moving art. He was a collector, a man who spoke of beauty and history while his eyes held the cold avarice of a shark. He received Austin with a polite, detached curiosity. He confirmed his interest in an item, a piece he believed was rightfully his, a piece of historical significance. He was elegant, his words layered with unspoken meaning. He suggested that Gideon had been foolish to get involved, that the woman, Deborah, was not what she seemed. He offered Austin a different kind of deal, one with more zeros than Deborah's envelope. "Find the locket," he said, "and bring it to me. The woman is incidental. The object is everything." Austin left the penthouse feeling soiled. He was a pinball bouncing between these competing hungers, a pawn in a game whose rules he didn't understand. The locket. It was just a word, a concept, but it had the weight of a tombstone. It had gotten Gideon killed. It was what Deborah feared and what Darian coveted. He dug deeper into Gideon's life, into his final days. He found the receipts for expensive dinners Gideon could never afford. He found a scrawled phone number that led him to a kid named Bentley, a pale, nervous young man who worked as a night clerk at a flophouse downtown. Bentley was all twitching fingers and darting eyes, a rabbit caught in the glare of oncoming headlights. He admitted he'd done some driving for Gideon, some deliveries. He was scared, too. He'd seen Jay. He'd heard the arguments. He gave Austin another piece of the puzzle, a name whispered in a panic-stricken breath. The Albatross. It was a bar, a place Gideon went to meet his contacts. The Albatross was a tomb, a long, narrow room smelling of stale beer and broken dreams. The air was thick with the ghosts of bad decisions. Austin sat at the bar and ordered a whiskey, his back to the wall, his eyes scanning the few patrons. He felt a presence slide onto the stool next to him before he saw her. Deborah. Her cream coat was gone, replaced by a simple black dress. She looked younger, more vulnerable, but her eyes were hard. "You've been busy," she said, her voice barely a whisper over the hum of the cooler. "You left out a few things," Austin replied. "Everyone does." She sipped her drink, a clear liquid that could have been water or vodka. "Darian is not a man you cross. Jay is his attack dog. Gideon thought he could play them against each other. He thought he was smarter." "And what did you think?" Austin asked. "I thought he was a means to an end," she said, her gaze meeting his without flinching. "Just like you are." The confession, so blunt, so cold, landed between them like a physical blow. She was using him, just as she had used Gideon. He was the blunt instrument, the distraction, while she maneuvered in the shadows. The locket wasn't just a piece of jewelry, she finally admitted. It was a key to a safe deposit box her husband had left her. Inside was not money, but something older, rarer. A single, flawless blue diamond, once part of a French crown jewel, lost for centuries. The Meridian Stone. The name hung in the smoky air, a glittering, deadly promise. It explained the obsession. It explained the bodies. Austin felt a cold clarity wash over him. He was no longer investigating a murder. He was in the middle of a treasure hunt, and the map was written in blood. The next move was swift and violent. Bentley, the kid, panicked. He called Austin, his voice cracking with static and fear. "He had it," he said. "Gideon gave it to him for safekeeping. He wanted out. He named a meeting place, a derelict warehouse on the industrial waterfront." Austin knew it was a trap. The air down by the water was thick with the smell of salt and rotting fish. The wind off the bay was cold, carrying the mournful cry of a foghorn. The warehouse was a skeleton of rusted iron and broken glass. He moved through the shadows, his footsteps echoing in the vast, empty space. He found Bentley in a small office on the second floor, huddled in a corner. He was dead. His throat was cut, a wide, grinning red smile. The violence was personal, messy. Jay's signature. He heard a footstep behind him. He turned, his hand going to the gun beneath his jacket. It was Deborah. She stood in the doorway, her face a pale oval in the gloom. She wasn't looking at him. She was looking at Bentley's body, her expression unreadable. "He was just a boy," Austin said, his voice tight. We're all just something to someone, she replied. She stepped into the room, her eyes scanning the floor, the body, the dusty surfaces. She was looking for the locket. It's not here, Austin said. Jay has it. A shadow crossed her face, a flicker of genuine emotion that might have been fear or fury. Then we have to get it back, she said. The final act played out at Darian's penthouse. It was an invitation, a summons delivered by a silent man in a dark suit. The storm that had been threatening all day finally broke, rain lashing against the floor-to-ceiling windows, turning the city lights into a watery impressionist painting. Inside, the air was still and cold. Darian stood by the window, watching the storm. Jay was there, a hulking presence near the door, a smirk on his face. And in the center of the room, on a small pedestal, sat the locket. It was an old, tarnished silver thing, heart-shaped, utterly unremarkable. Austin entered, Deborah a step behind him. The tension in the room was a live wire. You have caused a great deal of trouble, Mr. Austin, Darian said, without turning around. All for this. He finally faced them, his eyes gleaming. He picked up the locket, holding it with a strange reverence. He pressed a hidden catch. It sprang open. It was empty. A slow smile spread across Darian's face. You see, the box was emptied weeks ago. By her. He pointed a long, pale finger at Deborah. She had the stone all along. Gideon was her fall guy. She used him to fence it, to find a buyer outside of my network. When he got greedy, when he tried to keep it for himself, she had you kill him. Austin looked at Deborah. Her mask of vulnerability was gone, replaced by a cold, defiant hardness. She said nothing. She didn't need to. The truth was in her eyes. Jay laughed, a short, ugly sound. The kid, Bentley. He saw her leaving Gideon's place that night. He was gonna talk. Had to be dealt with. It was all a performance. A long, elaborate play staged by Deborah. The damsel in distress, the ruthless collector, the thug, the dead colleague, the naive investigator. All of them puppets, and she was the one holding the strings. She had manipulated everyone, pitting them against each other, using the hunt for the locket as a cover while she secured the real prize. Gideon's death was just business. Bentley's was cleanup. The revelation settled in the room, cold and absolute. There was no grand confrontation, no dramatic shootout. The police, Detective Miller and his team, arrived then, their sirens wailing up from the street. Darian had called them. He preferred his vengeance to be legal, tidy. As Miller read Deborah her rights, her eyes met Austin's one last time. There was no apology in them, no regret. Only a faint, mocking triumph. She had won. She had the diamond, or its proceeds, hidden away somewhere. She was going to prison, but she had beaten them all. Darian watched her being led away, his expression one of mild disappointment, as if a valuable piece had been dropped and chipped. He turned to Austin. A pity. Such a waste of beauty and cunning. Austin said nothing. He walked out of the penthouse, past the police, into the elevator. The door slid shut, enclosing him in a silent, descending box. He walked out of the building and into the rain. It fell in steady gray sheets, washing the streets clean. It plastered his hair to his head and soaked through his jacket, but he didn't care. He walked for a long time, his mind a perfect, empty calm. He thought of Gideon, of Bentley, of their lives snuffed out for a glittering stone. He thought of Deborah's calculating eyes and Darian's cold greed. He had the truth now. It was ugly and pointless, and it changed nothing. It wouldn't bring back the dead. It wouldn't fill the hollow space the case had carved inside him. He reached his car, but didn't get in. He kept walking, leaving it behind, a dark, silent shape at the curb. The city lights blurred and swam in the downpour. He had no destination. The case was closed, the players gone. the stage empty. But the story would linger. A ghost in the rain-slicked streets. A whisper in the wind that had first led him to Gideon's office. He turned a corner and disappeared into the gray, anonymous twilight, leaving the questions, the answers, and the weight of the truth behind him. Just another shadow swallowed by the storm. The rain eventually slackened to a fine, cold mist, the kind that seeped into your bones and made a home there. He found himself outside an all-night diner, a place with steamed-up windows and the smell of old grease. He went in, took a booth in the back, and ordered coffee he didn't want. The warmth of the mug was a distant sensation, like something happening to someone else. A week passed, then 2. The official report called it a closed case. Deborah, whose real name was Elise Voss, was charged with 2 counts of murder. She never spoke, never gave up the location of the diamond. It was as if the stone had never existed, a phantom that had orchestrated its own brutal ballet and then vanished. Darian was untouched, a respectable citizen who had assisted the police. Jay was picked up on an unrelated assault charge, a small, unsatisfying consolation. Austin tried to go back to his old life, to the mundane cases of cheating spouses and corporate espionage. But the edges were gone. The world had become a flat, gray plain. Every potential client was a liar. Every job a potential trap. Doughty Gilmour. He saw Deborah's face in every beautiful woman who walked through his door, heard Gideon's laugh in the quiet moments of the night. One afternoon, a plain padded envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a key. Not a modern key, but an old, heavy skeleton key, cold and solid in his hand. Taped to it was a small typewritten note. It read only, Unit 317, Starlight Storage. He sat at his desk for an hour, just looking at the key. It was a hook, baited and cast directly into his quiet pond. It could be from Darian, a final, elegant trap. It could be from one of Deborah's associates, a new player in the game. Or it could be from Deborah herself, a final move from a prison cell. A part of him, the part that was still sane, told him to throw it in the river. The other part, the part that remembered the coppery smell of blood and the empty space on a dead friend's desk, won out. Starlight Storage was on the industrial east side, a long, low building of corrugated metal surrounded by a chain-link fence. The place was deserted, the only sound the hum of a distant highway and the scuttling of wind-blown trash. Unit 317 was at the far end of a long, dimly lit corridor. The lock was heavy and rusted, but the key turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. He pulled up the rolling door. The unit was small, about the size of a walk-in closet, and almost completely empty. There were no boxes, no furniture. Just a single item sitting in the exact center of the concrete floor. Gideon's old leather satchel, the one he'd carried for 20 years, its surface scarred and faded. Austin's breath caught in his throat. He stepped inside, the door rattling down behind him, sealing him in the stale, silent space. He knelt and opened the satchel. Inside, nestled in the main compartment, was the photograph of Gideon's ex-wife, the one that had been missing from his desk. Tucked into a side pocket was a thick wad of cash, bound with a rubber band. And sitting on top of the money, its silver tarnished and its chain coiled neatly, was the locket. It was empty, just as it had been in Darian's penthouse. But this was different. This wasn't a prop in a performance. This was a message, a final, personal message from one ghost to another. He understood then. Deborah hadn't sent this. This was from Gideon, a dead man's contingency plan, set in motion by a lawyer or a friend, triggered by his death. He had known the risks. He had known Deborah's true nature. He had hidden the locket itself, the one piece of the puzzle everyone was killing for, knowing that its discovery would point a finger, would keep the game alive even after he was gone. He had left it for Austin, not as a clue, but as a weapon. A way to finish it. Austin picked up the locket. It was cold and surprisingly heavy. He could throw it away, bury it, let the past stay buried with it. Or he could use it. He could walk back into Darian's world. Or he could find a way to ensure Deborah never saw the outside of a prison cell again. The power was his now. The choice was his. He closed his fist around the silver heart, the metal warm to his touch. He put the locket in his pocket, slung the satchel over his shoulder, and stood up. He had walked away from the truth once, but the truth had followed him home. It was in the weight of the key in his hand, the ghost of a friend in the bag on his shoulder, and the cold, hard shape of a secret pressing against his leg. The rain had stopped, but the storm was not over. It was just beginning. He left the storage unit, the roll-down door clattering shut behind him with a sound of finality that felt like a lie. The satchel was a familiar weight, a ghost from a life that was gone. He didn't go home. Home was a room where the silence was too loud. He drove to the office, the city sliding past his windows, a blur of light and motion that held no meaning. Inside, he locked the door and emptied the satchel onto his desk. The photograph, the money, the locket, he ignored the cash. It was blood money now, tainted by its journey. The photograph he studied, Gideon's ex-wife, Sarah, smiling a smile that belonged to a different, simpler time. He turned it over. On the back, in Gideon's cramped, familiar handwriting, was a phone number. Not his own. It was a local area code, but one he didn't recognize. The locket he held up to the weak light from his desk lamp. He turned it over and over in his fingers, feeling the smooth, cold metal. It was a cheap thing, really. The kind of trinket you could buy in any pawn shop. Its value is not in its make, but in its story, in the empty space where a priceless stone was supposed to have been. He pressed the hidden catch again. It sprang open, empty, but this time his thumb brushed against the inside of the back plate. It wasn't perfectly smooth. He brought it closer to the light, squinting. There, etched with what looked like a fine needle, were a series of tiny, precise numbers. 12/28/74. A date. His heart gave a single hard thud. He knew that date. It was Gideon's birthday. It wasn't a key to a safe deposit box. It was a key to Gideon. A message. A final confession, or a final piece of the puzzle he had never been meant to solve. The numbers were a code, a combination. But to what? He picked up the phone and dialed the number from the back of the photograph. It rang 4 times before a woman's voice answered, weary and tired. Yes, Sarah? Austin said, the name feeling strange on his tongue. A long pause. Who is this? Austin. Gideon's friend. The silence on the other end was heavy, filled with a grief he could almost touch. He's dead, she said, her voice flat. I know. I'm sorry. I have some of his things. I think he would have wanted you to have them. I don't want anything from that life, she said. But she didn't hang up. There's a photograph of you. He heard her sharp intake of breath. And a locket. The line went so quiet he thought she was gone. Then her voice was a whisper. He kept it. You know what it is? It was his mother's, she said. He gave it to me once, a long time ago. I gave it back when I left. I told him to throw it away. She paused. He said it was a reminder of the cost of things. Austin looked at the etched numbers. 12/28/74. Gideon's birthday, but also the combination to a lock. A lock Gideon would have chosen. Did he have a safe, Sarah? A lockbox? Something personal? She was silent for a moment. There's old footlocker from his army days. It's in my basement. I was going to. I never got around to getting rid of it. She gave him her address. It was in a quiet suburb, a world away from the city's grime and glitter. He drove there as the sun was setting. The house was small, neat, with a well-tended garden. Sarah answered the door. She was older than her photograph, her face lined with a sadness that had settled in for the long haul. She led him to the basement without a word, pointing to a green metal footlocker shoved into a corner under the stairs. "The combination is his birthday," she said, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "He never changed it." Austin knelt. He spun the dial. 12/28/74. The lock clicked open. He lifted the heavy lid. The trunk smelled of mothballs and old wool. On top of a stack of uniforms and folded blankets lay a single, sealed manila envelope. His name was written on the front in Gideon's hand. He felt Sarah's presence behind him. "I'll be upstairs," she said softly, and he heard her footsteps on the stairs. He tore the envelope open. Inside was a stack of documents, photocopies of shipping manifests, emails printed out, and a handwritten ledger. It was a record of Darian's acquisitions, not the public, legal ones, but the private, illicit ones. The artifacts that had been smuggled, stolen, or extorted. The Meridian stone was listed, its provenance falsified. There were others, a lot of others, and there were names. Politicians, judges, people in high places who had taken Darian's money and looked the other way. Gideon hadn't just been trying to fence a diamond. He had been building a case. He had been trying to bring down a kingdom, and Deborah had been his inside source until she decided the prize was worth more than the cause. This was the real treasure. Not a stone, but a weapon. Austin sat back on his heels, the papers trembling in his hand. He had walked away from the game, but the game had followed him and handed him the rule book. The truth he had found in the penthouse was a shallow, convenient truth. This was the deep, dangerous, complicated truth. The one that could actually change things. The one that could get him killed. He looked at the locket, still in his other hand. A reminder of the cost of things. Gideon's cost had been his life. The question now was what Austin was willing to pay. He folded the papers, put them in his jacket pocket, and closed the footlocker. The choice was no longer about revenge or closure. It was about what came next. He climbed the stairs, the weight of the documents a new, heavier ghost on his shoulder. Sarah was waiting in the kitchen, 2 cups of untouched tea on the table between them. She looked at his face and seemed to understand everything. "He was a fool," she said, her voice thick. "He always thought he could outsmart the devil." "Maybe he did," Austin said, patting the pocket that held the documents. "It just took a little longer than he planned." He drove back to the city, the envelope burning a hole against his chest. This wasn't evidence for the police. Miller was a good cop, but the names in that ledger reached too high. This was a different kind of problem. It required a different kind of solution. For 3 days he didn't sleep. He made copies. He visited a safe deposit box under a different name. He made a list of the most damning names, the ones with the most to lose. He wasn't a journalist or a crusader. He was a man with a weapon he didn't know how to wield. On the 4th day, he received a visitor. It was the same silent man in the dark suit who had delivered Darian's summons. He stood in the office doorway, impassive. "Mr. Darian requests your presence for a discussion." This was it. The invitation wasn't to a penthouse this time. It was to a private club, all dark wood and deep leather. A place where conversations were absorbed by the walls and never escaped. Darian was alone, sipping a glass of amber liquid. He didn't look angry. He looked intrigued, like a chess master who had encountered an unexpected, but not unwelcome, move. "You have been busy, Mr. Austin," Darian said, gesturing for him to sit. "My associates in various institutions have reported some quiet inquiries. You are shaking trees. It is a dangerous pastime." "Yeah, I'm not shaking them," Austin said, his voice calm. "I'm just standing under them with a ledger, waiting to see what falls out. Darian's smile was thin and sharp. The ledger. Gideon's folly. I knew he was compiling it, of course. A man like Gideon always keeps a diary. I assumed it was lost. It was found. And you believe possessing it gives you leverage? Darian took a slow sip. Leverage is a currency that must be spent wisely. It can be used to purchase safety, or a considerable amount of money. Or it can be spent on a quixotic quest, which usually ends with the holder of the leverage becoming a tragic footnote. Austin said nothing. He simply watched Darian, letting the silence stretch. You are not a greedy man, I think, Darian mused. And you are not particularly moral. So what's it you want? Revenge for your friend? It's a little late for that. Justice? He almost spat the word. There is no such thing. There is only order and the disruption of it. I want to be left alone, Austin said. I want you to know that if anything happens to me, or to Sarah, or to anyone connected to this, that ledger goes to 3 different news outlets and a federal investigator who isn't on your payroll. It's a dead man's switch. You can't buy it, and you can't stop it. The only thing you can do is walk. Darian studied him for a long, long time. The only sound was the clink of ice in his glass. He saw the resolve in Austin's eyes, the utter lack of bluster. He saw a man who had already walked through the fire and had nothing left to burn. A stalemate, Darian said finally, a hint of genuine respect in his tone, and an elegant, but occasionally necessary, conclusion. He set his glass down. The matter of the Meridian Stone and of Gideon and of the unfortunate Mr. Bentley is closed, permanently. You will cease your inquiries. You will keep your ledger. And we will never have this conversation again. Austin stood up. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't say another word. He walked out of the club, through the plush lobby, and out into the street. The air was clear and cold. He felt the weight of the ledger in his pocket, but it was a different weight now. It was no longer a weapon. It was a shield. He went back to his office and took the locket from his desk drawer. He held it for a moment, the cold silver against his palm. Then he dropped it into the satchel with the photograph and the cash. He drove to the river, to a quiet spot where the water flowed deep and slow. He threw the satchel in. It sank without a trace, taking the last physical remnants of the case down into the mud and the dark. The ghost was laid to rest. The storm was finally over. He walked back to his car, his hands empty, his future his own again. The city around him was the same, a sprawling beast of light and shadow. But he was different. He had looked into the abyss and made it blink. For now, that was enough. For now, he could live with the quiet. He didn't go back to the office. He drove for hours, aimlessly, until the city lights faded in his rearview mirror and were replaced by the deep, star-dusted black of the countryside. He pulled over on a gravel turnout, overlooking the sleeping valley, and finally slept. A dreamless, heavy sleep in the driver's seat. When he returned a few days later, the silence in his office was different. It was no longer an accusation. It was a space. He cleaned the place, not just a surface tidy, but a deep, thorough cleansing. He threw out old case files, wiped down shelves, and opened the windows to let in the sharp autumn air. He kept the ledger, of course. The original was in the safe deposit box. A copy was with a lawyer with strict instructions, and another was hidden in a place only he knew. It was his insurance, the quiet, ever-present guardian of his peace. The work began to trickle back in. A simple background check for a small tech firm. A locate and recover for a stolen family heirloom. The cases were clean, straightforward. He took them, he solved them, he collected his fee. He found he could look his clients in the eye again. The world was no longer a flat gray plane. It had texture. and most of it was simply ordinary. He was grateful for the ordinary. Months later, he read a small article in the business section. Arthur Darien was stepping down from his company, citing health reasons, and relocating to oversee his European interests. It was a quiet, graceful exit, a retreat that looked like a promotion. Austin felt no triumph, only a cold, quiet confirmation. The beast had withdrawn, but the jungle remained. One evening, as he was locking up, a young woman approached him. She was nervous, twisting her hands. She thought her husband was embezzling from their small business. It was a sad, common story. He listened patiently, took notes, and agreed to look into it. As she turned to leave, she hesitated. "Mr. Austin, I was told you were discreet, and that you understand that some truths are heavier than others." He looked at her, really looked, and saw only a scared person, not a phantom. "Some are," he agreed, "but they're still just the truth. I'll find it for you." She nodded, relieved, and left. Austin stood in the doorway for a long time, watching the streetlights flicker on one by one. The city was settling into its nightly rhythm of secrets and revelations. He went back inside, leaving the door unlocked. The work was waiting, and for the first time in a long time, he was ready for it. The past was a closed case. The future was just another file waiting to be opened. He opened the new file, a simple manila folder, and wrote the client's name on the tab. The pen felt right in his hand, the action purposeful and clean. He worked for 2 hours, establishing a baseline for the husband's activities, his movements a pattern of dots on a map that was not yet a picture. It was methodical, almost soothing. The phone rang, its sharp trill cutting through the quiet. He let it ring 3 times, his hand hovering over the receiver. It could be another client. It could be a wrong number. It could be Miller with a question about a case long since buried. Or it could be something else, a voice from the shadows testing the strength of the truce. He picked it up. Austin Dot. The line was silent for a beat. Then a familiar, weary voice spoke. "It's Miller. You alone?" "Always," Austin said, leaning back in his chair, his eyes on the darkened window. "Thought you'd want to know. They found Deborah. Or what's left of her. Washed up in a marina down south. It was a forgery, but the dental records matched." Austin didn't say anything. He watched his own reflection in the glass, a ghost superimposed over the city. "Looks like a professional job," Miller continued, his tone flat and official. "No witnesses, no forensics. It's a dead end, just like we knew it would be." "Just like we knew," Austin echoed. "I'm closing the file," Miller said. There was a finality in his words, an official stamp on a story that had already ended. "Consider yourself officially in the clear. Thanks for the call, Detective." "Yeah. Don't be a stranger." The line went dead. Austin hung up the phone. The final loose thread had been snipped. Deborah had gambled for the biggest prize of all, and lost. The game had consumed its last player. He felt a hollow where anger or satisfaction should have been. There was only the quiet hum of the office and the faint, distant sound of traffic. He turned back to the new file. The husband's credit card statements showed a series of charges at a high-end hotel, charges that didn't align with his business travel. It was a small, sordid truth, the kind that broke hearts and bank accounts but rarely got anyone killed. It was his truth to find now. He made a note to verify the dates, then closed the folder. He stood and walked to the window, looking down at the street. A couple argued under a street lamp, their gestures sharp and angry. A man walked a small dog. Life, in all its messy, mundane complexity, went on. He was a part of it again, not just an observer hiding in the dark. He had chosen to be. The weight in his pocket was gone, replaced by the lighter, more manageable weight of a key to his own front door. He turned off the lamp, plunging the office into darkness, and stepped out into the night, locking the door behind him. He didn't look back. The air outside was cold and carried the smell of coming rain. He walked to his car, the argument under the street lamp having subsided into a tense, silent walk in opposite directions. The ordinary drama of the city. He drove home to his apartment that was no longer just a place to sleep between cases, but a place he inhabited. He made coffee and sat in the quiet, not needing the television for noise. The next morning, he started the surveillance on the embezzling husband. It was tedious work, sitting in his car outside a modest accounting firm. But the boredom was a kind of peace. The man, a Mr. Evans, emerged at 5:15, right on time. He didn't look like a criminal. He looked tired, his shoulders slumped under a cheap raincoat. Austin followed him to the hotel, watched him check in, and noted the time. An hour later, a woman who was not his wife arrived. Austin took photographs, the camera clicking softly in the quiet of the car. It was all very sad and very predictable. He compiled the report over the next 2 days, presenting the facts without judgment. When the young woman came to his office to receive it, her hands were still. She read it in silence, her face crumbling slowly, like a sandcastle at the tide's edge. She didn't cry. She just folded the report neatly, placed it in her purse, and stood. "How much do I owe you?" she asked, her voice remarkably steady. He told her the amount. She wrote a check, her hand not shaking. As she handed it to him, she looked him in the eye. "Thank you for the truth, Mr. Austin." "You're welcome," he said, and he meant it. After she left, he deposited the check. The money was clean. He paid his rent, bought groceries, and put the rest in the bank. The simple economy of a life lived in the light, or at least in the gray. A week later, a letter arrived from a law firm. It was a notice of a retainer being placed on his services by a corporate entity he didn't recognize. The amount was significant, enough to keep him solvent for a year. There was no signature, only the name of the firm. He knew, with a cold certainty, that it was from Darian. A final payment, confirmation of their understanding. He almost tore it up. But that would have been an act of pride, and pride was a luxury he could no longer afford. He deposited the check. He would earn it by staying quiet, by living. The seasons turned. The case of the embezzling husband faded, replaced by another, and then another. He never saw Sarah again, but a postcard arrived one day from a small town upstate. It showed a picture of a lake. On the back, it read only, "It's quiet here, thank you." He pinned it to his corkboard, a small, quiet artifact of a closed chapter. One night, he found himself walking past the old building that housed Darian's former corporate headquarters. It was under new management. The name on the facade changed. The empire had been reshuffled, not toppled. The beast had shed its skin, but it was still out there, in one form or another. He felt no anger, only a weary acceptance. He had won his peace, not the war. And for a man like him, peace was victory enough. He turned up his collar against the wind and walked home, the city's endless hum a familiar, unthreatening companion. He had a case file waiting on his desk, and a full pot of coffee at home. It was enough. The file was a simple one, a missing person, a runaway teenager. The parents were desperate, their fear a palpable thing in his office. He took the case, not for the money, which was little, but for the clear, uncomplicated need in their eyes. He found the girl 4 days later in a bus station 2 states away, scared and hungry but alive. The reunion in his office was messy and human, full of tears and gratitude. He accepted their thanks and their final payment, a wad of cash that smelled of hard work and relief. That evening, he walked to a small park near his apartment. He sat on a bench and watched the people, the families, the joggers, the old men playing chess, the simple, unguarded rhythm of lives being lived. A breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the scent of damp earth and grilling meat from a nearby restaurant. It was ordinary. It was perfect. He thought of the ledger, tucked away in its various hiding places. A dormant serpent. He thought of Gideon, not with the old sharp pain, but with a distant, almost fond regret. His friend had tried to fight a dragon with a pen and had been burned. Austin had used the same pen to draw a line in the sand, and the dragon had, for now, chosen not to cross it. It was a compromise with the darkness, a treaty written in blood and secrets, but it was his. His phone buzzed. It was a text from a new client, confirming an appointment for the next morning. He typed a brief reply and put the phone away. The night was settling in, the sky a deep, soft blue. He stood up from the bench, his joints protesting slightly, a reminder of time's passage. He had a home to go to, and a quiet evening ahead. There were no ghosts at his shoulder, no shadows in his path. Just the long open road of tomorrow, and the case file waiting on his desk. He started the walk back, his footsteps steady on the pavement, a man moving forward, not looking back. The new client was a man with a cautious handshake and eyes that darted around the room before settling. He claimed his business partner was skimming, a story Austin had heard a dozen times before. He took the details, the retainer, and saw the man out. The work was a constant, a river of other people's troubles that he could navigate without getting swept away. He spent the afternoon running the partner's name through databases, building a profile of a life lived in the red. It was a puzzle, and he was good at puzzles. A few days later, a plain envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a single, high-quality photograph. It showed him sitting on the park bench from the other night, his face in profile, watching the chess players. On the back, in neat typed letters, were the words, "A peaceful scene. It would be a shame to disturb it." The message was clear. The ledger was a shield, but shields can be heavy, and those who live behind them are always aware of the weight. Darian was gone, but his organization was a hydra. One head had retreated, but others remained, and they were letting him know that his peace was conditional, that he was still being watched. He felt the old tension return to his shoulders, a familiar tightness he had hoped was gone for good. He didn't flinch. He didn't call a lawyer or check the safe deposit box. He locked the photograph in his desk drawer, a new piece of evidence in the permanent, open-ended case of his own life. Then he went back to work on the skimming partner. He found the hidden accounts, the shell company, the mistress in a nearby city. He compiled the report for his client, the truth laid bare in stark financial figures. He delivered the findings, collected his final fee, and closed the file. That night, he went back to the same park and sat on the same bench. He didn't look for the watchers. He knew they were there. He simply sat, a man enjoying the evening air, refusing to be chased from his own life. The truce was holding, but it was an armed truce, and it always would be. He had traded a storm for a constant low-pressure system, and he knew with a grim finality that this was the weather of the rest of his life. He stood up and walked home, the city's lights reflecting in the puddles from a recent rain, a world of broken beauty that he would navigate one case, one day at a time. The skimming partner case ended predictably, with a lawsuit and a quiet settlement. The client paid his bill without comment, and Austin moved on. He avoided the park for a week, a small private act of defiance, and then returned, sitting on a different bench just to prove he could. No more photographs arrived. The silence from the Hydra was its own form of communication. The message had been sent and received. The balance of power, such as it was, remained. He started taking on more pro bono work, the kind Gideon would have approved of. He found a runaway son for a terrified mother. He uncovered an insurance scam targeting a local church. The money from Darian's retainer sat in his account, a tainted foundation that allowed him to do some good. It was a compromise, one of many. He slept at night, mostly. One rainy Tuesday, he was in a diner, nursing a coffee and reviewing a file, when an older man slid into the booth across from him. He had a kind, weathered face and the calm demeanor of a priest or a long-retired cop. "You're Austin," the man said, not a question. Austin closed the file. "And you are?" "A friend of Gideon's." The man signaled the waitress for a coffee. "He spoke highly of you. Said you had a good compass, even when the map was wrong." The name, spoken so casually after all this time, was like a punch to the chest. "Gideon's dead." "I know. I was at the funeral. You were standing under a tree in the rain. You looked like you wanted to set the whole world on fire." The man sipped his coffee when it arrived. "My name is Eli. I run a small group. We help people who have gotten tangled up with the kind of people Gideon was interested in. People who can't go to the police. Vigilantes," Austin said, his voice flat. "Helpers," Eli corrected gently. "We provide new identities. Safe passage. A fresh start. It's quiet work. We're careful." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because we're careful, but we're not infallible. We need someone with your skills. Someone who understands the shadows, not for field work, for vetting. You look at a person's story, and you tell us if it's true. You tell us if they're real, or if they're a plant." Eli placed a card on the table. It was blank except for a phone number. "There's no retainer, no official payment. But you'd be doing some good in the world, the kind that matters." He finished his coffee, left a $5 bill on the table, and left. Austin stared at the card. It was an invitation back into the very world he had fought so hard to escape. A different corner of it, perhaps. But the darkness was the same. He could throw it away. He could go back to his office and his embezzling husbands and his quiet, compromised peace. He picked up the card. It felt heavier than the ledger ever had. This wasn't a shield. It was a key. He paid his bill and stepped out into the rain, turning the card over and over in his hand. The city stretched out before him, a labyrinth of light and shadow, and for the first time in a long time, he wasn't sure which path he would take. The case was never really closed. He was just waiting for the next page to turn. He walked back to his office, the rain soaking through his coat. The card was a dry spot in his damp pocket. He sat at his desk, the familiar surface scarred and stained. A map of his recent life. The blank card sat beside the phone. He thought of Gideon, not the broken man at the end, but the idealist at the beginning, the one who believed a single truth could topple an empire. He thought of the runaway girl's face when she saw her parents, the raw, uncomplicated good of that moment. He picked up the phone. His finger hovered over the keypad. This was a threshold. Crossing it meant accepting that his peace was a myth, that the fight was his inheritance. It meant looking into the darkness, not as a reluctant visitor, but as a permanent resident. He dialed the number. It rang once. Eli Doyden. The voice was calm, expecting him. "It's Austin," he said, the words feeling both final and like a beginning. "I'll do it." "Good," Eli said. There was no triumph in his tone, only a quiet acknowledgement. "There's a file, a woman. Her name is Clara. She says her husband works for a logistics firm. She says he's planning to kill her. We need to know if she's telling the truth before we move her. Can you meet me?" Austin looked out the window at the rain-slicked street. The city's rhythm was the same, but his place in it had shifted. "Tell me where," he said, and reached for a pen. The work was waiting, and it was different now. It was his. The address Eli gave him was for a closed-down bookstore in a part of town that had seen better days. The rain had eased to a fine mist that hung in the air, blurring the streetlights. He pushed open the heavy door, a bell jangling a hollow note above his head. The air inside smelled of old paper and dust. Eli was there, standing by a bare bookshelf, a simple manila folder in his hand. No words were exchanged. Eli handed him the folder. Austin opened it. Inside was a photograph of a woman in her late 30s, dark hair, frightened eyes. A few sheets of paper listed her details, her husband's details, the logistics firm he worked for. It was a thin story. The kind that could be true or could be a carefully constructed lie. "She's at a safe house," Eli said. "We have 48 hours before the window to move her closes. What do you need?" "Access," Austin said, his eyes scanning the details of the husband's employment. "I need to see his financials, his work schedule, his communications, the things he thinks are hidden." Eli nodded. "I can get you that. It will take a few hours. I'll start with what we have." Austin took the folder and sat on a dusty crate, spreading the contents on his knees. This was different from watching an unfaithful husband. This was peeling back the layers of a life to find a specific, violent truth. The pen in his hand felt different now, not just a tool for drawing lines, but a scalpel. He worked through the night, cross-referencing the husband's claimed business trips with real weather reports, tracing the provenance of a threatening email, building a timeline of his movements. The pattern that emerged was not one of simple infidelity or greed. It was colder, more methodical. The husband was a planner. By dawn, he had his answer. He met Eli at a different location, a laundromat just opening for the day. The rumble of the machines was a low, constant thunder. "She's telling the truth," Austin said, his voice rough from coffee and lack of sleep. "He's taken out a large life insurance policy. He'd been researching untraceable toxins. The business trip he has planned for next week aligns with a chemical supply convention. He's not just planning it. He's scheduled it. Eli's face was grim. "That's what we were afraid of. Thank you." He took the folder back. "We'll move her today." "What happens to her?" Austin asked. "She gets a new name, a new life somewhere he will never look. It's not a perfect solution, but it's a chance." Eli looked at him, his gaze steady. "This is the work. It's not glamorous. It's just necessary." Austin nodded. He walked out of the laundromat as the first loads of wash began to spin. The city was waking up. He thought of Clara, somewhere in a safe room, waiting for a stranger's verdict on her life. He had given her a chance. It was a small thing, a single stone dropped into a vast, dark ocean. But it was something. He walked back to his office. The weight of the night's work a familiar burden, but one he had chosen to carry. The card was still in his pocket. The phone number was now etched in his memory. Case was open, and he was on the clock. Story 7. The chill came first. A sudden pocket of cold air in the corner of the library that had no business being there. It was a physical fact, a violation of the room's stale, book-lined warmth. I stood in the doorway. Aiden Croft, a man paid to deal in facts, and felt the goosebumps rise on my forearms. The central heating vent exhaled its steady breath a good 10 feet away. This was a different kind of cold, a stolen warmth, the ghost of an open door or a recently departed body. It was the first clue, though I didn't know it then, that the case of the state versus Cody Jarvis would be less a trial and more an autopsy on a fragment of the American soul. They called them the Echoes, a poetic, harmless name for a group that had curated a small garden of graves. Their leader, Cody Jarvis, sat through the preliminary hearings with the placid grace of a visiting professor. He was a man in his late 30s, with eyes the color of a sun-bleached sea, and a voice that was a physical presence, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate in your bones. He never raised it. He never had to. The chill in that library, I would later understand, was the echo of his ideology, a vacuum left where reason and warmth had been sucked out. The murders were not random. They were statements. A city councilman, a beloved high school teacher, a retired journalist, a local philanthropist. They were pillars, or so the story went. To Cody and his echoes, they were obstructions. The councilman was killed with a ceremonial dagger, his body arranged in a posture of supplication on the steps of City Hall. The teacher was found in her classroom, the blackboard behind her scrawled not with chalk, but with something darker, a single word: deceiver. The journalist and the philanthropist were taken together. Their lives ended in the sterile silence of a community theater stage, a brutal final performance for an audience of one. The empty, velvet, dark seats. My team, a collection of the best and most weary minds the district's office could muster, began the work. It was like assembling a jigsaw puzzle where every piece was a shard of broken glass. We had forensics, of course. Fibers, a partial boot print, the chemical signature of a cheap, mass-produced candle found at each scene. But the physical evidence was a dry riverbed. It told you where the water had been, but not where it had gone. The real evidence, the terrifying evidence, was psychological. We started with the followers. There were 7 of them in custody, all in their early 20s, their faces a gallery of blank beauty. They were the children of accountants and nurses, of software engineers and factory workers. They were not monsters by birth. They were converts, and they spoke of Cody not with fear, but with a reverence that was more chilling than any confession. Elara was the first I interviewed. She had wide gray eyes and hair, the color of wheat. She was the one who had held the dagger that killed the councilman. She sat in the interrogation room, her hands folded neatly on the steel table, as if waiting for tea. "Why him?" I asked, my voice sounding loud and clumsy in the quiet room. She looked through me, at something on a distant horizon, only she could see. "He was a knot," she said, her voice a soft monotone. "A knot in the rope that was holding everyone back. Cody taught us to untie the knots. By stabbing a man 17 times? The body is just a shell, Mr. Croft, a temporary housing. The act was a purification. For him, for the city. We were just the instruments. The hands that do the work don't question the mind that guides them." That was the refrain. They were instruments, tools, nuances, echoes. They had surrendered their will, their moral compass, their very selves to Cody. He had filled the hollow spaces in them with a grand, delusional purpose. He spoke of a great unraveling, a necessary collapse of the old, corrupt structures. The murders were not crimes. They were sacred acts, surgical strikes against a sick society. The trial began on a Tuesday in a courtroom that smelled of lemon polish and old wood. The air was thick, pressurized with public anticipation. The gallery was a sea of faces, some hungry for spectacle, others pale with a terror they couldn't name. Cody sat at the defense table, serene in a cheap suit. He looked like a man waiting for a train, confident of its destination. My opening statement was a map of the horror. I laid out the chronology, the signatures, the physical evidence that connected each defendant to each crime scene. I spoke of planning, of malice aforethought, of cold-blooded murder. It felt like I was describing the mechanics of a clock, without ever mentioning time. The defense attorney, a sharp, ambitious woman named Valdez, presented a different picture. She painted Cody as a spiritual leader, a philosopher, a man whose words had been tragically misinterpreted by a group of unstable, suggestible youths. She called him a catalyst, not a commander. It was a clever, cynical strategy. It forced me to prove not just action, but influence. to put Cody's ideology on trial. We called witnesses. The detective who found the councilman, his voice cracking as he described the blood. So much blood, pooling between the cracks in the stone. The medical examiner with her clinical, devastating descriptions of the wounds. The victims' families, their grief a raw, living thing in the room that made the air itself feel bruised. But the most damning testimony came from the followers themselves. Turned state's evidence. A boy named Liam, with haunted eyes, described the night of the journalist's murder. Cody said the truth had to be carved out of the world. He said it would be messy. Like a birth. He looked at me and said, "Can you be the midwife, Liam? Can you help the truth be born?" And I said yes. He broke down then, sobbing not out of remorse for the lives he took, but out of a shattered devotion. He had failed his teacher. Through it all, Cody watched. He never took notes. He rarely conferred with his lawyer. He simply observed, his gaze moving over the witnesses, the jury, me, with a kind of detached, anthropological interest. He was studying us. I could feel it. He was assessing the strength of the cage we were building around him. The heart of the case, I knew, was not the murders themselves, but the moment of conversion. How does a man convince a boy to become a killer? How does a woman trade her conscience for a cause? I spent nights in my office, the city lights smearing the windows, listening to the hundreds of hours of recordings the FBI had recovered from the commune house. Cody's voice was a constant hypnotic soundtrack. He didn't preach hate. He preached disillusionment. He spoke to the quiet dread in the modern heart, the feeling of being a cog in a vast, meaningless machine. He gave them a new vocabulary. Society was the static. Conformity was the sleep. Their acts of violence were the clarion call. He didn't command, he suggested. He didn't demand, he offered. He would say things like, "Wouldn't it be a purer world if the liars were silenced?" And then he would wait, letting the idea bloom in the fertile soil of their alienation. He made them feel chosen, elite, the few who were awake in a nation of sleepwalkers. The climax of the trial came when we played a specific tape. It was from the night before the first murder. The audio was clean, intimate. You could hear the rustle of clothing, the soft crackle of a fireplace. "Do you feel the weight?" Cody's voice. A low murmur. A girl's voice, Alara's. "Yes. No. No. The weight of all their expectations, their rules, their little lives. It's a cage, isn't it? Yes. There is a key. But you have to be brave enough to turn it. You have to be willing to get your hands dirty to clean the world." A long pause. Then Alara, her voice trembling with a terrifying awe. "I want to be clean." In that moment, in the silent, packed courtroom, you could hear the conviction being born. It wasn't an order. It was a seduction. I looked at the jury. I saw the understanding dawn on their faces, and it was not a comforting sight. They were seeing the mechanism of the thing, and it was more frightening than any monster. A monster you can slay. An idea is harder to kill. The jury was out for 6 days. The city held its breath. The newspapers ran headlines that shifted from cult killer trial to the age of echoes. We had put more than a man on trial. We had put a mirror to the era, and the reflection was one of deep-seated fear, of a generation unmoored, searching for something to believe in, even if it was a beautiful, poisonous lie. The verdict was guilty on all counts. When the words were read, a collective sigh went through the room. But it was not a sigh of relief. It was the sound of a difficult, necessary surgery being completed. The followers were led away, some weeping, some staring with vacant defiance. Cody stood. He looked at me, and for the first time, he smiled. It was a small, knowing smile, devoid of malice, full of a secret, unshakable triumph. He had already won. His ideas were in the air now, a virus looking for new hosts. The sentences were read: life without parole for the followers, death for Cody Jarvis. He was executed 2 years later. I did not attend. My work was done. The story was over. The monster vanquished. The city safe. That is what I told myself. Last week, I went back to the old commune house on the edge of the desert. It was scheduled for demolition. I'm not sure why I felt compelled to go. A sense of closure, perhaps. A need to see the place one last time, to confirm it was just a place. The house was a shell, picked clean by the investigation and the elements. The windows were boarded, the paint blistered and peeling. I walked through the empty rooms, my footsteps echoing on the bare floorboards. The air was hot and still, thick with the smell of dust and decay. I stood in what had been the main meeting room, where Cody had held his sessions. The fireplace was a black, gaping mouth. And then I felt it again. That chill. A sharp, localized cold in the center of the sun-baked room. It was the same sensation from the library all those years ago. The ghost of a presence. I turned, half expecting to see him standing there, with his sun-bleached eyes and his knowing smile. But there was nothing. Just the empty room and the silence. I walked outside, into the blinding white of the desert sun. The demolition crew would come tomorrow. They would reduce the house to a pile of splinters and memory. They would bury the foundation. They would sweep the land clean. But as I drove away, the dust from the dirt road pluming behind my car, I knew it was an illusion. You can demolish a building. You can execute a man. But the chill remains. The emptiness he carved out of the world, the space where his voice once resonated, that remains. It is a quiet, waiting space. And in an era marked by fear and disillusionment, such spaces are never empty for long. The desert stretched out to the horizon, vast and indifferent, already beginning to erase the traces. It was the only thing big enough to hold the silence he left behind. I drove for hours, the desert unspooling like a tan ribbon, the image of that empty room seared behind my eyes. The case was a closed file, a chapter in a law textbook, a true crime podcast for people to listen to on their way to work. But the chill had followed me out of that house. It was in the car with me, a passenger in the seat beside mine, a permanent pocket of winter in the middle of my life. My wife, Sarah, noticed it that evening. "You're quiet," she said, her hand on my arm. "Is it the case?" I told her it was the easy lie, the one she expected. I didn't tell her that the ghost of Cody Jarvis had taken up residence in the periphery of my vision. I didn't tell her that his philosophy, which I had spent years deconstructing and condemning, now felt less like a madness and more like a diagnosis. The static, the sleep. The words had a new, uncomfortable resonance as I watched the news, as I navigated the petty politics of my office, as I shopped in a supermarket under the hum of fluorescent lights. A week later, a manila envelope arrived at my office, no return address. Inside was a single, unlabeled audio cassette. My heart was a cold, hard stone in my chest. I had an old player in a drawer, a relic I kept for such occasions. My hands were steady as I slotted the tape in and pressed play. There was no voice, not at first, just the sound of breathing, slow and measured. Then, a single sentence, spoken in a whisper. I would have known anywhere. It was Cody. The sentence was, "The jury is still out, Mr. Croft." And then, silence, followed by the hiss of blank tape. I sat there for a long time, the hiss filling the room. It was impossible. was dead. I had seen the death certificate, read the warden's report. This was a copy, a remnant, a cruel joke. But the timing, the specific address to me, the chilling familiarity of the tone. It felt like a message from beyond the grave, a final mocking proof that his influence could not be so easily contained by something as mundane as death. I spent the next day making calls, discreetly, to the prison, to the evidence lockup. The tape was not from any official record. It was a ghost. I traced the postmark to a city 3 states away, a dead end. I was about to dismiss it as the work of a copycat, a sick fan, when my assistant buzzed me. "There's a young woman here to see you, Mr. Croft. She says it's about the echoes." She was waiting in the reception area, a girl really, no older than 25. She had sharp, intelligent eyes and a stillness about her that was unnerving. She introduced herself as Maya D. I did not invite her to my office. We sat in a sterile conference room, the large wooden table between us a gulf. "I knew him," she said without preamble. "Cody. Dot. I found his writings online after." She placed a small moleskin notebook on the table but did not open it. He saw the sickness in the world. He was wrong about the cure, but he was right about the disease. I felt a familiar weariness settle over me. Another lost soul, drawn to the flame. I began to give her my standard speech about closure, about moving on. "You don't understand," she interrupted, her voice low and intense. "I'm not here for me. I'm here for you." I heard the tape. The air left the room. "How could you possibly?" She tapped the notebook. "He wrote about you. He said you were the only one who listened, the only one who truly heard him. He said you were asleep, but that you dreamed of waking. That tape, it was a trigger, a test. A cold dread deeper than any I had felt in that desert house began to creep up my spine. She was not a follower. She was something else. A successor, an innovator. She had taken his diagnosis and was crafting her own cure, and she saw me not as an adversary, but as a potential convert. The emptiness he left behind was not empty at all. It had been a nursery, and something new was growing in the silence. She stood to leave, her movements economical and precise. She left the notebook on the table. "A gift," she said, "or a key. It depends on you." I did not touch it for a long time. I sat and watched the afternoon light slide across its black cover. This was the true unraveling, not the bloody spectacle Cody had orchestrated, but this quiet, insidious follow-up. He had not tried to beat the system. He had tried to recruit from within it, and his work was continuing after him. The clarion call was not a dagger or a scrawl on a blackboard. It was a whisper in a quiet room, a seed planted in fallow ground. When I finally opened the notebook, the handwriting was not Cody's. It was a woman's, sharp and angular. It was not a diary of madness, but a cold, logical analysis. It dissected Cody's failures, the grandiosity, the unnecessary ritual, the reliance on fragile personalities. It proposed a new model, one of decentralized action, of ideologically aligned individuals working in parallel, unaware of each other, creating a pattern of chaos that could not be traced to a single source. It was a blueprint for a ghost. My professional duty was clear. I should have called the FBI immediately, handed over the tape and the notebook, filed a report. But a new and terrifying thought stopped me. By bringing this to light, I would be doing exactly what she and the ghost of Cody might want. I would be amplifying the signal. I would be making it real for a new audience, giving their ideology the platform of another trial, another media frenzy. The state versus nobody. I took the tape and the notebook home. I did not tell Sarah. I locked them in the small fireproof safe where I kept our passports and birth certificates. They felt radioactive. I would find myself standing in front of the safe, my hand on the cold metal, as if I could feel the faint hum of the ideas trapped inside. A few days later, I was getting coffee near the courthouse. A young man, a law clerk I saw often, smiled at me. "Rough one?" he asked, nodding at the files under my arm. "The static is pretty loud today." It was a common enough phrase, a casual complaint about bureaucracy and noise. But the specific capitalized word from Cody's lexicon, hit me like a physical blow. I stared at him, searching for a sign, a flicker of recognition, a secret message. There was nothing. He was just a kid making small talk. But the word was out there, loose in the world, seeping into the language. The sleep, the static, the unraveling. They were just words until they weren't. That night, I dreamed of Cody. He was not in a prison cell or a desert house, but in my living room, sitting in my chair. He was looking at a photograph of Sarah and me on the mantelpiece. He said, without turning, "You can't prosecute a feeling, Aiden. You can't handcuff a climate of dread. The law is a stone wall, but ideas are the weather. They wear the stone down." I woke up sweating, the dream clinging to me. I went to my study and opened the safe. I took out the notebook and the tape. I had a choice. I could try to bury them, to pretend this wasn't happening. I could try to fight it, to become a hunter of ghosts again. Or I could try to understand it, to follow the thread Maya had offered. Not to join her, but to see the shape of the thing that was coming. To see if it could be stopped before it ever took a life. I looked at the cassette player. I thought of the hiss of the tape, the sound of nothing, which was also the sound of infinite possibility. The jury is still out, Mr. Croft. He was no longer talking about his own trial. He was talking about mine. The trial of what I believed. The trial of the world I was a part of. And I knew, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, that the proceedings were now officially in session. The first witness against this new, formless threat was my own reflection in the dark window of my study. The man I saw was a prosecutor, a man of statutes and precedents, of evidence that could be held in the hand. I was not equipped for a war of atmospheres, yet the battlefield had been chosen for me. I started with a notebook. I read it not as a prosecutor seeking charges, but as a student trying to grasp the skeleton of the idea. Maya's writings were chillingly pragmatic. She had identified what she called friction points. Not people or institutions, but the delicate, invisible seams of trust that hold a society together. The goal was not to destroy a building, but to make people believe the foundation was unsound. A rumor planted in the right online forum, a perfectly timed leak of fabricated data, a series of small, inexplicable events that would erode the collective sense of reality. It was terrorism of the mind, and its weapon was doubt. I knew I couldn't do this alone. But who could I trust? The police? The FBI? They were built to find perpetrators, not to fight a mood. And the moment I brought this to them, the idea would escape my control, becoming just another sensational file, another cult copycat headline that would only serve to spread the very infection I was trying to contain. Days bled into one another. I performed my job. I went home to Sarah. I mowed the lawn. But my mind was in that notebook, tracing the lines of Maya's logic. I found myself analyzing every strange news story, every minor social panic, looking for her fingerprints. Was that a trial run? Was this the beginning of the unraveling? I was becoming what I feared, a believer in the potency of the ghost. The break came from an unexpected direction. I decided to track down Liam, the boy who had sobbed on the stand. He was in a minimum security prison, upstate, part of a rehabilitation program for former cult members. I used my old credentials to get a visit, posing as a follow-up for a legal review. He was thinner, older. His haunted eyes now just tired. He recognized me immediately, and a flicker of the old awe, or maybe fear, crossed his face. "Mr. Croft," he said, his voice flat. "I need to understand how it works," I said, dispensing with pleasantries. "Not the violence, the before. The moment you decided he was right." No, seems. Liam looked down at his hands. He didn't feel dangerous. He felt like the only honest person in the world. Everyone else was lying, pretending everything was okay. He just acknowledged the rot. It was a relief. "And the girl, Maya? Did you know her?" The name sparked something. A genuine confusion. "Maya? No. That was after my time. But the name was mentioned, near the end. Cody said there were others who understood, who were working on the next phase. He called them the silent chorus. He said they didn't need to be led. They just needed the score." Needed the score? The silent chorus. The phrase was a key, turning a lock deep inside me. It confirmed everything. This wasn't a single cell. It was a network, or worse, a pattern of thought that could replicate without direct contact. Maya wasn't a leader. She was a composer, and I had her score locked in my safe. Driving home, the weight of it was suffocating. I was in possession of a dangerous ideological weapon, and the only person who knew its true significance was the one who had written it. I had to find Maya, not to arrest her. On what charge? Possession of disturbing ideas. But to talk to her, to look into her eyes and see if the chill was there, to understand the shape of the emptiness she was trying to fill. That night, I went back to the notebook. I read it again, this time looking not for a plan, but for a person. Between the lines of cold strategy, I found her. Her fear was there, a palpable thing. She was terrified of meaninglessness, of a life spent as a data point in a machine she didn't control. Her solution was to break the machine, to force a crisis that would, in her mind, allow for a birth. It was the same desperate, apocalyptic yearning that had driven Cody, but refined, stripped of his theatricality. She was, in her own twisted way, an idealist. And I realized then that my opening statement in this new, invisible trial couldn't be a legal brief. It had to be a counter-narrative. It couldn't be about the horror of her methods. I had to address the truth in her diagnosis. The world did have a sickness. The static was real. But the cure wasn't chaos. It was connection. It was the messy, difficult, unglamorous work of building things instead of tearing them down. I took a blank legal pad. At the top, I wrote a single sentence, my first line of defense in a case that would never see a courtroom. It was the opposite of Cody's seductive whispers, the opposite of Maya's cold logic. It was just a simple, fragile statement of fact, but it felt like the hardest thing I had ever had to prove. "The world is broken," I wrote, "but it is the only one we have, and it is filled with people who are trying to mend it." I didn't know if it was enough, but the jury was still out, and for the first time since I had heard that tape, I was ready to present my case. I started leaving the notepad out on my desk. It was a risk, but a calculated one. If Sarah saw it, she would ask, and I would have to find a way to explain the unexplainable. The words were my anchor, a reminder of the side I had chosen. A month passed. No more tapes. No sign of Maya. The silence was more unnerving than a direct confrontation. I began to frequent the online spaces where I thought her silent chorus might gather. I found nothing overt, just the usual undercurrents of alienation and discontent. But now I could see the patterns, the specific linguistic fingerprints from the notebook. A post about the futility of voting, a comment thread deconstructing a news event as a deliberate lie, A shared meme about the comfortable sleep of the masses. They were there, whispering to each other, reinforcing the void. My work suffered. I was distracted during a key deposition, my mind parsing the witness's testimony, not for legal inconsistencies, but for signs of ideological vulnerability. My superior called me in, his expression one of fatherly concern. "Aiden, you haven't been yourself since the Jarvis file. It's over. You need to let it go." He was right, but he was also wrong. The file was closed. The war was not. The breakthrough came from Liam again. He'd been granted early release for good behavior. He called me, his voice hesitant on the line. "I remembered something," he said. "Cody." He talked about a place. A real place, not the commune. He called it the First Echo. He said it was where the signal was purest. "Where?" I asked, my pen poised over a fresh legal pad. He never said, but he described it. He said it was a place of industry that had died. A cathedral of rust, he called it, where the static was so loud you could hear God in it. I spent the night cross-referencing decommissioned industrial sites within a day's drive of the old commune. There were several, but one fit the description perfectly. The old Gordon Mill, a shuttered textile plant nestled in a canyon 100 miles away. It had been closed for 20 years, a relic of a different economy. I told Sarah I was going on a fishing trip. The lie felt like a betrayal, but the truth felt like a contagion. I drove out at dawn, the city giving way to scrubland, then to the stark beauty of the canyon roads. I found the turnoff, a dirt track nearly reclaimed by desert brush. I parked a mile out and walked, the only sound the crunch of my boots on gravel and the dry whisper of the wind. The mill was exactly as Liam had described. A cathedral of rust. Its corrugated metal walls were peeling away like dead skin, and the skeletal remains of machinery stood silent inside the vast open space. The air smelled of oxidized metal and creosote. I walked through a gaping doorway into the main hall, and I saw her. Maya Dot. She was standing in the center of the space, before a large rusted gear that lay on its side like a fallen monument. She wasn't alone. There were perhaps a dozen others, scattered around the hall. They weren't talking. They were just being. Some were writing in notebooks. Others were simply staring at the decaying machinery. There was no ritual, no sermon. It was a gathering of pure, quiet acknowledgement. She turned, sensing my presence. Her sharp eyes found me in the dim light. She didn't look surprised. She smiled, a small, knowing curve of her lips. "You came," she said. Her voice echoed softly in the cavernous space. "I knew you would." You heard the echo. I looked at the faces of the others. They were young, old, male, female. They looked normal. They looked like my neighbors, my clerks, people you would pass on the street without a second thought. That was the most terrifying thing of all. "This is it?" I asked, my voice sounding hollow. "The silent chorus?" "This is a gathering point," she corrected gently. "The chorus is everywhere. They are the people who hear the same fundamental dissonance that you do, Mr. Croft. They are the ones who are tired of pretending they don't." I thought of my notepad, my fragile statement of fact. It felt laughably small in this place, against the sheer physical weight of this shared disillusionment. "You're wrong," I said, the words feeling inadequate. "Breaking things isn't the answer." "We're not breaking anything," she replied, her gaze sweeping over the rust and decay. "We are just acknowledging that it is already broken. We are stopping the pretense. The unraveling isn't something we cause. It's something we announce." I had no legal recourse. No crime was being committed here. They were just people standing in an abandoned building. I had come to confront a monster, but I had found a mirror. The chill I had felt in the desert house was here too, but it was no longer a ghost from the past. It was a living, breathing presence, a collective exhale of despair. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that my closing argument in this trial would not be a verdict I could deliver. It would be a choice I would have to live every single day, in a world that was increasingly determined to prove Maya right. I walked out of the mill. No one tried to stop me. The dry canyon air felt thin and insufficient in my lungs. I drove back to the city. The image of those quiet, ordinary faces burned onto the back of my eyelids. They weren't fanatics. They were converts to a new kind of truth, one that found its power in surrender. I didn't go home. I went to my office. The notepad was still there. "The world is broken," it read. "But it is the only one we have." The words now seemed like a child's prayer against a gathering storm. How do you argue with people who agree with your premise but champion a different, more final conclusion? A week later, a series of coordinated events began. They were small, almost trivial. The city's water quality data was hacked and replaced with a single flashing phrase. "Do you trust this?" A popular weather app glitched, sending thousands of users in a Midwestern town an emergency alert for atmospheric hostility. In 3 different states, the electronic highway signs, which usually warned of delays or amber alerts, simply read, "The static is real." There were no explosions. No one was hurt. But the confusion was palpable. The news cycles were filled with experts debating the competence of cybersecurity, the fragility of our digital infrastructure. They were asking how. I was the only one who knew why. This was the proof of concept. This was Maya's opening statement. The silent chorus was singing, and their song was one of pure, undiluted doubt. I knew then that I could not fight her from the witness stand or the prosecutor's table. The law moved too slowly, and it needed a body, a weapon, a threat. She dealt in none of those things. She dealt in the climate of the mind. I began my own counteroffensive. A silent one. I started a blog under a pseudonym. I didn't write about cults or conspiracies. I wrote about the Mendes. I found and documented stories of people quietly, doggedly, fixing things. A retired engineer who taught inner-city kids how to repair bicycles. A group of neighbors who turned a vacant lot into a community garden. A software developer who created a free open-source program to help small towns manage their budgets. I wrote about the profound, unsexy power of local human-scale repair. It felt pathetic. While she was orchestrating a symphony of societal anxiety, I was humming a folk song. But I had to believe the hum mattered. I had to believe that for every person seduced by the grand gesture of unraveling, there were 10 more who would be fortified by a small, specific act of connection. One evening, Sarah found me at my computer, typing up one of these posts. She read over my shoulder for a full minute before speaking. "This is beautiful, Aiden," she said softly. "But what is it for?" I looked at her, at the concern in her eyes, and I knew I could no longer shield her. The battlefield was our home now. I took a deep breath and told her everything. About the tape, the notebook, Maya, the mill, the silent chorus. I showed her the safe. I watched the color drain from her face as the world she knew was revealed to have this dark, shimmering crack running through it. When I had finished, she was silent for a long time. She walked to the window and looked out at our quiet street. "So, it's a war," she said, her voice steady. "A war over what people believe is true." "Yes," I said, the word heavy with the weight of the admission. She turned to face me, and her eyes were not afraid. They were resolved. "Then we fight it," she said. "But we fight it our way, with better stories." She sat down with me that night, and together we found another story. It was about a librarian in a dying town who started a repair cafe in the basement of her library, where people could bring their broken toasters and their broken hearts and find a way to fix them together. We published it. There was no grand victory. The static events continued, sporadic and unsettling. But our little blog gained a few readers, then a few dozen. Someone left a comment on the repair cafe story. It was simple. "This helped. Thank you." It was a single sentence, a pebble against a landslide. But it was something. It was an echo of our own. I knew Maya was out there, and her chorus was growing. But so was mine. The trial was not over. It would never be over. It was the constant, daily choice to believe in the mend, even as the world showed you the crack. And for now, the jury was still out, but the defense was finally presenting its case. The next morning, the city felt different. The air itself seemed charged with a nervous energy. People glanced at their phones more frequently, their faces tight with a new kind of vigilance. The static events had sown a seed, and it was beginning to sprout in the form of low-grade ambient paranoia. I saw a man yelling at a traffic light as if it had personally betrayed him. I saw two women arguing over a parking space, their conflict escalating with a speed and venom that felt unnatural. These were the friction points Maya had written about, and they were bleeding from the digital into the physical world. At the office, a junior associate mentioned offhandedly that her cousin in another state had received a bizarre, personalized email claiming to know a deeply held secret. The email was signed only with a symbol, a single jagged line that looked like a burst of interference on a screen. The silent chorus was finding its voice, and it was learning to harmonize. My blog felt like a life raft in a rising sea. Sarah and I worked on it every night now, a secret shared between us that fortified our own foundation. We called it the Mend, a quiet rebellion against the unraveling. We received another comment, this one more pointed. "You are treating the symptoms, not the disease. The machine is broken beyond repair." It was not overtly threatening, but it carried the chilling, analytical tone of Maya's notebook. They were watching. I realized that a defense, by its nature, is reactive. To truly counter Maya, I needed to understand her not just as an adversary, but as a symptom. I went back to the trial transcripts of Cody Jarvis, not to read his testimony, but to study the list of evidence. Among the seized items was a box of books from his childhood. The list was mundane. Fantasy novels, a book on basic coding, and a worn copy of The Once and Future King. But one title stood out, a dense philosophical work on the nature of reality and perception. I tracked down the arresting officer, a weary man named Detective Evans, and asked if he remembered it. "Sure," he grunted over the phone. "The kid was obsessed with it, said it explained everything, that it was the key to the source code." I bought the book. It was a difficult, labyrinthine text, but its central thesis was clear: that the world we perceive is a collective hallucination, a story we tell ourselves to keep the chaos at bay. The author argued that the most radical act was to withdraw one's consent from that story. This was the philosophical bedrock. Cody had absorbed it and twisted it into a justification for violence. Maya had refined it into a strategy for collapse. They were both children of the same bleak idea. Armed with this, I wrote a new post for the Mend. I didn't mention cults or cyber attacks. I wrote about the stories we tell. I argued that yes, our shared reality is a construct, but it is one we build together, brick by brick, through every act of kindness, every kept promise, every mended fence. I wrote that the most radical act was not to destroy the story, but to tell a better one. The response was immediate and polarized. Some accused me of naivete. Others shared it with a fervor that felt like relief. A debate erupted in the comments section, a microcosm of the larger war. It was messy, chaotic, and human. It was the opposite of the silent chorus's grim unity. Weeks turned into a tense, watchful month. Then, a package arrived at my home address. It was a small, flat box, with no return label. My blood ran cold. Sarah watched as I opened it on the kitchen table. Inside, nestled on a bed of crumpled brown paper, was a single blank sheet of high-quality parchment. And lying across it was a pristine, newly sharpened pencil. There was no note, no threat. It was an invitation, or a summons. It was her way of telling me that she had read my words, that she recognized my defense, and that she was now inviting me to step away from the keyboard and write the next chapter, not as a commentator, but as a participant. The blank page was a challenge. What would I write? Another blog post? Or something more? I picked up the pencil. It was cool and heavy in my hand. I looked at the empty parchment, then at Sarah. Her eyes were wide, but she gave a slow, determined nod. The trial was entering a new phase. The opening arguments were over. The evidence had been presented. It was time for the closing statements, and the jury was no longer just the faceless public. It was me. It was her. It was every person who had ever felt the chill of the static and had to choose in that silent, private moment whether to feed it or fight it. I laid the pencil down on the parchment. My response would not be written. It would be lived. The silence in the kitchen was broken by the soft click of the pencil on the table. I slid the box to the side, the blank parchment a stark accusation. "We don't respond," I said to Sarah. "We act." Our next post on the mend was our most ambitious yet. Instead of just telling a story, we started one. We announced a city-wide mending day, a call for people to gather in a local park and simply fix things. We asked for volunteers with skills in carpentry, sewing, electronics, and gardening. We framed it as a practical experiment, a collective deep breath against the rising tide of anxiety. The morning of the event, I felt a knot of cold dread in my stomach. What if no one came? What if it was just Sarah and me, sitting at a lonely card table, a perfect metaphor for our futility? Or worse, what if they came? What if Maya and her chorus arrived not to participate, but to observe, to document our failure? We arrived at the park early to set up. The grass was damp with dew, and the sky was a pale, uncertain gray. Then a van pulled up. It was the librarian from our first story, along with 3 of her friends, carrying toolboxes and a coffee urn. Then a family arrived, their children clutching broken action figures. A man came with a broken chair. A woman brought a laptop that wouldn't start. By 10 o'clock, the park was humming. It wasn't a huge crowd, but it was a real one. The air filled with the sounds of conversation, the whir of a drill, the clink of tools. A young man with a soldering iron was teaching a teenager how to repair a video game controller. An elderly woman was showing a group how to darn socks. It was messy, inefficient, and beautiful. I was helping a man patch a bicycle tire when I saw her. She was standing at the edge of the park, under the shade of an old oak tree. Maya. She wore a simple, neutral-colored coat, her hands tucked into her pockets. She wasn't smiling. She was just watching, her sharp eyes scanning the scene, taking in the small, specific acts of repair. Our gaze met across the distance. There was no acknowledgement, no silent challenge. She simply watched for a few more minutes, then turned and walked away, dissolving into the foot traffic on the sidewalk. Her presence was a cold stone dropped into the warm pond of the day. But the ripples faded. The mending continued. At the end of the event, as we were packing up, a woman approached me. She had been quietly weeding a neglected flower bed for the past 2 hours. "Thank you," she said, her voice a little raw. "I've been so angry at everything. The news, the traffic, just people. I thought coming here was stupid. But pulling those weeds, it felt like I was pulling some of it out of me." I just nodded, unable to speak. That was it. That was the entire case for the defense. It wouldn't stop a hack or correct a highway sign, but it was a different kind of signal, one that didn't broadcast but rooted. I drove home with Sarah, the car filled with a quiet, exhausted satisfaction. The war wasn't won. A single battle in a single park meant nothing in the grand scheme. But for the people who were there, for the woman with the weeds, it meant everything. The jury was still out, but for the first time I felt we were finally reading the verdict together. The satisfaction was a fragile thing. It lasted through the evening, through a quiet dinner with Sarah, where we didn't talk about Maya or the chorus, but simply enjoyed the memory of the repaired bicycle and the weeded flower bed. It lasted until I checked my email before bed. There was a new message from an untraceable server. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a hyperlink. I knew, with a cold certainty, that it was from her. Sarah stood behind me, her hand on my shoulder. A silent pillar of support as I clicked it. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't a manifesto. It was a video, professionally shot and eerily silent. The camera panned slowly across a different landscape of decay. An abandoned shopping mall, its fountains dry and its storefronts gaping like skulls. A closed-down factory, its assembly lines frozen in mid-motion. A ghost town playground, the swings moving gently in the wind as if pushed by invisible children. The footage was beautiful and profoundly sad. It was a eulogy for a world that had already, in Maya's eyes, passed away. The video ended with text on a black screen. You mend the broken toys. We bear witness to the broken dream. The unraveling is not an act. It is an autopsy. I closed the laptop. The quiet of our home felt thin, papered over a chasm. Maya hadn't been challenged by our mending day. She had been inspired by it. She had used our small act of hope as a counterpoint to her grand narrative of despair, weaving it into her own dark tapestry. We weren't fighting her. We were feeding her material. She's better at this, I whispered, the admission tasting like ash. No, Sarah said, her voice firm. She's just louder. Her story is simple. Ours is complicated. It's easier to break something than to explain why it's worth fixing. The next morning, I went for a walk to clear my head. I passed a newsstand. The headlines were all about a new static event. This time, it was the stock tickers in Times Square. For 3 minutes, the frantic numbers had been replaced by a single, scrolling message. Your future is a ghost. Invest in nothing. The economic ripple effects were minor, but the psychological impact was immense. The chorus was learning to play the markets of fear. I found myself standing outside the old courthouse, the neoclassical pillars a testament to a system built on order and reason. A system that felt increasingly like a relic. I thought of the blank parchment still sitting on my kitchen table. Maya was right about one thing. Writing was no longer enough. The closing argument had to be more than words. I didn't go to the office. I drove to the desert, to the house where it had all begun. The police tape was gone, bleached and shredded by the sun. I stood in the empty living room, the silence pressing in on me. This was where Cody Jarvis had listened to the static and chosen to amplify it with a gun. This was the ground zero of my own disillusionment. But as I stood there, I didn't feel the chill of the ghost. I felt the warmth of the sun on the broken floorboards. A lizard skittered across the windowsill. Life, stubborn and persistent, was already reclaiming the ruin. It wasn't a grand revelation. It was a simple biological fact. Things fall apart, and life mends itself in the cracks. I drove back to the city with a new resolve. We couldn't outshout Maya. We couldn't outmanipulate her. But we could outlive her. We could be more stubborn than her despair. Our next mending day was held in the parking lot of a shuttered big box store, a location chosen deliberately. We weren't just fixing toasters anymore. We were fixing in the shadow of one of her symbols. More people came. They brought lawn chairs and coolers. It became less of a clinic and more of a community. Someone started a grill. Children played among the weeds, pushing through the asphalt. I saw no sign of Maya, but I knew she was watching. The war had settled into a grim, permanent stalemate. There would be no decisive victory, no moment where the world chose one truth over the other. There was only the daily, grinding choice to build, to repair, to connect, while a voice in the static tirelessly insisted it was all for nothing. The trial would never adjourn. We were all permanent members of the jury, and the evidence would continue to be presented every single day, in every small choice we made. I picked up a hammer and helped a stranger rebuild a porch swing. The steady rhythm of the work, a quiet, persistent rebuttal to the endless, silent scream. The swing was finally hanging, a solid, tangible thing that would hold weight and provide rest. The man who owned it, a quiet fellow named Leo, gave it a gentle push. The creak of the new chains was a good sound, a sound of function restored. He sat down, the swing taking his weight without protest, and a slow, deep smile spread across his face. It was a small victory, but it was real. That evening, a different kind of email arrived. It was from the city council. The subject line was Public Forum on Civic Resilience. The body of the email mentioned the men by name, noting its grassroots efforts to strengthen community bonds. They were inviting us, as organizers, to speak at an upcoming meeting. They wanted to discuss how the city could officially support pro-social initiatives in the face of current societal stressors. It was bureaucratic language, but it was an acknowledgement. Our folk song was being heard in the halls of power, however faintly. Sarah read the email over my shoulder. "They're scared," she said. "They don't know what to do about the static, so they're turning to anyone with an idea." "It's an opportunity," I replied, but my voice lacked conviction. The city council felt like another stage, another layer of abstraction. Maya worked in the raw code of human emotion. The council worked in subcommittees and budgetary reports. We went to the forum. The council chambers were a study in contrasts. On one side, a few citizens spoke with raw, trembling fear about the attacks on our minds. They demanded action, protection, a technological solution to a spiritual malaise. Their anger was a reflection of the very friction Maya sought to exploit. Then, it was our turn. Sarah spoke, her voice clear and calm. She talked about the repair cafes and the mending days not as a solution, but as a strategy. She called them social antibodies, a way for the community to build its own immunity to the virus of distrust. The council members listened, their faces unreadable. One of them, an older woman named Councilor Davies, finally leaned into her microphone. "It's a lovely sentiment," she said, not unkindly, "but the city's budget is not allocated for feelings. We need concrete, scalable solutions. How do you propose we measure the success of a mended heart?" I opened my mouth to answer, but a voice from the back of the room spoke first. "You measure it by the crimes that don't happen." All heads turned. A police officer was standing near the door, his hat in his hands. He was the one who had spoken. "Officer Grayson," he identified himself. "My beat includes the area where they held their last event, the one in the old store parking lot. For the following 48 hours, my call volume in that sector dropped by 20%. No domestics, no vandalism, no noise complaints. Just a quiet neighborhood." He shrugged. "I can't prove it was their doing, but I can read a report. That's a concrete result in my book." The chamber was silent. Councilor Davies nodded slowly, making a note. It wasn't a victory, but it was a foothold. As we left the building, the night air felt different. The battle lines were blurring. It was no longer just us against Maya in the shadows. It was our messy human reality pushing back against her clean, cruel theory, one city department at a time.